All right, everybody, welcome to the Killer Main podcast series. This week is going to be an interesting one because we've done Chucky before very recently with Smithsonian. However, I wanted to bring on a friend of the channel if they would like to introduce themselves.
Yeah, hey, hello. My name is Ghost Anonymous, or you can call me Levi. I am a Chucky main with about over 1,500 hours on the character at this point. I'm mostly on Twitch, but you can also find me on YouTube as well.
And all of that will be linked below, as always. Um, so yeah, I brought Smith on to talk about Chucky like 2 months ago. Little did we know that he would get changed like 2 weeks later.
Yeah, I sent Bran, the Mr. Headache, a thing. I was like, by the end of this month, I'm going to finish my written Chucky guide, and it was projected to be like 420 pages.
I gave up. I gave up.
2 days after I said that. 2 days after. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, fuck you. That's not happening. And I was like, yep, okay, cool. Everything's different. Never mind. I quit. I've tried this like 6 times. I'm done.
I gave up. I really am. Unless he's not touched for like 6 straight months, there's no point.
I know, it's crazy. It's not every patch, but it's damn near every patch.
We did the thing, like me and you, I think me and you looked through it. It's over the past year, he has been out of 3 patches for the entire year. There's only been 3 patches that hasn't had something change with Chucky.
Yeah, I have in my written guide that probably will now never see the light of day. I had a whole like update section that like detailed each patch and every new bug per change and every new official change. Mm-hmm. And I think that alone was like 14 pages, like fully detailing everything that changed and how it affected stuff. It's unreal.
Yeah, and going over, like, I don't want to go over every change, but like he's had Scamper removed, cooldowns adjusted a bunch, add-ons changed, text removed, entire mechanics removed that weren't just Scamper. Remember when Windows Scamper was still a thing and they got rid of that?
Yeah, I often think about if they'll ever go back to that, because that was really fun. I remember that Vecna PTB where we had that, and it was really cool. And then we were like, oh, okay, this isn't so bad. This would be nice. And then it got ripped away from us too.
Yeah, and then the cooldown quote bug that was in the game for 7 months that everyone knew about.
Yeah, there's no way that was a bug. We can talk about that later if you're still doing like the introduction, but that is crazy to me that people think that was a bug.
But basically, what I wanted to have you come on and talk about really is just kind of just going over like grievances and our thoughts on the current Chucky, and because again, he has changed a lot over the past year. This is not the same killer that released last year in the slightest.
No, not at all.
And I don't want to be hyperbolic with this or say like, woe is me. I do think Chucky is probably the killer that's been changed the most, like as a new killer.
I wasn't here for original Freddy, like when Freddy first came to the game, but that might be the only killer that I think comes close. Like I think if even Skull Merchant, Onryo, they got changes, but it was nowhere near as much as it feels like Chucky's been changed.
Yeah, they just got full reworks. They were never like pre-adjusted prior to.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like Skull Merchant technically got a nerf with a 3-gen change, but that wasn't to her.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
It's like whenever I bring up like Artist has never been touched, everyone's like, well, what about Lightburn? That wasn't like to Artist. That was like to the game. So like I don't count that as an Artist change,
Yeah, no, I agree. If it's not directing the killer, I wouldn't attribute it to them. It changed around them.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, I agree with that.
And that's why I think like Chucky, like again, he's been in every patch since his release except for 3, give or take. Which is insane on its own. And they're never small. It's always something massive.
I will give them... Oh, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, the one weird thing is, like, when they usually want to change a killer, they're not hesitant to, like, be heavy-handed with it. But every time they've taken something away from Chucky, it seems like they've tried to, like, pay it back in equal measure, which is really unique, too.
Yeah, well, because I mean, you can go through my YouTube history. Every single time he gets like massively changed, everyone thinks it's a nerf, and then all of us are like, actually, it's a buff. Like almost every time, except for maybe this time, and that's still up in the air, which we'll get into here in a little bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he's never. I mean, he's definitely in quote unquote nerfs, but it's always been like these weird side grades for sure.
Yeah, like when they removed Scamper and then lowered his cooldown massively, and it made all the people not using Scamper better.
Yeah, that leans into like the core of my opinions on it for sure.
And then when they got rid of the 180s and everyone left, and okay, here's the thing with the 180s. They were too good.
They were too good. I tell people all the time because I'll obviously, being Chucky mains will get people that played a little bit of Chucky at one point and they'll talk about, their experiences or their thoughts. And I often hear about people being like, I'll play him again or I'll really enjoy him if he has 180s. I'm like, you really won't. Trust me. For I was somebody who pulled those off all the time. I was still newer to streaming, so I didn't have as many clips. But I promise you, it made Shaq completely guaranteed hits. And I don't usually say that along with Chucky. I hate that term because it's not true. But at Shaq with 180s, it was. If you jumped in a locker, you'd 180 back into them. If they jumped out, if they didn't, then they didn't jump out. You just grab them out. Like it took away so much of the counterplay. It was insane.
I have a clip of me, like, someone made it through a doorway and I was able to 180 at the doorway and hit them on the outside.
Yeah, it's nuts. It was too much. I'm glad. Don't get me wrong, they were fun, and I think I like 180s on Oni. I think they're fine there, but with Chucky, it was a bit too much.
Yeah, and I think in combination with him also having Scamper at the time and him being short, which we'll also get into later, I think I think it just led to a lot of grievances with him, and I don't want to say it's the full Skull Merchant effect because here's the thing. A lot of people got mad at a lot of us when we were comparing the Chucky changes to Skull Merchant, and I think they were misunderstanding our comparison.
Yeah, they're definitely different scenarios, for sure.
Our comparison for the changes wasn't the severity of them. I've tried to make this very clear. Skull Merchant got absolutely shot in the back. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Chucky arguably got a side grade. He's not, again, we'll get into this a little bit much later, but he's not like bottom of the barrel worst killer in the game now. The thing that compares them is the reason it was done.
Yeah.
At least as far as we can tell. Because it seems to be...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the attitudes towards them and everything, the surrounding nature and feelings towards the changes, or why the changes probably happened, at least.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened with the Trickster rework.
Yeah.
As far as we know. And again, we don't know the devs personally, but from the information we've been able to glean, that was the reason that all three of these characters were changed in the ways they were. It wasn't because of they were too good, it was because they were too contentious. You good?
Yeah, I meant to mute, and it turned right back on just for me coughing at you. Sorry about that.
I thought you were like disagreeing. I was like, what? Okay, sorry.
No.
But that leads us into current Chucky a bit, and I'll be perfectly upfront, and I think you were the same way, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think all of us agreed, at least at the start, that this was a terrible change.
I have a deleted tweet that I wish I did not delete, but I saw the PTB or the update changes like before I got home. I obviously had like tons of people send it to me, and all I read was speed decreased, distance increased, and I was like, holy shit! I've been saying this since his PTB. Well, no, not the PTB. I think it was a week or two after he actually launched that they should decrease the speed and increase the distance slightly. That's what I wanted from the beginning, and I got super excited. I think RGB even commented on it. I played it, and the first couple days, oh my god, it felt so bad. I immediately deleted that post out of embarrassment.
It was terrible. The first week was so bad for me.
I go on.
I was gonna say, because I don't play as much as you. Like, people know this. I play about 9 hours a week, 3 hours a day for 3 streams. That's about all I play. Which some say is not enough. I disagree with that, but whatever. So like that first week, just constant 0Ks. I was not adjusting well at all. But, and I think you share the same sentiment, and I think a lot of the more notable Chucky mains I'm aware of share the exact same sentiment as well. Once you get used to the changes, He's not bad.
No. You actually, if you're playing 9 hours a week, to give you credit, it took me 2 full days, and I play 8 to 9 hours a day, like give or take here or there, depending on the day. So I took twice as long. If it took you 1 week, it took me twice as many hours at that point.
I think,
but yeah, those first 2 days were awkward.
I think taking the time off helps with it. It's like when like you play like a Dark Souls and you get stuck on a boss all night, takes you
Eureka
hours,
theory.
and then you like go to sleep and wake up the next day and like you beat it first try.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think even the footage you're playing, I think this is like, I think this day that like you have like you'll see me struggle because I think this is right when they added the bug that let him do the extra 360s and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you watch like new footage, because I just published some for it, if you ever want to pull it up for it, like the last few days.
I think this was.
You'll see me doing scampers like 8 to 9 times a match. Yeah, I just did it while we went live because yeah, literally while we were live, I was like, he might want footage because like some of this is really outdated because I hadn't published VODs.
Okay, I thought this was yesterday. I was like, okay.
Yeah, if you do the one, not yesterday's because I didn't play a lot of Chucky yesterday. I had a lot of killer redeems. If you do the one, I think the day before. No, actually, I did a lot of Chucky. You pick. Either one of the last 2 days will probably have some good Chuckies, but you'll see like it. Like I'm getting scampers at least 6-9 times a match. I think on the leaderboard, which for those that don't know, the leaderboard tracks how many hits you get like 3 seconds after a scamper.
Mm-hmm.
I'm climbing like 100 something a week, which if I'm performing an action 100 times a week, like it's not impossible. And I'm not like a crazy good gamer or anything. I'd say I'm honestly pretty mediocre, all things considered.
I mean, I even said it in like my tips videos. Like, I whenever I watch people's footage back, like everything I mentioned in that video was stuff I see people doing wrong right now. And again, yeah. I think a lot of it just comes down to people are still trying to play him exactly how you played him before. And as far as the changes go, the big thing I've been trying to advocate for is that the closest comparison I can come up with is if they nerfed Blight to top of B tier.
Yeah, it'd feel really bad. He would still be good.
He'd still be good.
Horrible.
Yeah, but it would feel bad because of the juxtaposition.
Yeah, I've been challenging people, so I do Chucky match reviews, and every time somebody tells me, I've noticed a trend, and I'm not going to say names or anybody. It's not even one specific person. It's a lot of people. It's a handful of people, really.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see somebody say they don't like the changes, I always try to ask how much time they've spent. Because I think there's only been one person who said they've spent a lot of time post changes and still hate it. But almost everybody says, I played a couple games, or I've tried it a few times on and off, or I played one game, hated the speed, and never came back to them. But like repeatedly, everybody's really complaining. Seems like they're not really giving it a chance. Well, and that's the problem.
Well, and the other thing is like everyone brings up the kill rates. And yes, Chucky has the lowest kill rate in the game, but I still hold that number is going to go up in about a month. Because
because you have the weird thing of like the pick rate also decreasing now, so it should level back out. I'm assuming.
Well, I think part of the reason his kill rate is as low as it is because people are doing exactly what you just said. They're playing him for 2 matches, they're getting 0 out, and then they don't touch him again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he was number 4. Sometimes, depending on the week, he could go up to number 3 most picked killer. So obviously, a lot of people were playing and are going to dip in and out. And if they're not actively getting used to him, yeah, that's going to be a really low kill rate. For sure.
And I think the other thing here with the changes in particular is, I say this a lot about any changes in this game. We don't know the devs' reasoning most of the time. We can take guesses. And while we're pretty sure it was because of player sentiment, I think the other thing we need to think about is like, what did they adjust to make it more like, why did they adjust what they adjusted to help player sentiment, if that's what we're going off of? And I think the big thing that both of us have claimed is that we don't want the speed back, because even if you do everything right, sometimes it still didn't matter.
Yeah, I found this out. It's funny because I said I've always wanted the speed slightly decreased and the distance increased, but I never really had proof until I pulled Revium into a stream, and I was like, hey, I want to get better at Trickster, you want to get better at Chucky, let's just do some 1v1s. And they would ask me, like, okay, where am I supposed to go here if you do this? And I would explain it to them. And even me telling them exactly where to move and what to do and telling them what I was going to do, they could not react fast enough.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you've seen Rev play like Marvel Rivals or even just DBD, but they have a really good reaction time. And that, to me, proved the speed was just too much.
Yeah, and I think it's the biggest thing. And I know you're kind of an advocate against it, but I do think the actual problem isn't the speed, it's the acceleration rate.
Oh, I think the acceleration rate could be fixed. If they don't, like, I'm not heartbroken, but I think that is what hurts people because you notice the speed decrease so much right there.
Well, the thing is, because I've talked about this a lot, the scampers feel really good right now, and that's for a lot of reasons. The big one is because they lowered how long it takes. It's like exactly 1 second now, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. I actually, if they did not, he actually had a really bad problem right before this, like when we had the 12-second cooldown. And I know there's like only one Chucky main out there that has finally seen the light, but with running shoes, the new scamper and the original speed, even short side loops were guaranteed hits. Even on check, the short side, it was horrible. Like it was a really big problem. So the speed actually kind of fixed how fast the scamper was. Scampers are now.
You're not convincing me to take off strobe light. Okay, it's not happening.
No, I think strobe light's super good. I think strobe light slept on too.
But yeah, I mean, I tell people a lot right now, like if you really want to try and get better with scamper, just run running shoes so you force yourself to do it. My problem with the scamper is there are some matches where it doesn't feel like I can do a scamper, and then running shoes feels like a waste of an add-on. That's the reason I don't bring it.
Yeah, I probably threw matches for a good week or two, like really just focusing on, okay, I'm gonna like master scampers to where I can pull them off every game. But it was a sacrifice for sure.
But the thing is, my main point with it is that not only is scampering 1 second, which is faster than it's ever been. His acceleration is maxed when he scampers. I think a lot of people don't know this. His speed is maxed after his scamper. Doesn't matter at what point he does it.
Yeah, so like for anybody who's an aspiring Chucky player, if you're about to like say you're in a 2-tap situation, right? You hit somebody, they start running, and you're about to dash after them while in power. If there's a pallet or window next to you, like really close, instead of just going straight, vault the pallet or window, you'll actually make the ground a lot faster because you'll immediately jump to full speed.
Yeah, and which I think is part of what they were trying to do is encourage people to scamper more.
Oh yeah.
But the problem with that is it's map dependent. It's situationally dependent. Like there's so much.
I think it's. Oh, go on.
And I was also going to say it's just like so many people like do it a couple times, completely miss, and then they just never do it again.
Oh yeah, it's so discouraging of an ability. And it doesn't give you a lot of feedback to like what you did wrong. I think that's the problem. Like if you miss a Huntress Hatchet, it smacks. It gets like a little cloud. You throw a Trickster Blade, it shows you where you missed. Even Xeno's Tail does, right? But like if you miss a Scamper, you're not immediately aware like what you could have done better. It's so discouraging. And then you're out of power. You're stuck as a 110 doll for 14 seconds. Yeah, I totally understand why people don't go for it.
And you know, I'll just rip the Band-Aid off now. I'm going to say something slightly controversial. I think you've said before, and I know a couple other people have said. One person said it in a very rude way, I feel. I honestly think a lot of Chucky players were crutching on him too much.
I agree. I think that's okay. So my full-blown conspiracy on the kill rates is one, you had a killer who, I think took more skill than some people thought, for sure. But I also understand that, yes, they would get hits oftentimes, even when the survivor did the right thing. But you pair that with a survivor community that refused to use the counterplay because sometimes it just straight up didn't work, or they didn't think it would work at all, so they didn't even try. Because I'll tell you, as soon as they made the difference and gave him the 14-second cooldown, slowed the speed, out of nowhere, Survivor started using the counterplay, like regularly.
Oh yeah, I think it was part of why the first 2 days were so rough.
Oh yeah, because what was funny is like, see, they knew the counterplay was there the whole time. Like they understand it's not impossible to grasp. I just think with how annoying and how fast that speed was, a lot of survivors just felt powerless and didn't even try. So now you have killers that crutched on that, and you mix that with survivors that are now actually using counterplay for the first time, and of course the numbers are going to look horrible. Like, I'm not surprised at all.
And that's nothing against anybody. It's just like,
Oh no.
I just again, I do think it's part of it for sure. I mean,
Definitely.
because like I think I'm trying to think of another killer this kind of happened to, and I really can't think of one because it like maybe I really can't. I can think of the opposite happening.
I would, yeah. You know what proved it to me that even like quote unquote experienced Chucky players had this problem is they thought 50/50s were gone.
No, I don't know why
That,
I don't understand why anyone thought that.
I thought it for like maybe the first day, right? Because I was like, okay, the speed, they should be able to react. It might be too reactable, right? And for like, I'd say the first half of my stream on the first day, I agreed. But then I was like, oh no, I just gotta like
Just gotta
be
fake.
smart.
Yeah, he's gotta be smart and
like
fake.
I need to actually utilize the power. I can't just rely on the speed. And I was like, oh, I see why everybody feels this way because it was literally the speed. That's all they were using.
Yeah, and I think the other problem with, and we've mentioned this a lot with old Chucky especially, was he can't use most slowdowns. So if you were relying on his very quick and easy downs, and I use the word easy in quotations, but if you were relying on him being very good at getting downs very fast, and now you can't do that, and he doesn't have very many slowdowns he can interact with too well. Like it's a recipe for making his win rate go down.
Oh yeah, he's a killer that is what's the feast or famine? 100%, right? Like if you get a survivor team that just they're focusing on like 4 separate 1v1 games and not really paying attention to where do they do gens, like they're just gonna topple over, right? Like I mean, if they're really skilled and you get like and I say this from experience, you get like skirms or somebody, it could be a pain, right? Because they play Chucky themselves, are also really good survivors. So like they can last in a chase with a Chucky. They've clowned on many of them. I've watched, I've gone against them. But that's not the norm. But a team that's like not even good at looping, if they just take a few body blocks here and there, spread across the map, treat him like Legion, like you can dismantle him pretty quickly.
Well, and then I mean, the feast or famine thing is actually pretty important too, because a lot of people, I've been saying this for the past couple of days. A lot of people are focusing on the kill rate, and the thing I'm focusing on is the kill distribution.
Oh yeah,
Because if you look at the kill distribution, it's like I don't have it pulled up, but it's like 28% 0Ks and 28% 4Ks, and then the 1, 2, and 3s are like I think like 12%.
yeah.
So that tells me everyone's either getting out or he's killing everybody. There's no real in between. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Chucky can't really tunnel very well because of his slow speed. He can't really camp very well because he has no insta-down. And even in in-game situations, a lot of times people can kind of mess you over. Like, you can't really body block Chucky too well, but like if you do it correctly, you can mess them up.
Well, not to mention, like, if you do anti-tunnel, like, so much of that is endurance-based, and endurance fucks Chucky because of the cooldown.
Yeah.
You just make so much distance while they're on the cooldown, they can't really do anything. Yeah,
and
just
and like I said, like the kill distribution right there is just telling me like he's feast or famine. You're either losing a lot or winning a lot. And I think until you like start getting like adjusting to the new version of him, you're going to be losing a lot.
definitely.
And it just feels bad. Again, it's a juxtaposition.
Yeah, it's funny because like I made fun of like the little white speed lines. Like I was like, if they got rid of this, it'd feel less worse because
For sure.
it
For
just
sure, 100%.
feels bad.
Yeah. It's
But now like I don't even think about it. Like I watch old clips of Chucky. I'm like, oh, honestly, that extra speed didn't do anything but make some of the shots actually harder. Because my reaction time had to be a lot sharper too. But now, like, I get, like, I can do way more interesting things with my slice and dice with the slower speed.
Those white lines, though, I really wish on Legion they went away when you had never sleep pills on.
Oh, I forgot. I have not played Legion in a while. I forgot about that.
Legion gets them no matter how fast they are. You could be chem trapped and the white lines are still there. It's so stupid.
That's so funny.
Same with Chucky. If you get chem trapped and slice and dice, the white lines are still there.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I wish they changed that a little bit.
Oh my god. It's so funny because I'm like, I edit videos, I know you do too, and it's like I could very easily just put this over anything and make it look kind of faster.
Yep.
But
Exactly.
but yeah, I think the perks are also part of it again. Like again, like even in your footage here, I mean you're using 2 scourge hooks, corrupt, and leverage.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for those that don't know, I like 90% of the time I play completely perkless. I'll throw add-ons on Chucky, but no perks. Every now and then, like you just want to chill, so I'll throw on some perks. But like, it's hard. He just like not much works with him. It's like people come in ask for build request or like build ideas. I'm like, if you ask me Xeno, like I could give you builds all day long, any killer really. But like Chucky just is awkward.
He can't guard totems. He's primarily M2 killer, at least he should be. He can't really use stealth too well because of the laugh. He can't really do too much with like aura reading because most of the aura reading perks don't help him when he needs it.
Yeah, exactly. Can't kick gens because you don't want to be out of chase even more than you already are because that's like the one spot you're good.
Like his options are like anti-heal, but most of the anti-heal requires terror radius, and he's undetectable half the match.
Yep, and not to mention healing is like so strong right now with some options, so it's just
That's why I've been saying like his best perk right now is Gift of Pain, not even Pain Res. I think Gift of Pain is better than Pain Res, honestly, at the moment on him.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Well, because if they stay injured to avoid the what's it called, the speed penalty, then they're one shot the whole match. And
Chucky also has sorry.
I was gonna say that I think that's way more beneficial for him.
Yeah, well, and he has like some of the synergies he has is Endgame, right? Because you got TV, obviously being 110, and having a long cooldown. Gens are gonna get completed. They at least against like a reasonable team, you should suspect gens to be done. So usually I like things like batteries, stuff fire up a little bit minus the exploit that's currently available for him. So there, like Gift of Pain helps out a little bit more. Where like Pain Res, I'm like, I'm not even really trying to manage the gens at this point. I'm just trying to manage the players themselves more.
Yeah, and I think I've been running Rapid and I haven't taken it off.
I do like Rapid.
Rapid is, I swear Rapid is really good on him, and everyone asks me why I'm running it on an M2 killer. Again, I say this a lot, you would be surprised how often you M1 on Chucky. You would. You usually don't down people with the M1, but you'd be surprised how often you injure them with it.
Well, he's kind of like, he used to be like not a hit and run, but like you would just spam your M2 more or less for a while there, but now he's kind of like a zoner in a weird way, so you do kind of land some M1s you wouldn't think he would.
Yeah,
at least not as often.
Plus his short size, which is something people have brought up many times, can get you hits at some loops. I say can because it depends on the opponent a lot of the time, but you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you flick the red stain like really, really well, like even good survivors get messed up by it.
Oh yeah. He's still like really good with mind games.
Which is the thing, and I think that's perfectly fine. I know a lot of people hate him for that. Like, I've heard so many suggestions for making him taller or like having the ghost follow him around, and it's like, then it's not Chucky.
I'm like, okay, what do you want out of a killer at a certain point, right? Like, they're meant to be frustrating to go against. Like, that's, to a point, like they're supposed to have stuff that's hard to contend with. That's the entire point. Because if you do that, you go, well, he's kind of annoying because he's short. I was like, okay, well, Spirit's also kind of annoying because they're invisible. Trapper's kind of annoying because he can put traps in grass and shut areas down. Oni's annoying because he can insta down. But if you start like taking it away, they just become dude with stick eventually.
Well, I think with Chucky in particular, it's because he's that he is small. Like that's his thing. Right? It's like he doesn't have to put a trap down. He doesn't have to activate his power. He's just small.
It's so funny though, because like I guess what like in my head it kind of confuses me is you have Wolf, who's almost the exact same size, and you also have Spirit. And that's always been my complaint is like, okay, well, Wolf is 115, about the same size, and is getting constant speed boosts. And has a dash that can actually hit spots Chucky's dash can't. It is shorter, for sure, but I think that's a small price to pay for some of the other benefits Wolf has. And he's got 2 other forms on top of that. And you got Spirit, who only has audio tracking to follow them, which Chucky also has, but they also, while it is a small body, they have a small body to follow, and footfalls. Like, there's 2 other killers with similar issues that everybody seems perfectly okay with. So I've always been a little confused by that.
I think it's just because the way maybe I'm part of the problem, but I think it's the way a lot of Chuckies can utilize it more and easier. Because I mean, how often are people like
monster?
I mean, like, how often are people like realistically using Wolfform's third-person camera? I never see it.
You know, I don't really see it either. It's almost like a lot of Dracula players don't act like he even has it. Oddly enough,
yeah.
Or like Chucky players, at least like good ones, right? Which I'm not gonna say that. At least like the good ones I've seen, they use it like constantly.
It's such a good thing, and I mean it's even debatably it's even debatable if it's just his part of his power or not, or if it's just
Oh, I think definitely.
I mean,
it's also like more of a hindrance too than a lot of people realize. Like I every time I go to Swamp, I'm like, do you see this grass? I literally cannot see.
I get so many people complaining when I go against them on Swamp. They're like, we can't see you. I'm like, cool, I can't see you either.
Yeah, it's a 2-way street, okay? I have a third-person camera, but it's not at a first-person camera level. It's still down on, like, lower to the ground. It's hard to see shit.
Which also leads into the... Remember the time... Smith still gives me shit for this. When I put Unrelenting at steer.
Oh, yeah.
So how the camera interacts with the M1.
That's funny.
Yeah. Look down when you swing, by the way, please.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the speed, and I think the bigger thing with this change, though, and I think this is part of why the reaction was the way it was, and I don't think there's any debate with this. It was in a hotfix.
Oh, yeah, that's still nuts.
After he got changed already.
Well, and it's funny because I think, at least me and you, I know I said it, I'm pretty sure I heard you say it, is I really wish they would test out the 14 seconds in the PTB. Because I was dead certain. I was like, okay, it's 12 seconds now. But I fucking guarantee it's going to turn to 14 seconds. I think I said it in multiple streams.
Mm-hmm.
I told everybody, I was like, no, this is going to turn to 14 seconds. I did not call the rest of it. I could never call that in a million years.
Technically, I called it like 3 or 4 months ago. Apparently, people...
That's true, too.
People got receipts on me when I said that I never asked for this. 6 months ago on a tweet that I don't even remember posting. When I've said on Twitter before that I think Devour Hope should be base kit.
Man. Yeah.
Listen. I think Killer should have a Hex base kit. And I think it should be Devour with double the stacks.
It depends, right? Like, I don't think some Hex base kit is a bad idea because it kind of forces them... I don't want to say force, but it gives incentive to doing totems in general, which is like a good, healthy slowdown. That's not like actually affecting the gens, but is a good side quest, which I think a lot of people want. There's so many different like healthy changes you could make to this game. There's so many options. It's crazy they haven't taken any of them.
My idea is make Devour Hope base kit and make it, like I said, require double the stacks.
See, it'd be worth a PTB.
Because
not a hotfix, a PTB.
A PTB, not a hotfix. Once again, I think that's the bigger... And it wasn't even just that it was a hotfix, like I said. It was also because they already changed him.
Yeah, well, and they did like a half measure. I don't understand the thought of like, okay, we'll do these minor changes in the PTB. Okay, that was good. Now let's do these like huge changes randomly on top.
We don't know the full story, but I am still convinced what happened was they ran out of time because of all of Houndmaster's bugs. So they just threw together something because they had to have something for Chucky. And then when the hotfix came, then they did the changes they wanted to do.
That's possible. I mean, some people tell me, well, it's probably because the kill rate was skyrocketing. I was like, no, he's actually relatively always had a lower kill rate. Like that at least from our reports, right? Mm-hmm. And even I think the kill rates they shared, he wasn't in the top 10.
Well,
I mean, even the number 10 was, I think, Deathslinger with a flat 60%, which means there's only 10 killers in the game that are at or above the desired kill rate.
The thing with
And
Chucky
wasn't in there.
Well, the thing with Chucky that I always brought up a lot of times, especially with the kill rate argument, was he's a 1v1 killer. His entire power is about chase and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, like, his kill rate is going to be lower. But it's going to feel bad to play against.
But see, isn't that kind of funny? So ideally, what everybody wants is chase, right? Like, at least from what I can hear, everybody likes chase.
Mm-hmm.
So a killer, almost where, like, supposedly, if you're playing the macro even like slightly well, half the team should be leaving. Should be.
Mm-hmm.
And the killer is like focused entirely on chase. Seems like a slam dunk.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
on paper.
I mean, the killer I compare Chucky the most to is Deathslinger.
Oh yeah, they're super similar.
Because I feel like, and I mean this in like gameplay wise, because it's like a lot of people hate Deathslinger for the exact same reason.
I see, and what's funny is I think Deathslinger even has less interaction than Chucky does. Like a good Deathslinger, there's very little you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Like they hit their marks and they're good at aiming and shoot, like know the hitboxes. Like even through walls, like Chucky, if you just understand how he works, you can legitimately turn the power completely obsolete if you know where to position yourself correctly.
Well, and it's not even just his power. Like, I hear so many people complain about Chuck spots because I post them all the time.
Oh my god!
And again, I hate when people complain about Chuck spots. Here, I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret. Stop moving. You just countered Chuck spots. Okay, I'll move on.
The counter to Chuck spots is check spots. It's crazy. It's literally that simple. I tell people, and like, well, what if he comes at me? I'm like, well,
he's 110.
You have a check spot. He's 110. Even if he dashes, you're in a check spot, and you're in that check spot because guess what? It's a safe spot. So if they do come at you, guess what? You move out of the way because you were in the right spot. And guess what? And they're like, well, what if he doesn't move? I was like, well, then you don't move. And they're like, but then we're just standing there. I'm like, yeah, and you're wasting the killer's time. It's literally that simple. And eventually they're gonna have to move or just lose the game.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, that's the thing. If a killer is holding, even with like wolf spots or whatever, but if like a killer is holding a spot waiting for you to run into them, you are wasting their time. Until the gens are done, and even once they're done, everything you do to stop the killer from doing something is wasting their time, not yours. You're never wasting your time. Almost ever.
I think there's 3 killers off the top of my head where I say the survivors are on a time crunch and not the killer. And it's I think, let me think, because you got Bubba, right? Because Bubba will chew through resources. I guess it's map dependent, but on most maps they'll chew through your pallets, especially if they bamboozle. So that one you need to do the gens before you completely run out of resources. Same with Clown. Clown, there's not really like there's even less chase opportunities there if a Clown's playing really well, and you'll run through resources as well. So those 2 killers, I feel like the survivors are on a time crunch, but with Chucky, that's not really the case.
No, and again, I say this all the time too. Hiding is huge against Chucky.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Like I'd say this a lot because people are like, oh, well, especially with the old one or the old version, it's like, oh, well, he can down me in like 4 seconds. Yeah, hide.
It's not even just hide. Like there's a strat that like, and I'm gonna say this, and immediately I know a lot of people are gonna turn their ears off, but like, stick with me. This is like pro tip against Chucky. You do what they do in comp against Ghostface, and you immediately hear comp, you're like, oh, difficult stuff. I can't do that. And this is specifically for solo queue. When he goes into stealth, you know it because of all the footfalls. You get the hidey ho. Like, you know when he goes into hidey ho. If you're not in a safe space, just go camp a pallet.
Yeah.
And wait until he either comes to you, you're at a safe pallet, so you're safe, or you watch the HUD, and when he starts chasing somebody else, you know you're good. And he should never get the drop on you.
Yeah.
And if everybody just kind of adopts that, like he literally would not really have much good, like the stealth really wouldn't be that big a deal.
Yeah, and I mean, like in the build I'm running now, I mean, it's not a really big build, but it's rapid brutality, brutal strength, lethal barbecue. That's what I've been running for like 2 weeks or for like almost a month now. No slowdown, no nothing, and I do that just so I can get into chases and get better. But that's really all I'm doing with it. But like, the thing is, like, if I use barbecue to go across the map to find somebody and they hear me coming, if they just walk away somewhere and just sit on a pallet or hide in a locker, like, and I don't mean rush into a locker, but actually hide in a locker, I am so slow I cannot waste my time to look for them.
Yeah, you're on Chucky. You're on a time crunch. That's why, like, I know a lot of Chuckies are gonna hate me for this, and I get it. Like, I know what I'm about to say is not gonna be the popular opinion. I kind of don't mind the cooldown, and it feels horrible. I hate it, but if it wasn't 14 seconds, do you know how much more time that would give me? How much less of a time crunch I'd feel like I was on?
I
And I feel like that time crunch
well,
is really healthy for the survivors.
I think 12 seconds was fine, but I mean, I think we both. I don't know if you're in agreement with me on how to change it to make it better without actually lowering it.
I have two ideas.
Mine is bring back the bug and make it a feature.
Yes, but you got to do the bug but limit. For those that don't know, there was a bug, quote unquote. I say this with the heaviest air quotes and most eye rolling face I can make. The bug was that as soon as Chucky started the slice and dice, their cooldown would begin upon starting it. Now it starts when it ends. The reason this was a feature is it encouraged Chucky to go for long range and difficult hits, because once they got through that difficult, risky hit, they might have missed, but now they have a shorter cooldown. Instead, now that the cooldown's always flat, you are heavily incentivized to just follow behind for the most guaranteed and boring hits. Because why would you take a risky hit? Because there's no positive for it.
Right.
There's no return. So that's why it also is really hard for them to get rid of it. They got rid of it, and then all of a sudden we had like numerous new bugs because it just didn't work.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, something like that. I think with like a minimum of it being, I don't think sometimes I feel like 10 seconds if you do like the max distance and throw in a scamper maybe, but that's like, it's just, it feels too short.
I would make it 1-to-1. I would make it literally because the dash length is 2 seconds, isn't it?
I guess that's fair. That's kind of my thought is like you either do that to where like it can start on or max distance, like you could change the values obviously theoretically. You would decrease 2 seconds off the cooldown at a max dash, or you lose a second for every scamper. Or maybe 2 seconds for a scamper, and no more than that. Then you're incentivizing scamper.
I was talking to somebody about this earlier, because here's my thought process. So, would it be if it's 2 seconds, or if it's 1-to-1 with how long it lasts? If the dash is 2 seconds long, that means that if you hit a max range dash, it goes down to 12 seconds like it used to be. Everyone's happy. Yep. But that also means that if you can manage to chain scampers and have it go like even longer and still get a hit, you're getting rewarded for hitting someone with an even longer, more than likely more complicated dash.
I think that's where the healthiest spot for Chucky eventually is if we're going to move out of this. I think this is the healthiest Chucky has ever been. Maybe conceptually. Minus the cooldown. Oh, sorry about my reshade there going crazy.
You're good.
I think the interesting part of Chucky is the scamper. Not manual scamper. That was horrible. I didn't like it. I know some Chucky.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. Everyone liked it.
But eventually, like, it'd be really cool if he was this interesting character that like bounced between windows and pallets, like a very limited blight, very limited, right?
Also, before we move on, because I've had people bring this up. You're good. I'm interrupting you. People have brought this up with manual scamper. Like, why can't it be in the game if Mage Hand exists? Okay, Mage Hand, the pallet doesn't get destroyed. It's reusable. And it goes on like a 30-second cooldown, if I remember correctly. Actually, I think it's like 40 seconds now, isn't it?
Yeah, they increased it.
Yeah. So it goes on like a 40-second cooldown. Wesker can't immediately attack after bounding a pallet. Legion can't down you unless it's the 5th hit. Chucky's was the worst version of this for a health perspective.
Honestly, if you want to talk about like vaulting and you really want to get into the theoretics of it, Huntress, Xeno, and to a lesser degree Trickster are even better because they just shoot over it, insta injure, and then can immediately do it again. So I'd say those are like the two strongest anti. Actually, I guess you'd put Nemesis in there because even if he misses, then the pallet's just legit gone.
Yeah, but they have to aim. Chucky didn't even have to aim scamper. You just walk up to a pallet. That's
true. Yeah. That's you. Yeah, I hated manual scamper. I could I could get even further into why it's horrible in
the,
design and why I don't like it.
I do understand some people's complaints with the whole like losing voice lines. That I do think needs to come back. At least if like you
Oh yeah.
bolt a window or something, the voice line should still go through or something. I don't know.
Honestly, they could have easily fixed that where you give because Heidi, the manual scamper had a different animation than like a regular, right? Just give me that animation back while I'm in Heidi Ho. Like just unlock it and give it to me in Heidi Ho.
I think the problem with that is the speed because it was faster.
We'll just change the speed.
Yeah, but
they change the speed of animations all the time.
Yeah, but
they've done it with the scamper.
It might look off. I don't know.
It might look off. That's fair. I mean, we could even get into the fact that Chucky has like the loudest vault sound in the game.
Well, that's the thing.
There's like Xeno and Vecna with silent ones for some reason.
I still think Chucky should have the silent vault in Heidi Ho. I still think he should.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. He doesn't.
It would give him one more tool, and I think it could lead to some interesting plays. And again, only in Heidi Ho. I don't think he should have it at all times.
Yeah.
Because I could see that being an issue when he's not. Because, I mean, he already has a laugh, so it's like, he's there.
Well, and technically, he's got the footfalls, so I don't really count the shortness as a problem if you're... I said that halfway. There's a one problem with footfalls. 1.5 problems with footfalls that I will concede.
I mean, I understand people's problems with it. I think the biggest thing with footfalls also is, and I noticed this whenever I watch survivors play against Chucky, people look down. Don't look down. Look at him as if he was a normal sized killer.
I don't see the footfalls.
Yeah, I've noticed this so much. They're like, how am I supposed to know he's there? Look up. Look like at the horizon. But I think that's just cognitive dissonance because, you're like, oh, well, he's lower to the ground.
Yeah. The other problem is the footfalls are lagged. They're not as lagged as some people think. Like, I've tested this with Smithsonian a few times now. I think we've done it twice. Like, it's definitely enough that it throws you off, but it's like a tenth of a second off. And him being 110, it's not the problem. The problem is that you have fake footfalls while in chase. I think the fake footfalls should go away when you're in chase. Because when we were testing it, even with each other, you would be tracking the correct footfalls, and then they would accidentally transform into false footfalls. So you got punished for using the counterplay.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a bad design.
I'm not gonna lie. I honestly wouldn't care if they got rid of the footfalls in general, the illusionary ones.
I like them, because it's so it adds so much character to him when you play against him. Like, I like the sound effects. I like the image of him. Granted, they should be able to change color.
But it's not like the movie if they change the color.
Wow, we got to make some concessions.
I've had someone make that argument when I did my rework video on making them red instead of white. Someone was like, "Oh, it's but in the movie they were white." Yeah, but some people can't see white, and if they add colorblind features.
This is why I say, they should keep all tracking red. And people are like, well, what about people who can't see red? And I'm like, well,
add a colorblind.
Hear me out. They should have better colorblind features, but I'm assuming, and someone can correct me, that there are probably filters and reshade, which should not be the option. I want to clarify, that should never be the correct option. Where they've already solved for the red issue to fit into the colors they can see. So now having to make another color also fit into that is just more of a headache. Like, just keep it all standard. So people that are having to deal with that struggle on their own don't have as big of a headache.
Yeah, and I mean, I've said this for years too, and I talked about this before with colorblind and stuff, and it's like, behavior, there's other colors you can use. Like, I understand they use red for everything, but I mean, there's
They're starting to use orange for generators that are done.
Yes. Except Freddy, for some reason, they're white for him.
Yeah, that is weird. I like that, though. I honestly, sometimes it's hard to see the difference between the red and the orange. I don't really love this guy.
That's why they changed the Houndmaster, where you only see them when you're activating search, not at all times. That was annoying when it was at all times. Yeah,
that show's confusing. I agree.
But blue exists, purple exists, green exists. Green is a thing. The one advantage to it all being mostly red, and this is the thing, this would be a good idea if they had colorblind features. Because then you could just change the color of one thing.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
they
that,
don't.
wow, it's funny the accessibility options would fix so many of their problems.
It makes no sense that it's all red if you're not going to add a colorblind feature. It's just like
Yeah.
it's so odd. And speaking of accessibility, there's another thing I do want to talk about with Chucky, and that's the directional laugh. I bring it up all the time because it's the reason why I don't think he's a stealth killer. Is because of the directional laugh. And the counter arguments I often get are, one, audio is bugged. Again, that is hard to quantify.
I don't want to hear it until they fix flashbangs.
Well,
Sorry, I'm salty about that one so much right now. I'm so tired of them.
my point is, like, the problem with saying, like, you can't use the laugh as an argument because audio is bugged is that it's not quantifiable because sometimes it's bugged, sometimes it isn't. And then there's the sound occlusion. And, you know, I know people give behavior shit for, like, sound in this game. I used to play Rainbow Six Siege. This is the game that is based around sound. Like sound is like 90% of that game. And the sound sucked in that game, too. Sound is not easy. It's not easy. Like, I don't actually blame behavior for a lot of the audio issues in this game.
And like other killers don't have that issue, right? He still has the footfalls. Like there's still some other tells. It's not ideal, right? That's more of a sound issue in DVD than a Chucky issue, I'd say.
Now the thing is, though, I don't know your stance on this, but I do think he should maybe have a lullaby when he's in hidey ho within 12 meters. When he's
within 12 meters,
when he's in
I think
the range of the laugh, I think there should be a lullaby.
I would make it wider.
What do you mean wider?
I would make the lullaby the same distance as the dash. Off the top of my head, I haven't thought about a lullaby for him. If you make it too small, you start getting into a point where it gets really easily read instead of being a warning. But I could think on that. I'd have to think. That's like just the first thought off the top of my head.
It's just like again, because you know the point of accessibility is to make it so everyone is on a level playing field. That's the whole point. It's as much as possible, anyways. So the thing is, if someone can hear and knows what they're doing, they can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, they would be able to track him with the laugh, but unfortunately for someone who's hard of hearing, they can't do that. So the lullaby wouldn't be perfect, but it would circumvent it to a degree.
Do you want to hear my idea on this? This is an idea I've not shared much. You know how we have the little heartbeat sensor for terror radius and stuff? Mm-hmm. You should add a little heartbeat pulse above it. And the little pulse gets like more sharp and like that goes up and gets higher BPMs when there's loud sounds around you. Mm-hmm. As an like kind of active sound wheel, something like that.
Well, it's similar to like how Fortnite does it?
Kind of. Mm-hmm. But you make it like a heartbeat. That way it ties all in with the horror, it still fits the aesthetic, it solves the same issue. That's what I would do.
I'm going to be perfectly honest, by the way, with the heartbeat. I've talked about this before. I thought the heartbeat was the killer's heartbeat, not yours.
Interesting.
I thought that for like a year. I don't know why it didn't click for me that it's supposed to be your heartbeat. I was like, oh.
I remember.
It makes so much more sense. Okay.
I remember people being so mad about that, and I was like, actually, the heartbeat is like one of the coolest things in like high level DVD because you can actually use it to read where killers are on the other side of a wall, and that shit is it's difficult. It's definitely difficult to get used to.
That's one
like in theory, it's simple, but like in a match, it's so hard. It's such a cool thing to see survivors do.
That's why I like strobe light so much. It actually trips up good survivors that know how to use it.
Isn't that the crux of it? Do you bring perks and builds for good survivors or bad survivors?
Who, me?
Yeah, because like I've brought builds specifically for dealing with good survivors, and then I get like, no offense to anybody, like really bad survivors, and I'm like, well, I couldn't account for like the weird stuff they did, and it kind of toppled some of the plans I had. Like it didn't, like it's so counter meta because some of the things they did were just asinine.
It's the swordsman debacle. Exactly. The greatest swordsman doesn't fear the second greatest swordsman. He fears the worst because he has no idea what he's going to do.
Yep.
This is a real thing. Like, seriously, go to a karate tournament and have a black belt fight a yellow belt. And I can almost promise you, they've done studies on this or testing on this. The yellow belt will win most of the time. Not because he's better, but because he's worse.
Yeah, I have my roommate I mean, they used to play a lot back in the day, right? So they have a basic understanding of DBD. But when they last played, like Spine Chill was the meta, to give you an idea of like the play style, right? Urban Evasion, Spine Chill. That's the era of DBD they left off in. We played today for a little bit this morning, and I'll play with them occasionally, very sparingly. But they are very detached from how DBD is played nowadays. But holy fuck, does it work for them? Because killers are so confused and caught off guard by the weirdest shit they're doing that person lives almost every time.
It's like the bell curve I use when I talk about like mind gaming. It's like when a new player plays, they don't mind game. And then you go up the bell curve and they keep mind gaming. And then you go back down the bell curve when people like start getting better and they also stop mind gaming.
Well, yeah, because the mind game to the mind game is no mind game.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Yeah. See, this is the stuff that makes games interesting.
But, you know, like, and also speaking of Spine Chill, I haven't really mentioned this. I don't think anyone has, because no one really asks, because no one runs it anymore. Chucky's interaction with Spine Chill is very strange. Because I've tested this a few times. It's based on his model, not his camera, which is really weird.
Okay, so you know about the fire up bug, right?
Yeah.
There's actually his coded very weird with one other thing. I've not told anybody about this yet. I've talked to 2 consultants. I'm hoping it gets fixed because it's more game breaking than fire up is. But have you found? There's 5 perks right now, I'll say, that affect Chucky solely differently than every other killer. 2 in particular have been there since the PTB. Have you come across them by chance?
I probably have, but I couldn't tell you. I don't really pay too much attention to that stuff.
Okay, I'll tell you after this.
Okay.
Because it's crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of weird coding. I never thought about Spine Chill though.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if it leans into it.
Again, like we couldn't figure out what it was, but we're pretty sure it's just because it would be if you can see his footfalls, it goes off pretty much. So if he's behind a corner, you can't see his footfalls on a tall wall, anyways. So the camera's looking at you, but his model isn't, so the game doesn't detect it. Like his vision cone is still the same as far as the coding goes.
Did you know his laughing, his like directional audio is tied to his tear radius?
What?
Coding wise?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's tied to his tear radius.
What do you mean?
Would you, so if I say this part, would you be able to edit it out?
If I leave a timestamp, sure. We are still live though.
There's only a few people. I'm not too worried. I just don't want it like on a big video because I like I said, I want this fixed. If you can get rid of Chucky's terror radius, you can get rid of his chuckles.
What, like Oblivious?
Similar, yes.
Yeah, no, I knew that. That's not a bug or anything. That's intentional.
No, you can when he's not oblivious. When you're undetectable, you can make the chuckles go away.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 perks that do it. Which I'm sure even with the information I've given you, you could find out, and if not, I'll message you after. But there is a way.
I have an idea on one of them, and I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but theoretically, since it's tied to, for whatever reason, I don't know why they tied the chuckles to his tear radius, but since they did, if you remove the tear radius, you also remove the chuckles. So he's just coded in very peculiar ways.
Fun fact, by the way, Sage actually told me this. They're a twins main. Did you know that Chucky is actually he has a tiny Victor inside of him?
Wait, what? Victor's bigger than Chucky.
So someone went into the code. Well, yeah, I know, but his model is based off of Victor's.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Kote actually mentioned that.
Yeah. There's a tiny Victor, like a really tiny Victor inside of Chucky.
I'm so dumbfounded by that.
If you go into Blender, I think someone's done this. If you go into Blender and like zoom in on the inside of his model, you'll see it.
Dude, I have Blender with Chucky's model. I'm doing this as soon as we're done. I have a joke that I don't call Victor Victor anymore. I call Victor Proto Chucky, and that just cements that even harder now.
But going back to the changes a bit, I do want to say that I think because I've heard also, and I have the utmost love for Bran, the Mr. Headache, and if they're listening, because I know they listen to some of these. Me, you, and Bran have some differing opinions on this.
Oh yeah. I love Bran. Bran is like like literally, I consider Bran my best friend right
And,
now, and we disagree on a ton.
and
Love the guy
I'm
though.
bringing Bran up because of one specific thing that me and you have mentioned is that we don't mind that he takes dedication to be good with now, or even decent
Oh
with now.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but a lot of people have an issue with that.
Yeah, I asked this question on Twitter today because I was curious. I was like, okay, what's a healthy killer? Because there's so many double standards, and keep hearing. Well, I liked Chucky because I could just like pop them on and win, and I'm like, well, I don't think that's like a good space for a killer, and I don't think that makes it interesting. I think that's why so many people hated the killer. I think it's totally okay that you have to spend a little bit of time to get good at them. I don't think any of the killers should be a
Mhm.
plug and play. You know,
Well, that
which I
also
guess.
the problem with the plug and play thing is it also depends a lot. Like if someone's just naturally good with blight, couldn't that same argument be done for them?
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's definitely part of it, right? Like,
It, it,
I have the very argumented, like, unpopular opinion that Blight is incredibly easy to use.
I suck
I've
with him.
never struggled. I think Blight is the one of the easiest killers in the game. I don't know if it's because I play Oni and Chucky a lot,
Well,
but I picked up
ironically,
Blight.
I mean,
Oh, go on.
ironically, I main Chucky. You know, he's a dash killer, and I suck with every other dash killer.
See, yeah, so it comes down to personal t- uh, aptitude, I guess is the correct word
Well,
here.
because the thing is, people always say like Nurse is like super hard. And I'm like, well, she is at first, but once like after like 3 or 4 matches, like
You kind of ran in.
yeah, and it's like okay, so where's the line drawn on the difficulty debate? Was the problem
That's my point.
was the problem that Chucky was just too good to pick up and play? But then that brings in the question, what does that even mean? Because some people made that complaint about Billy.
Yeah, I guess to be honest, I think Chucky should not like. I don't want any killer to be easily A, and I want no killer to be an S. That's kind of where I stand. I want most of my killers to be healthy B, and maybe into A. I think there should be a handful of A. I'm fine with having like 2 to 3 S's. I won't play them. It's not really what I
I
enjoy.
I don't I've heard this before. I don't think it's possible.
Hmm?
I think no matter what, there's always a killer in S by technicality.
Oh yeah, that's why like I'm fine. Like in a perfect world, I'd rather there not be, but like it doesn't bother me. I don't enjoy those characters, right? And I think I'm happier with characters that are like in the B, like balanced.
Mm.
I think it gives me
Well,
something better to go for. I don't want to like just have. I hate the term free wins, but easy wins
I mean,
or more assured wins. I guess is a better term.
well, yeah, but then the question comes down to like twins is like a good example of this. People don't have a problem with twins because they're quote hard, but I think the actual reason people don't mind twins is because they're not common.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I don't know if we've mentioned that already today, but I think a big part of the problem is Chucky was like number 3, number 4
Uh huh.
most picked characters, and that definitely added to the issue.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had he had a 4% pick rate, and then it went down to like I think it's a 2 now, almost 2. So he
Is
lost.
it? I thought it was below 2 now.
I thought it
Oh,
was
maybe
like
I'm wrong. I haven't
2.3.
checked it in a few days
Yeah,
now.
2.3 last I checked, I believe. But he lost about half of his player base.
Yeah.
And ironically, I actually think that made the the sentiment worse because now the only people playing him are the ones who are good with him.
It's funny. I've very much documented when I first started playing Chucky, I got shit tons of hate. And then it kind of cooled down. Then they nerfed him, right? They put him at the 14 seconds, the slow speed, and all of a sudden, every survivor that had hatred for Chucky in their hearts all of a sudden felt very unthreatened and very safe to say all of it out loud for like a good month. And
I don't
every game I was getting kill yourself,
I don't
go,
understand.
choke on rocks.
I
And then
don't,
after like 2 weeks, when somebody left, I really don't even hear it all that much anymore now.
I don't understand that because like I got that in my DMs. Like people weren't scared before. Is it just they were scared in game for some reason?
I think, honestly, because like a trend I've noticed is I get shit talk way more if I happen to lose, which like, like I don't lose many. I think most streams I lose maybe 2 or 3 matches in 8 or 9, but those are always the ones where people get really crazy,
Mm.
and get really belligerent. Maybe is the right word. They feel emboldened. I feel like whenever they feel like they win or are in a good stance.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as Chucky took a hit, I felt like a lot of them felt a lot more assured and being kind of rude because they didn't think the Chucky would be able to back it up next time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
This is the way it seemed.
and again, there's a lot of anecdotal stuff with that too, because it's like I talk about this all the time. I very rarely get salt, and I don't know why.
You're on East. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that out loud. I think we're on the same servers. I'm not sure.
I mean, that doesn't really dox me.
Okay, I
It's on the East Coast, guys. So track them down. Like,
like I'm on East. I play predominantly from like anywhere 8 p.m. to like 6 a.m.
yeah, I play about the same
I
time.
noticed it like, yeah, so that's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't know.
very
I don't know what
rarely
it
get
is.
salt.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a study there. Maybe me and you need to work together on a salt
Like
study on why.
I don't think it's because of the way I play, because yeah, I do, like, I don't really tunnel too often. I've definitely been tunneling more often recently, but even then I try to only do it like at the last 2 gens.
Oh yeah, no, I like I said, I play perkless. I usually go for 12-foot games unless it gets down to like 2 gens, and then
Yeah.
I might try to get somebody out.
Yeah, and even then, like if I lose, like, I'm chill about it. It's like, okay, I lost. Who cares? And again, people can look over my VODs because people don't believe me when I give my stats for some reason. Why would I lie about them? My VODs are public at all times. Why would I ever feel comfortable lying about my stats? I'm winning like 70% of my matches,
Oh yeah,
and a win for me is a 3K. So
yeah, that's the same here.
even though some people don't count that for some reason. But
That's the
but and that leads us into the other thing again, back to the kill rate a bit. It's like his kill rate is low, and I honestly do think it is people are playing him for 2 matches, getting 0K, they're getting 4-man outed, and then they just don't touch him again, and it's deflating the stats.
well, and it's got to be infuriating, right? Like I think Bran again, like Bran will play Chucky all the time for me. On stream, right? Like I'll hop in, they'll play a match or 2. I think they do it even for you, right? And like I could tell you, Bran would get 4Ks pretty easily on Chucky before, like really no struggles. But ever since the change, like I know Bran's not really enjoyed it or liked the changes, and they've had some rough games, and that's got to be like pretty frustrating, And they still try. Like Bran's still doing a few Chucky games every few days, just adding to that lower kill rate, and that's probably most people.
But I mean, is it, again, like this comes back to that question of, is that a bad thing?
I don't think so at all.
Like again, like no one complains about it with Nurse
or Oni. You got to get a little used to Oni. You can't. I'd say like if you're new to DBD itself, right, or dash killers in general, Oni's probably going to be a little hard to get used to, or Blight, or fuck. I'd say Huntress, even like because like hitboxes are weird in DBD compared to like FPS games and stuff, so you're probably gonna have a little bit of an issue. Or Unknown's gonna be a little tricky. Like, why is it only Chucky that needs to be like immediately available?
I really do think it's the juxtaposition.
I do too.
I think it's a big part of it. Again, like I said earlier, it's if Blight went from S tier to top B tier, he would still be good. But because he's not as good as he was, it feels worse.
I've tried to ask a few people that have like killers that are quote unquote difficult to use. And I say that because some of these, like, I don't have a problem with, and some I do and other people don't, so it's subjective slightly. But I won't name which killer mains, but I've asked a few and I'm like, okay, like, so when people struggle with your killer and like picking them up, specifically the skill floor, if you had the option to make it easy to where you could pick them up and pretty much do like most of the basics very first game, would you do that? And they're almost all say no. And I'm like, okay, so why do we want that for Chucky all of a sudden? And I think you're right. I think it's just that well, he used to be easy. I used to be able to do these things, and now it got taken away from me.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, right? And I know every one on the planet has. It would be like I'm trying to think, like the best example I can think of is in Marvel, maybe like Luna Snow. Some people are going to hate me for saying this, but Like it would, or like Luna Snow, for example. No shade to Luna players. I'm just saying it would be the equivalent of they like lowered her range, right? It's like, okay, well, I used to be able to do these specific things and be very safe because I could play in the back line and I was hit scan and I could do all this. Well, now you have less of a range. So now you can't play her the same way you did and get the same results.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's what's happening with Chucky. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think the bigger issue is that it took a year to get here.
Yeah, these are the changes he probably should have had like within the first month. The question I always try to ask people is, okay, so you liked Chucky, and that's super fair. I want people to keep the characters they like. I never want anybody to be robbed. That's why when people say, I want Skull Merchant to be completely different, I'm like, no, there's people that enjoy that type of playstyle. I don't want it taken away from them. I'd rather just have a different killer do that new thing. Mm-hmm. Same with Chucky. I don't want his, like, the things he can do taken away. I don't mind them being adjusted or being harder. I just don't want them taken away. And when I look at it, there's really no gameplay options that have been taken away. They're just different. There needs to be more consideration.
Yeah, which I think
that's literally it.
Which I think is fine. Again,
yeah, that's why like he's not ruined. You still have 50/50s. In fact, you have even more options now because you can chain even better. So like it's
Like even a lot of like our like tips whenever we're trying to help people out, a lot of them are just like it's just you can't go for short range hits anymore. Let me rephrase that. You cannot go for them all the time anymore. Like
you can't just hit power as often as you want to. You need to be a little bit more mindful.
Right. And the big thing we like I've been trying to advocate or make sure people know is you have to anticipate the dodge now. This is such a huge thing. I see so many people not doing.
Oh man, I wish we were on the game because I think it's in this stream. But Dead Hard actually got like a side nerf because of the speed change. You can actually outplay Dead Hard now. Mm-hmm. He used to be so fast that if you tried to delay the hit, you would slide fast past them so fast that you couldn't just like hold it. But now, like I can hug on to a survivor, and I play out Dead Hards all the time now. So the speed boost actually helped and made it stronger there too.
And there's other things too. It's like bringing up Dead Hard, like exhaustion perks, right? Like Chucky used to completely counter every exhaustion perk except Dead Hard.
Oh yeah.
Now he doesn't. And I think, and here's the thing with this change. I think what this change did is it brought him more in line with every other killer.
Oh yeah, because like they would sprint burst or lithe, and it was a guarantee you were gonna follow up and hit them. But now, like if I'm not already close, they have a pretty good chance of going away. It's not guaranteed on their side either, so it seems pretty fair.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's but even then, like if there's a window nearby, I actually probably will still catch up.
Oh yeah, I joke all the time whenever I see a survivor like do the little like walk away thing, and I know there's a pallet or a window, and sometimes not even that if they get too greedy and they use sprint burst. I love to go, I got sprint burst too, buddy, and just catch up and hit him. Yeah,
it's just not but the old Chucky, it was like you just activate power. You didn't have to have anything.
Oh yeah, I didn't need to consider like gauge the distance. Like it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that I'd catch up. I just needed to not miss.
And now again, like he's in line with like there's some who counter those still, but again with Blight, like he has to bounce twice before he can get the hit, so like he doesn't exactly counter sprint burst. He just kind of delays it. But same with current Chucky.
The problem with comparing Chucky, because I see that a lot, and I agree. I think Chucky is like a way, way, way worse Blight, right? Okay, well, Blight is top tier. I don't think we need every killer to be Blight.
No.
Blight's not the goal. I'd say Wesker.
Vecna. Vecna's my goal. Vecna is always my goal now.
The one problem I have with Vecna is Vecna becomes a little bit more knowledge checky and less like
my
option based.
My thing with Vecna is that I feel like Vecna is the middle of the chart to me. He's the dead middle of the tier list at almost all times to me.
That might be fair. I think Wesker's actually slightly lower B, like mid B to low B, so that's fair.
Because to me, Vecna has a solution to every problem, but it's not a solution; it's a guarantee.
Yeah, so I honestly feel like Chucky's pretty close to that now.
So that to me, like puts him like in the dead center, which used to be Demogorgon, but Demogorgon has some other problems, and that brings in the other issue with the longer cooldown as well, which is faking the power. Which
I don't. Okay, my hot take is I really don't care about M2 fakes. It makes no sense if you're gonna have, because you have them on both sides. You can window fake, you can pallet
There's
fake, and you can pallet fake from far away. Like you can pallet fake from a distance where if they swing in, it's a whiff, and I don't know. I feel like those are almost on the same level of like
well, there's
an
also
M2 fake.
there's also no good way to fix it on most killers. There's some killers I think it could be fixed on, but like the question becomes, is it necessary? Like as much as I hate Huntress zoning, does she really need it taken away?
Is zoning even a problem? Zoning's in like every game. Zoning is like if you break it down, what's zoning? It's a positioning game.
Yeah,
Which is funny. We have like a Huntress main in chat, so I'm curious how they feel about that.
But
I don't mind zoning. I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. It's just a gameplay style.
because
it's just about positioning.
It takes away control.
Only if you let it though, right? That's the whole thing of zoning.
It depends on.
It's like
It depends on this. If you're in a dead zone, it completely takes away control.
well, you went into a dead zone.
Yeah, but
That's the problem, right?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people, the goal is to not get hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go against a Huntress, and this is Chucky's very similar, and this is the same in like fighting games and so many kinds of games. Even I'd say TCGs too, in a way, have zoning. It's not the exact same, but it's similar. And it's I don't want to be hit, and so you try to avoid Huntress. But sometimes the right play is to actually take the hit, so you don't get funneled into a dead zone, and you can now make it to a strong location where they can't guarantee hits any longer. It's about, and I think that is way more interesting than just like I'm going to avoid as long as possible.
Zoning is, and I often compare it to like crowd control in most games, like stuns and things. It's something people will never enjoy because it does just that. Like I said, it takes away control, and people don't like that, and never
I don't
will.
think zoning does.
I think it does in a lot of situations. I think it takes away control. You're literally forcing them to either take the hit or go to or try to dodge it, and then you don't use it, and now they feel like you forced them to dodge.
Well, see, that's where I like. So, let me think of a better way to phrase this. If you're playing against, let me think of a killer. A xenomorph, right? Xenomorph isn't really zoning. It's all about dodging. You are forced. You go where the xenomorph is pushing you towards, right? More or less. You can kind of choose some loops here and there. But a Huntress, every hatchet is a choice. You can choose when you want to take that hit. I just think a lot of survivors are like, oh, I should never take the hit. But that option's always there. I just think a lot of survivors don't see it. Like, it's not that there's a lack of choices. It's just that a lot don't understand that option is there. Because it's not normal in a lot of casual games. But I think those are a ton of options.
Well, I mean, it's even like there's a lot of people who hate Howlmaster because once she hits you with your power, she's basically guaranteed an M1.
Oh, there you lose control, right? But with a Huntress, like even when they're starting to corner you, like you have choices even leading up to that point to take the hatchet and then move to somewhere else. So there's like always options.
Yeah, but
Howlmaster, I don't feel that way.
I'm looking at it from like a human psychology kind of way, right? It's like if you're walking down a road and there's a fork in the road and you want to go left, but the left way is blocked off, so you have to go right. Even if the right way would still take you and would be faster, let's say it's faster, you wanted to go left. But now you feel forced to go right. You see what I'm saying?
I see a lot of killers that way, for sure. I see Huntress as, I want to go forward, but there's a giant chasm, so I can go to the left and go through the ocean or like a river and get wet. Or I can try the more risky route and go around, but it's more risky. And I always have two options. And I never feel like I don't have an option with Huntress unless I put myself into that situation, and that was already a choice.
Yeah, but
that's semantics. I mean,
yeah, again,
like a whole other killer.
It's a hard thing to like determine, and you know I'm guilty of it too because when I play Deathslinger, I play Zone Slinger because I'm a psychopath. I love it. Actually, let me rephrase that. I played Zone Slinger for the first half of the match. Because I try to like train them to not dodge. It's the funniest shit. I'm serious. Try this in your games.
That's called conditioning in fighting games.
Yeah, and anyone listening, try this. I swear to God, play Deathslinger and only zone for the first half of the match, and then start shooting. I promise you, they won't dodge at the end of the match. It's the funny as shit, I swear.
This is why I say DBD is so similar to a fighting game, because so many of the mechanics like that's conditioning, zoning, all of these things are all things present in fighting games, and a lot of knowledge there really carries over. It would probably help the community too.
It's like a fighting game mixed with an RTS.
100%, yeah. No, I agree.
It's the way I've always, because I treat the game more like an RTS than a fighting game. Because I mean, I've gone on record many times saying I don't find chase that fun. The macro is what I find fun. So like I try to treat the game more like an RTS most of the time, which leads us into the other thing. I'm going to say this now. I mentioned it a little bit with the perk thing, but I think a lot of Chucky players didn't have good micro game at all.
You mean macro?
Yeah, macro. Sorry, not micro.
Oh no, it's funny because I think we did a talk with Kaiser back in the day, and I think me and you brought that up. And I said, yeah, Chucky, like, you don't. Like you need to be good at micro because that's like all he has. But more or less, since he's got you covered so well in micro, and he's so severely lacking in macro, that's really where you should be focusing. Ironically enough, like for as good as he is in the 1v1, you need to then cover the 4v1 for him. And I think now that's more true than ever. And why so many Chuckies have a hard time because like, well, I do chase, do good. Survivor hit ground fast. Me no understand why me no work and win.
Well, I brought it up in the tips video too. It's like I said, like there's two matches I want to post because they are good examples of my micro being shit, but I won the game because my macro was good.
Oh yeah, you can see it too. I when I stream, I'll mention I'm like, oh, I'm playing on autopilot because I'm just playing micro. I'm not paying attention to macro, and you'll see my game start suffering. Right, Like this one, I'm at 3 gens with 2 hooks, doing horrible compared to what I normally do. And that's because I'm playing micro. This is like one of the most macro easy maps, and I'm not leaning into it whatsoever because I've probably been live for a few hours.
It's why like when I tell people like looking back at their matches, especially on like a killer like Chucky or like Deathslinger, don't worry so much about the micro. Like when you're looking back at your matches and you're like, oh, why did I miss that hit? Don't even question that. That's something that comes with time, and you'll get better at it, right? You don't even really have to be like, well, I should have gone left or right or whatever. Like, you'll figure that out on your own. The thing you need to be looking at is like, did I take this chase for too long? Should I have protected this gen? Was this gen worth losing? Should I have forced the pallet drop? Should I have respected here? Like things like that. This person has a med kit in their hand. Can I risk dropping them and going for somebody else?
Yeah.
Like,
no, I agree.
All of it, and this is important on every killer, but on a chase-oriented killer like Chucky, it is extremely important because...
Yeah, especially now because the chase is not as fast. Like, even if you're doing well in chase, that 14 seconds is, like, guaranteed time in that chase. Even that 2 seconds is huge really, at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, because if in theory you hit someone with 2 slice and dices to down them, even if you were perfect, that's a 28-second chase. Now... Yeah. That doesn't sound that bad, but ask most really, really good players, and they'll tell you that's still too long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when people are like, is 2 seconds really that big? I'm like, do we need to go through the decisive strike debate again? And how even just 1 second was, like, game-changing or not?
There was a character...
No, 2 seconds is insane.
There was a character in League that this happened to. They buffed something on them by, like, 1 second, and they went from one of the worst characters in the game to, like, one of the best.
Yeah, DBD. I talk about DBD with my partner because they play too, and I'm like, DBD is not a game of seconds; it's a game of half seconds.
Yeah,
like it stuff. Yeah, it's insane what even a whole second can do.
One of Oni's best add-ons is Top Knot. Just let that sink in.
Yeah,
that should tell you everything you need to know about how time works in this game.
Or, I mean, even if you want to say on Chucky, drill is like, what, a second and some change?
It's 1.4 seconds.
Depending on when. Yeah, like, and that's, like, makes some considerable differences. That's, like, it sounds silly from the outside, but it's quite honestly game-changing from time to time.
Yeah, and I mean, we've recommended this to a lot of people, too. It's like, you want to down with the slice and dice for the most part. You don't want to try to double tap because you can still do that, but it's not nearly as reliable as it used to be.
It works on bad survivors, but like you should already be doing well against bad survivors as is.
Yeah, and you know that's another argument I want to kind of get out of the way because I get this one a lot too, where it's like you're only doing so well on Chucky because you're playing on bad survivors, and I want to debunk that because of the contradiction in that statement.
I hate that one because okay, if I'm gonna mention a creator, but I'm gonna mention them positively. So I mean, if it gets taken out, that's fine. Choi has an amazing video about how MMR works. They worked with somebody and they figured that out, and it's really like 2.5 brackets.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of calculate your own MMR if you really want to.
But
It's
my thing with it though, is that like, okay, if I'm always winning because I'm playing against bad survivors, my MMR, like even let's say like that, what like people don't know
oh, I
about
see your
the choice.
point.
Yeah, if I'm always winning because I'm only playing against bad survivors, my MMR should be going up. So either MMR doesn't work, or I'm not playing against bad survivors. Or maybe it
Yeah.
is just bad survivors and my matchmaking is just lucky. Who knows? My point is, like, if I'm getting it consistently to the point where I'm getting like a 70% win rate, then like the only X factor in all of those games is me at that
Yeah,
point.
no, I agree. I've gotten the same complaint that like I'm only landing scampers because I'm going against bad survivors, and I'm not like I've gone against Tofu with my Chucky. I've gone against Skirms like 4 times. I've gone against um Mr. Taterhead
Mhm.
numerous times with my Chucky. I'm pretty sure none of them are bad survivors, and I think I've landed scampers on all of them. So it's not a Chucky issue, right? Like it's definitely possible,
Yeah,
even on good survivors.
I mean, this is the thing. Like the thing with like the skill assessment in this game is also just very strange. And I think my biggest issue with it is like people are like, well, that wouldn't work in comp. I'm not playing comp. Who cares? It works in
Well,
pubs.
and what people don't understand is oftentimes like good players will make good survivors look bad and vice
Mm-hmm.
versa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and that's so hard to see. Like you'll watch I don't know, odds, hens, anybody, and you'll be, God, these survivors seem so brainless. Like, obviously you wouldn't do that. Or I could have like taken care of this. Well, they're put in those situations because of what the killer had done. Or the killer's in those bad spots making those bad decisions because the choices the survivors made. And a lot of that's invisible to most people.
I mean, even like watching like most esports, like if you watch like high level play, like actual coordinated high level play on most games, people look way worse than they are even there. Because the decision making going through their head is not obvious.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's it's another big thing. It's like, okay, why did the survivor go left? Well, because a pallet was on the left and they thought they could make it, and there was nothing on the right, so they took the chance.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, okay, well, that looked like a bad play, but technically speaking, it was the best option they had.
There's like a really good example of that, right? I don't know if it's still on not Autohaven, the one with the tractor where if you loop it one way,
Mm-hmm.
there's invisible terrain that snags you, but if you go the other way, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a chase there and they're like, "Well, that was stupid. Why didn't you just go around the other way so you could guarantee you get the pallet?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, from the outside, yeah, it seems like it was a really dumb decision, but if I looped that way, there's invisible collision that snags you, or I would have had to loop wide and I wouldn't have made it around." Then there's so many little things like that that you would just never be able to know without being in there at that moment.
Yeah, and bringing up the skill debate a little bit. And I know we still get a lot of hate for playing Chucky, but has and I'm curious if this has happened to you. Have you gotten any more respect for sticking with Chucky? I know it's a weird thing to ask.
This is gonna sound funny, but I think I've gotten more animosity from fellow Chuckies, if anything.
Yeah,
I don't think
same.
anybody's been like,
I
"Oh, wow, you stuck with Chucky." If anything, I have some good EGCs, sorry, endgame chats that I saved where people go crutch Chucky, just like on repeat. And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Well, that's the other thing with this change, right? Is like we're pretty sure the change was done for player sentiment, and it didn't work. At least it seems like it did, because I have talked to Chuck or not Chucky. I've talked to Survivor players. I've talked to killer players, like of all kinds, of all levels, streamers, non-streamers, etc. And Chucky is still at the moment a very polarizing killer to ask people about, because some people still think he's brainless and overpowered.
I love that complaint right now because we live in a meta or like in a community that at the same time says that Chucky is brainless and guaranteed hits and wins, but at the exact same time says that the character is ruined and horrible.
Yeah, I know.
How the fuck does that work?
How do we like what are the devs supposed to do with that info?
Well, okay, I have some insider word here that a few of the bigger or top devs play Chucky.
Yeah, I know. I know this.
Yeah. So I'm assuming they have a pretty good idea of his state, and I think that's why he's always gotten like good changes, because I think the dev team actually plays him. I think it's one benefit we've always had. I'm pretty sure Eric Pope is a huge fan, and even he's kind of higher up in behavior from what I understand. But I mean, behavior he's had. Go on.
My point is like how do they take the community sentiment though if everyone is so, and normally this community is very divisive on a lot of subjects, but maybe it's because I'm too in the weeds, but the Chucky one seems extremely divisive. No one can agree.
I think it's finally changed, actually. Have you? So, like, if you go on Twitter, if you go back, like, if we had a time machine, we went back, let's say, a month or two. Everybody goes like, "Oh, here's my tier list of like favorite to verse list, my most hated." Chucky was always, "This is my least liked character. I hate this character." I could name so many people I know, like, I won't say personally, but like, through content creation that I consider friends. That would be like, yeah, I fucking hate Chucky.
It's a joke every time someone comes on the podcast. Almost every guest hates Chucky.
Right? But I dare you, go look at those lists right now. Not a single... There was a really good one that was like, this is my favorite survivor, this is my favorite killer, this is my least favorite survivor, this is my least favorite killer. I didn't see Chucky once. Not one time.
Who took the mantle? Was it Xeno?
Huntress, from what I could tell.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
I don't know why Huntress is so... zoning. I get it, but
zoning
I think it's silly.
Zoning and 2v8.
2v8 did a lot of damage, for sure. Yeah. I think that and the hitboxes, because people don't really understand hitboxes.
Yeah. But
which is fine. That's not their fault. DVD should explain that a little bit.
I think 2v8 did way more damage to Huntress's reputation than anything.
Yeah. I didn't know that until Emerald kind of explained that to me. But yeah. But no, I honestly think most of the hate for... Like, in my in-game chat, I'll still get somebody salty, but... I mean, it's almost... Now it's back on the same level as, like, when I play Xeno or Oni or my, like, loadout list Freddy, you know?
Have you been called pay to win yet? Because I get that a couple times.
I used to get that a lot with Xeno.
Yeah, I got it with Xeno so much. I don't know why.
Dude, I was like, what are you talking about? You, like, silly goose? Like, chill, dude.
Like, you're technically not wrong, but, like, also you are?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a whole other complaint, but I'm like, bro, if I was paid to, we could just do the nurse argument. I could just play nurse, like...
Me and Mint Skull had this discussion about what does pay to win actually mean, because technically it's not pay to win, it's pay for advantage. But even then, like, the line kind of gets blurred. Like, where do we draw that line with a game like this?
Like headset, monitor, that is blurry.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I bring up Smash Ultimate a lot too. It's like, okay, if the best character in the game is a DLC character, is that technically pay to win?
I think it depends on how the game works. Like, there's a difference between Diablo Immortal, where it's 100%, like, you cannot play that game at a certain point unless you pay a lot of money, right? Like, you just physically cannot. It is not like, oh, you just have to try harder, put more time in. No, it is just physically not possible.
But then that's pay to play. That's not pay to win.
No, but you can still play. You just are not going to win because it's so stacked against you. That's real pay to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. I could probably go against a really strong team with, like, loadout list Trapper and do all right. If I really tried. Not guaranteed, but, like...
Yeah.
And same on Survivor. Like, you could do really well on Survivor without perks. There's a guy doing it and been doing it since 2020 and makes killers look like a joke.
And I apparently sound like him, apparently.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, people mentioned that a few times in my videos. They're like, yeah, you sound just like Mr. Taterhead. It's like, okay. Sure.
I enjoy his content. I'll have to listen to him and see listen for the similarity. Off the top of my head, I don't hear it, but
people say my mannerisms are the same.
Oh, I can see mannerisms. But yeah, so like I don't think there's like a really good argument for pay to win at that point.
But with Chucky though, like I think the most salt I've got wasn't even for playing Chucky. The most salt I've gotten recently was because I quote tunneled somebody, and there was a better way to get pressure.
Okay, I'll start listening to those endgame chats when the same people go, you're hacking because you scampered. That's how little people know. The fact I get told that he can't scamper and I'm hacking, or that my slice and dice is like I can't slice and dice out of Heidi Ho. I'm like, bruh.
There's still
Like,
people who complain about manual scamper to this day.
I know or 180s. They're like, you 180'd me. I'm like, that's
Not what I
actually
did.
you could do that with fire up, but it's on a vault location. You wouldn't really be able to see it. It would just look weird. It wouldn't hit you. So no, those aren't a thing, but cool.
Yeah, the most salt I've gotten in probably the past month was actually probably the other day. It was a really good team. It got down to 1 gen. I tunneled someone off hook because there was 2 gens left and I need someone dead. And and then I tunneled the next person because again, 2 gens left, need someone dead. They tried to aggro me and it didn't work because I'm not stupid. Then I went for their friend. I followed the scratch marks. I downed them. The last person got hatched, and then they were like, oh, "You didn't have to tunnel." Like, oh, okay, I needed pressure. They're like, "Oh, there's better ways."
Yeah, I posted this before because like tunneling is a term. So I don't know how many people know about DBD lore and history, but DBD used to be on like dedicated servers, right? Like, so you played with people like around you, really close to you. Like you'd play the same people all the time. So you developed like etiquette because small player base, as like a group of friends. So you would just, it's not cool to tunnel. It's not great to use BNPs or Moris. Like a lot of different groups had a lot of different rules. Some of the big ones were no tunneling, right? But then we moved to where DBD is now, and a lot of that stuff doesn't make sense. And now those terms have also kind of like grown. I couldn't tell you how many times I've had a 12 hook game where I didn't kill anybody until 8 hooks. Everybody's on death hook. And then I kill like 2 or 3 and let the last one go. And they're like, thanks for tunneling. And I'm like, that can't even be possible. I have a screenshot of me saying it was a 12 hook game. Nobody died before 8 hooks. How's that tunneling? And their exact words, I'm not kidding. You tunneled everybody all at once.
I get that one a lot.
I'm like, that you don't understand what that term means. If you think tunneling just means getting you out of the game, that is literally what I'm supposed to do. You are asking me to not play the game. I don't think you understand this.
But I think like Chucky's specific hate has definitely dropped though.
Oh yeah, 100%. I actually have to look for it now. I've seen so many people go, you know what? I'm kind of warming up to Chucky. Or I see the tier list and I'm like, oh wow, he's not in like the most, because you would see it all the time too, right? People post tier lists, and then it would be like the rest of the killer base, and then it'd be Skull Merchant and Chucky in their own tier.
But
sometimes not even Skull Merchant, just Chucky in the go to hell tier. And now I see him in meh or okay, and I'm like, you know what? Sold.
But I think the problem with that is that it's causing cognitive dissonance. And I know I use that word a lot. It's relevant to a lot of things. But I think it's causing cognitive dissonance in the sense like when me and you are like playing and we're like going on these 70% kill streaks, right? Or these win streaks.
Yeah.
Not win streaks, but like the 70% kill rate.
Yeah.
And I think it's causing cognitive dissonance because people are like, I thought Chucky sucked now. And we're still winning with him.
That's why, like, dude, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I had a stream last night, and I was like, I had a raid, and I was talking about Chucky, and they're like, oh, wow, he seemed really good. And I thought Chucky was bad. And I was like, bro, my win rate right now on loadout list Freddy, modern, like, this is I don't know when people are going to watch this, pre-new Freddy is like 75%. That's it doesn't take much.
I almost never lose on Freddy.
That's what I said. People were like, he's bomb 3, and I'm like, dude, I lose on Trapper a lot more, and I also play Trapper loadout list. But like out of the bottom 3, like Freddy is the one I lose on the least. I'm not saying he's not the worst, but I don't know. He feels great.
I think I've said this before. Great, I think the thing with Freddy, especially current Freddy, is that because he's so basic and doesn't really have a power all that much, you're literally just playing the bare fundamentals.
Yeah.
And I think that
and I think a lot of people underestimate him.
Yeah, that takes away a lot of the mental strain and like helps you win.
Oh yeah, no, I love my like chillax, just no perks, no add-ons Freddy. It's some of my favorite matches.
Because like you're playing Huntress, right? You miss a hatchet, okay? You miss the next hatchet, okay? You mix the next hatchet. With Freddy, what can you possibly fuck up? Like,
yeah,
there's nothing to mess up. You're just M1 Andy. Like, there's nothing to mess up.
Oh, not to mention you can do like the snares are so good. I don't think they're like the best tool in the game, but when people tell me they're useless, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like they literally guarantee hits if you put them in the right
He's
spot.
still bottom 3.
Like, yeah.
I need to make this clear. He's still bottom 3.
Yeah. No, I agree. People get the wrong idea when I'm like, because I think when people like some games, right? Like you have the bottom 3 characters, and it's like nearly impossible to win with them. But in DBD, like I don't know, like you can still win with some of these. Like Quiet Kills does pretty well with Trapper, no perks and add-ons like regularly.
Yeah, but
I like to do it with Freddy. Like that's the game balance isn't that varied. Like from the top and the bottom, like it is different for sure. But it's not to the point like these characters can't win.
But yeah, but the point, I think the thing people have to bring up is the consistency of winning, and even then, it's hard to determine. It's really hard to determine because some nights, like I can promise you, I can start playing maining Trapper right now. I can promise you, some nights I could probably go on like a 10-game win streak.
Yeah,
and then some nights I'd probably go on like a 10-game lose streak. It's like okay.
Oh
well,
yeah.
But even with old Chucky, that would happen.
Yeah.
Like it's just that I've seen Blight players that happens to, like unless like they are purely locked the fuck in, which I'm usually not. It's a lie. It depends on the match, but like I'm usually not like super duper locked in. I'm not very competitive at my core, so like I'm not like super tryharding, even though I hate that word.
Yes. Speaking of that,
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the Schalt complaint fully. Right, like and I'm the same way. Like I play fighting games. I do tend to be more competitively minded, but I like it more in the mental way. Like I'm not like sitting here like I gotta win. Everything's about winning. I just like analyzing the game and like, oh, they did this. Okay, what would I do and what's my proper reaction?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like listening to music. I'm reading chat like throughout my match. So I'm like not.
My favorite thing is when people get mad at me for like trying super hard. Meanwhile, if you go back and watch the VOD, I was talking about like toothpaste or something for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm like over here gushing about fucking Godzilla films for 20 minutes, like not even realizing I'm playing DBD half the time. Yeah, and I don't get it because like okay, so if you're playing for fun, right? I'll do it from the killer point. If you're a killer and you're just playing for fun, if survivors are playing to win, it shouldn't matter because you were just playing for fun by your own words. So your focus was just doing fun stuff. If your fun is winning, you're no longer playing for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're playing to win, you can't complain other people are playing to win. Getting salty over people playing sweaty should not even be a thing because it makes no sense in either scenario.
I think the DBD is weird because I think in other games that line is a bit... and I'm going to sound like... Technically, I'm going to sound like the opposite of an elitist here. Like when I play Valorant with my friends, like when I used to, the thing that would piss me off the most is when someone who is in... and this would happen way more than you think. Someone who's in top 500 is just playing quick play. That would irritate the crap out of me.
Okay. The complaint I'll give you there is I don't like some of the combinations that are allowed in DBD, right? Like, I don't mind survivors trying. In fact, I think it's fucking awesome, and I love matches where they try.
Mm-hmm.
However, yeah, I sure as shit get annoyed at 4 BNPs with background player flashbang. That shit annoys the fuck out of me. That's more the game than people trying to win. They should be trying to win. It's fucking cool they're going for saves. That's probably really fun. It doesn't change the fact I fucking despise flashbang right now with all my soul. It's not a sweaty problem. I don't care that they're trying to win. That's fucking cool as shit. They care about the game.
Yeah,
I should celebrate that.
Yeah, I mean, like with that Valorant example, my problem with it was like that player is so much better than the rest of us. We feel like we can't do anything.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wish maybe a ranked mode's not the right option. We've talked about that a lot of times, but yeah, like I feel like that's a big problem, right? Like there's people with like 15,000 hours in this game. Like what are they supposed to do? Like they're not trying when they hop in, and there's no non-public games they can regularly play.
Right.
There's going to be this giant shark in like a koi pond. And
that's why like when people like shit on SBMM and in this game and in every game, honestly, I'm like, but it's kind of there for a reason. Even if it doesn't work, the problem I feel with SBMM isn't that it's there; it's that it doesn't work half the time.
Hey, can we take the AI bots off of art and music and arts just in general and put them on skill-based matchmaking instead? Please. That's my presidential campaign for whatever year I'm available for it.
Because like I was playing, like X Defiant didn't have, and rest in peace X Defiant, but it didn't have skill-based matchmaking, and that was like one of the selling points of that game. And I tried to play it, and I could barely do anything.
Oh yeah, especially as the game goes on. I
Yeah.
dare you, right before Tekken 8 came out, when Tekken 7 was around for like 13 years, if you went into quick play, like good fucking luck.
Or Quake. I used to like Quake back in the day. Yeah, if you didn't like dedicate hours in that game, you're not really able to do anything.
No, matchmaking is a positive thing. It sucks it doesn't work. Like we're all inconsiderate. Like I agree, and I would rather not have to play against like new baby Sue, two tap Sally
Hmm.
Survivor, but like
And then
like nobody wants that.
yeah, and then it leads into an etiquette question, and then it's like, okay, well, are they just having a bad game? Are they actually a new player? Should I like do I go easy on them? And it's like, how do I do that? And then if that's a question, would they go easy on me if they were in my position? And like it brings in a bunch of other questions with it as well.
This is and this is why I'll always say casual play is not what people think it is. And trading card games, fighting games, like any game that you pull up where oh hey look, you have a casual and a ranked mode, the casual is always the most salty, frustrating cesspool of frustration and anger that you'll find.
I mean,
Because like it's so hard to balance all of that
that
and
was
take those things into consideration.
that was the running joke in like Apex, where it's like, if you want to play sweaty, play casual.
Yeah. Really, because and I think you even already start seeing it at Marvel Rivals, right? Like when I play ranked, my matches are so much better because like we're all around the same similar-ish skill
Mm-hmm.
level. I go into quick play and it's fucking hell.
Well,
Especially as a team-based game. Because like two of my teammates are fucking gold, the other one's like eating dirt in the corner, and then like it's just chaos. And DBD feels like that. I'm like, okay, this survivor's like great. But this one's over here like eating crayons and what am I supposed to do?
they're a Titan
You know?
main. I knew it. You probably don't get that joke because you don't play Destiny. It's weird. I mean, even with rivals, like I've said this before, I actually didn't want to play ranked because I don't like playing ranked because I don't want to be that bad teammate. But I kind of enjoy the format more, and I think this leads into the question that a lot of people I think misinterpret what the point of a ranked mode is in the first place.
Yes. Okay. I have a theory, and I think this is how I see it. I was not a competitive kid when I was growing up. I didn't want to play competitive sports. I was worried about being bad. I didn't want to be held to that standard. It was intimidating, right? I hated competitive anything. I thought everything should just be for fun, and competitive people ruined it. It wasn't until I started playing video games a little bit later that I was like, oh, no, competitive does not mean what I think it means. Competitive just means we're all trying to play like at a similar level and just understand we're all here for like the same reason, and that like all levels are supported, and that it's the casual play that's kind of messing that stuff up.
Well, yeah.
And that comp is going.
Well, I was just saying because like I think somewhere along the line we lost the plot on rank is for like the good players when it's not. The point of
No,
ranks is literally it's like divisions in boxing.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm gonna start using that. Exactly. I'm like, no, it's for you. It's for everybody. It's to ensure. The idea is to ensure that you're having a leveled game. And when people tell me I don't want ranked, I'm like, but you want like a balanced game. Like you can't say both at the same time. If you
Yeah,
don't want it like ranked, and you like it
'cause
doesn't work that way. That's the whole point.
because the way you're doing it, like the way people are like listing it out, it's like they think ranked is this like restrictive thing where it's like you have to play sweaty and whatever, and you don't necessarily. Like the point is, like if you play in like a less serious way in ranked, you'll get put in a rank where you can do that.
Oh dear God, yeah. Like I play fighting games, and I like to go for in Tekken they have what's called a frame perfect move. It's an electric.
Hmm.
So if you're playing at 120 frames, you have one frame, 1/20th of a second to hit two buttons on a controller at the exact same time,
Mm.
which is really difficult. But I love doing them. They're so satisfying. But it definitely like pulls me down. But and I'm only playing ranked. But guess what? I'm playing with people that do similar stuff, and so like I'm having good matches like almost all the time that are within my level. It's super fun. I can
And
still play however I want.
and bringing this back to Dead by Daylight's SBMM, SBMM, yeah, SBMM
Yeah.
is That's the ideal. That's what it should be, and that's not what it is. And there's a lot of reasons for this, and the biggest thing is because DBD's win condition is really
Up in the air.
up in the air and volatile. And because of how the win condition works and how you can get to that win condition. Here's the other problem I have with this game a lot is that I feel like people play for the win too much, and you shouldn't be playing for that. You should be playing for the moments. Not saying don't try to win, but like that shouldn't be like when you go into a match as Survivor or Killer, your objective is to win. Obviously, I get that, but at the end of the day, you're not going to win every match, so you should be like playing for the moments.
There's a term in like fighting games. It's lose now to win later.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole mentality is you're never going, unless you're in a tournament, obviously, you are never playing simply for the win. You are playing to get better. And I mentioned earlier, like, I want to get good at scampers. That didn't just happen naturally. And if I focused solely on winning, which I did, I tried to win. There's no point in not trying to win unless I'm just, memeing.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to win, but I focused on using my scampers to get those wins. And it definitely cost me matches for a while. But that's what I was playing for. I was playing for those really cool moments and those moments of growth.
Yeah, I mean, like even like in Chuck Spots is not nearly as mechanically intensive. It's more of a wear and win kind of thing. But you know how many matches I've lost trying to go for a stupid Chuck Spot? Just because
Probably a lot.
Yeah, just because I thought it would be fun.
But I guarantee you those matches were worthwhile to you, and in your own metric you won, right?
Yeah, and again, Dead by Daylight doesn't have an actual official ranked mode, so it doesn't fucking matter. But the other thing with it is like, how do I put this? Like, people are always like, I can't bring meme builds and win. It's like, well, no, you can't really do that in any game. I don't know why this is such a weird thing in Dead by Daylight.
Oh, I love that you bring that up because I mean you can like. I hate that I keep bringing it to fighting games. It's just like the area. It's a very competitive, like very populated genre that I can like draw a lot of comparison. There's meme characters. Like there's legit meme fighting characters. You can play them, but you can't like always expect to win. And I say it in DBD, right? Like I'm gonna bring a meme build, but I can't expect everybody else to bring a meme build. When I bring that and I try to goof off, I'm accepting the consequences of I should always expect everybody else that's trying to win, and if I'm not going for that either, like that's just what I'm doing, I can't be mad I didn't win when that wasn't my goal I set out for,
Yeah.
Like, that's just kind of silly.
But the thing is, like, let's say you bring like a meme build and you keep losing a bunch. In theory, I say in theory because it doesn't always work this way, but in theory, the way the matchmaking is supposed to work is you're bringing a meme build and losing a lot, so eventually you'll get ranked with people that are also like at that level where it will work, and then you'll start winning, and then you'll start losing. That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Like, and going back to the fighting game thing, it's like there are people like top level fighting game players who play meme characters and do really well with them because they've learned how to make it work.
Oh, and that circles back to Chucky and why I don't think he's ruined. He just takes a little bit more effort.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool as fuck.
Yeah, which I think is fine. And like I think right now we're still dealing with the fallout of it. But I've mentioned a few times, like, yes, he could use some adjustments. Like again, we talked about the acceleration, we talked about the cooldown might be able to need change. I think some of his add-ons need change. I have gone on record so many times saying I think power drill needs to be reworked. Because I think
power drill, needs to go. It's funny because like I don't like. There's so many cooldown, but like the way Chucky's power works is the cooldown is so integral to this character that I think power drill is why they've always had a hard time to like.
I agree. I think either make it flat or rework it completely. I think it should either be a flat like 1 second, instead of like a percentage based, because that's the problem with it is that it's percentage based.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many other things you could do. Like, man, I've had ideas and I'm blanking all of them all of a sudden, of course. But yeah, I think power drill needs to be changed or gone.
Yeah, and same with screwdriver to a lesser degree. Most people don't really run it, but I mean, I've done the testing on it. It's really not too much different.
Yeah, it's really not at the end of the day.
Yeah, but at the same time you're missing, so and then that brings into question, should an add-on reward you for missing? And it's like technically it's not rewarding you, it's just compensating you, and then that's a whole other debate. Yeah. And then there's ones like carving knife, which before this change I couldn't take off, and now I can't take off Amulet or Strobe Light. I fucking love Amulet now. Oh my god.
It depends on the map. There's some maps I love it, and then some maps I'm like, eh.
I like Amulet, and the reason why I like it so much is it means that whenever I activate Hidey Ho, I almost always get use out of it, no matter what.
If you have Amulet and you're like controlling your macro, you're almost always in Hidey Ho.
Yeah, it's
so nice.
It's so nice, and on top of that, I've mentioned this before. Technically, the cooldown's shorter with Amulet. If you M1.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay,
that's why I think it works really good. That's why I think it works really good with Rapid.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
For those curious on how this math works out, the reason why, technically speaking, Amulet has a shorter cooldown than all the other ones is because of the attack animation. Because you have no control during, I think it's 2.7 seconds. I could be wrong. But since you have no control anyways, that 2.7 seconds actually, it's technically cutting off 2.7 seconds from the cooldown.
Oh, yeah. How do you feel about Hard Hat?
I think it's...
I love asking Chucky mains about Hard Hat.
On Gideon's, it's about the only time I think it's good, and even then, it's a stretch.
Gideon's might be my least favorite map for Hard Hat, ironically. This is my suggestion to Chucky mains. As you're learning, stop breaking pallets. That'll help you out so much.
I think
it sounds really counterproductive.
The problem, there are some you need to break though.
Yeah, and you'll learn, but try not breaking them for a while. Learn which ones you can play, because if you keep breaking them, because Brutal's really good if you're just going to play zone Chucky. If you're going to play zone Chucky, yeah, bring Brutal, just zone them into corners. But if you want to like get good at like core Chucky, like just controlling Chucky, stop breaking pallets. Start learning which ones you can play around, and you'll notice they can't hold W as easily, because they'll come to a pallet, they'll vault it, and now they have decisions to make, and they'll also want to stay at loops that you can now play. It gives you way more opportunities. It helps your mobility a ton.
I did tell you why I wanted to start bringing Fire up with the buff, right? It's not because of the exploit. It's because like I bring Brutal anyways, but I also kind of want to bring Bam sometimes.
Oh yeah, I actually like Vault Speed Chucky. It's actually kind of fun sometimes when I want to just brain off.
So with the Fire Up buff, I think it's 3 gens. It equals up to both of them pretty much. So
I wish they'd fix the Fire Up bug, because I want to run Fire Up. Because you get the Brutal kind of thing, but you're also denying flashlight saves, and Flashbang's a lot better, which are like insane right now.
Yeah, and then I mean Chucky's other add-ons right now. I mean he still has the problem of most of his purples are some of the worst in the game. Looking at you, pile of nails. Oh my!
That had to be nerfed.
Why was it nerfed? I don't understand.
Dude, I don't know. If I could be in the room where like somebody was like, "Yo, we should nerf this," I would love to hear that.
I'm so curious. What was the reason?
Dude, I don't know. I was like, there must be, when it first happened, I was like, maybe there's a perk coming out that like this pairs with really well or something. And here we are a year later. I'm like, dude, I don't fucking know what that was about.
Like the other bad thing about Pile of Nails, and I mentioned this so many times, the effect actually isn't that bad. The problem is you have to manually in Hidey Ho to get it.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
If it was like on Hidey Ho ending at any point, it wouldn't be like amazing, but it wouldn't be that bad. Like, could you imagine if you slice and dice and then you immediately go undetectable for 3 seconds?
It'd be really confusing for survivors. Like, you could, I don't know. Like, part of me understands where they were, like, what I think they were trying to go after, but, like, the way it's executed, it just...
Well, and again, it doesn't help that when you manually in Hidey Ho, you do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
by the way,
like on paper, I understand the idea, but when you see the whole package all together, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't work the way I think you thought it did.
But by the way, that laugh, the haha when you end Hidey Ho is 30 meters.
Jesus, I didn't know it was that long.
Yeah, I tested that one too. Yeah, it's 30 meters.
That's a weird distance.
Yeah, do you know how far Dracula's bats can be heard from? Because I learned this the other day.
No.
42 meters.
Jesus.
I think it's because it's the same distance as his teleport with the add-on that increases it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I started learning that with Chucky, where they they tie like a lot of sounds and radiuses to powers themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've argued back and forth about yardstick, but like yardstick, well, actually now it's off, but beforehand, 16 meters was the exact range of slice and dice,
Yeah.
so it made
Yes,
sense.
that made sense.
Um,
Yeah, same with the footfall spawns, but now that like a lot of that stuff is all off because they didn't readjust a lot of it.
yeah, and then with good guy eyes, if you're moving while you're charging slice and dice, it actually goes exactly 20 meters. So good guy eyes actually made sense. Or
Yeah,
doll
I was
eyes.
trying to explain that to somebody the other day, and they're like, "No, it's not 20 meters." I'm like, well, no. Listen, if you move and you're charging, it does
Yeah,
actually.
it's
Like, it actually makes sense.
The thing is though, it's exactly 20 meters. So with good guy eyes, you will still hit the pallet and not scamper it. Because
I hate that so much. that last little bit of dash, you can't scamper. I'm like, this fucks over so many Chuckies, and it's so hard to explain.
have you been getting the bug too, where like you'll go for a scamper and your power just ends?
Oh yeah, yeah. Usually if I'm like sliding against a wall into a vault,
Mm.
or if I vault like right in front of a window or pallet, and then you get the rare chances where it just never comes back. Like it just never recharges, and you're just 110 doll the whole match.
Mm-hmm.
Those are fun. I think I have two on my VODs where I just at the beginning of the match just use slice and dice. Gets eaten, never recharges, and I just play 110 Chucky with no power the rest of the game.
Have you tried my build by the way with rapid?
Give me the whole build. I've played a few rapid builds. I don't hate rapid.
It's rapid, gift of pain, and I forget the other two if I'm perfect. Oh, brutal strength and corrupt.
I've done it without the brutal. I hate breaking pallets as Chucky.
I
It
don't-
feels like a sin.
I don't break that many pallets
But see, then if you're not bringing that many pallets, why bring brutal?
for the ones that I need to.
Eh.
It's like asking why bring a knife on a hunting trip if you don't plan on cutting anything. It's like just in
Well,
case.
I mean, but then the perceived potential value is like astronomical. Where like saving like what's the time on brutal?
20%.
So that's like what, like seconds wise, like a quarter of a second,
Yeah, but
maybe a full second if you break like 4 pallets. I'm like, I don't know. I definitely break pallets, but it's like maybe 2 a match.
I don't know. It's
So
just the moments it happens and it feels worth it. That's the only reason.
No, that's fair. That's one thing. Like I feel so bad because people are always like, "What about this perk on Chucky?" I'm like, it's got these problems, and I'm trying to say it because I'm trying to like be as objective as possible. But if you like it and it's comfortable, right? Like, fucking use it.
Again, it's like I said, rapid brutality. I have not taken this perk off since the changes. Once. Let me rephrase that. I have taken it off a few times, and it feels so bad not having it.
You know which one I really like on Chucky?
Huh.
Spies.
Ah, yeah, Spies. I think people are starting to realize how good Spies is.
Spies is insane because the survivors aren't really notified. It's actually one of the few info perks that works with Chucky. It's not like distance dependent. Like barbecue sucks because it tells you people far away, and I'm like, cool. Those are the people I don't want to really chase. Thanks. I don't have to kick a gen. It's like constantly going, so I can be in chase when I get a crow notification. I'm like, oh, okay, somebody's in that back corner. Sweet. I'm like, oh, this is great.
Yeah,
Crow perks on Chucky are great.
Yeah, I really do think Spies is. I mean, Langwins. I've been bringing Langwins a lot too.
Yeah, I'm still testing that one out. I'm 50-50.
Chucky, I feel, suffers from a problem a few other killers suffer from, where he kind of needs 5 perks. Like
That's why
every time I make a build, I'm like, man, I wish I could bring this other one, but I can't because then I have to.
That's why rat poison was so good. It wasn't just that rat poison was good; it was that it shored up that one spot that you felt like you always needed.
Yeah,
every time.
Because now
every build could become perfect with rat poison.
Yeah, because right now you need like slowdown, at least one slowdown. You need something for chase, and then you need an info thing because you can't risk like looking for people, like, and then the last one is usually like your comfort perk, but then you need like that one more perk to like fill it completely out. You can't fit it in because then you have to remove one of the other ones.
This will forever be my problem with Chucky. My one gripe, and it's not Chucky, it's the game. I do really well in chase. I'm not like trying to like toot my own horn or anything like that. Like I don't ever feel like I need a chase perk with Chucky. Like it feels redundant. Like I almost never use it. I'll get it down without it almost every time. if I'm not like 6 hours deep into a stream and like super distracted by chat, I really don't need info perks. My macro sense is like really well tuned at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really need info. And I'm like, so if I don't need chase perks, I don't need info, and my killer's one weak point is 4v1, I feel like it's just always leaning me into running for slowdown of some kind. And I don't enjoy that part of it.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this many times before. Chucky just, and we talked about it earlier. Chucky just doesn't synergize with that many perks. Like even
Yeah, exactly.
like the rapid thing, like the argument could be made that like he doesn't synergize with rapid. The reason I bring rapid so much and why I like it on him is because it gives you options. Because it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, I can't land the slicing dice here, so I'll aim one them, get the speed boost, and just hold W at them.
Yeah, and see, that's super fair. That's super fair. But that's like, I see a lot of complaints when I see people, because like a lot of Chuckies, I think, come to the same conclusion. They're like, oh, I don't really need chase perks. I see maybe them run like one info because you don't need more than one, and then they have 3 slowdown of like healing or gens, and people are like, oh, they're trying to win. I'm like, not really. Like, what are you supposed to run on the killer? He has one glaring issue, and there's one type of perk that really fixes it. Like
it's like the nurse dilemma. Like everyone talks about like giving her blindness or something, so she can't use aura reading. It's like, okay, then what else is she supposed to? Then she just runs for slowdown.
Yeah, but see, even she's like slightly better because at least she gets benefit from aura quite well. Like Chucky, not so much.
Yeah,
but yeah, similar issue.
It's the one argument like I hear with I hear the same argument with Spirit. It's like because I've said many times that I think Spirit should be
Spirit. You run exposed.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, but the thing is, I tell people all the time, it's like I feel like Spirit should be an M2. Like her phase hit should count as an M2. And the argument I get back is, well, if you do that, she has like 5 perks she can use.
And I'm like, welcome to Chucky. Exactly. I know who you're talking about because I've seen them post that exact post. And I agree with them because I've said it the same. I'm like, it shouldn't be an M1. It should be an M2. And I've heard the complaint. Well, then their perk library is like shot. And I'm like, exactly. And that's what sucks about Chucky and why you see slowdown because that's like all they work with.
And before someone says aura reading on Spirit, you can't run aura on Spirit. I mean, you can, but she can't use it half of the time. It's the same problem Twins has too.
Knight kind of has it in a weird way. Not as bad, but they have some weird oddities with perks as well.
Yeah, because you can't really run gen kick perk because you're usually kicking with your guards.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You don't always want to run exposed because like you're gonna, it's weird. It's definitely weird.
Because it's, I know you used to play competitive. Did you play competitive Pokemon or just Pokemon?
I played competitive Pokemon.
Yeah, because I mean, I tell people this analogy in competitive all the time for Pokemon. When you look at like a Charizard is the example I always use because everyone knows Charizard. You look at Charizard's stats and you tell people, okay, how would you, because of how EVs and IVs work, I would ask them, how would you change his stats? Like, how would you manipulate his stats, right? He has really high special attack, really high speed, and low everything else, right? So a lot of people that don't know how competitive Pokemon works will usually be like, well, I would up his defenses because his attack and speed are so good. It's like, well, no, you don't do that in competitive Pokemon. You don't cover their weaknesses.
You don't make them well-rounded. You min-max.
Yeah, you min-max. And I feel like in Dead by Daylight, it's the opposite. You try to cover weaknesses.
Yep, exactly.
And the problem with Chucky is like a lot of covering the weaknesses is the slowdown.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. And that's why I see people get really mad at Chucky builds, and I'm like, dude, that's how he like that's with the current perk designs. That's what he has available, and that's why every time we get like new killers, I'm not even excited about the new killers anymore. Like when FNAF comes out, I'm excited for Springtrap, sure, or like some of the other leaks. I won't say like the names obviously, but like I know the chapters. I know what they're gonna be. Kind of cool, but I'm way more excited about the perks.
Same.
And hoping Chucky gets like a new tool that isn't slowdown, but is fun on them. You know, like he doesn't have that like clicking of perks that like Xeno and Barbecue plus Pop is, right? Like you hook somebody, you see the auras, you teleport right over, pop the gen, like it just all works very fluidly, and Chucky just does not have that, and it's sometimes sad.
Yeah, and I mean and I go back and forth on whether I run lethal or corrupt. Honestly, that's probably the one thing I switch. Really, just depends on how
I'm there too.
Well, corrupt still does its job, and I know I think I saw you on Twitter having a discussion with someone about this. I think I think it was a D. Was it D20?
I think it was your local P100. Xenomorph main and D20.
Yeah,
I think it was all three of
because
us.
the argument against corrupt has been like on a killer like Chucky, it's like you don't need it because you'll down them in like 20 seconds anyway, so then it goes away. But like corrupt does its job is my argument. Like, what if you don't find that person?
See, I don't even think that's the issue. That's definitely one of the issues. Is like, okay, well, if I down somebody quick, cool. It like gave. I mean, it did its. That's actually a good value because then it gave me a chase early. It pushed the survivor into me.
Mm-hmm.
They probably wouldn't have had it otherwise. I actually think that's a good result, even though it's not blocking the gens.
Yeah.
So it kind of defeats its own purpose a little bit, sure. I think the problem is survivors still spawn on top
Yeah.
of unblocked gens.
That's-
That's the fucking problem. And I've done that so many times. I ran 25 games with both lethal and corrupt. I could not tell you how useless corrupt was so many times. Where they just literally all three spawned on top of a generator and just tripled it immediately. And I was like, cool, corrupt literally did nothing.
And my problem with lethal, because I run that a lot too, is like I feel like if I don't run any other aura, I'm kind of wasting it, even though I'm not.
I love lethal, but Chucky has no good aura perks suited for him right now.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's why rat poison, again, is why so many people leaned into it, because rat poison solved that issue too. It solved all his issues.
I will say I'm all ears is not too bad on him. Someone made me run that for a build request, and I actually got a lot more scamper hits than I normally do because of it.
I think Zanchin's kind of... I like I'll take it back. Zanchin is insane on Chucky because it's also like windows of opportunity. So you also see scamper locations, but it's almost too good. I almost feel bad running Zanchin, which is sad.
I haven't tried...
That perk is so good.
I haven't tried Predator. I don't know if that would be any good.
You have to lose Chase, which I think they fall... What is it? 14 meters? So technically they could fall out of range. You would get the aura and then you could land the slice and dice, but by the time they're out of range with the new speed, I don't know if you could land the hit.
Would it work on an M1 hit and then into a slice and dice?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because you would M1 hit, but you would have to... They'd have to get either 14 meters away from you, not from where you hit them, from you. But at that point, they're like your whole dash away, and I don't think you can make up that distance with how slow you are anymore. On old Chucky, I think it would have worked. On new Chucky, I don't think it works now because of the slow speed.
And then nowhere to hide. I mean, that's a different thing. I don't like it because I don't like kicking gens, but that's just me.
Too much time, yeah, and you're diverting from chase often.
Yeah, that's why Pop. I mean, I don't think Pop is really as good as people make it out to be, anyways. But it's really not good on him.
Yeah, eruption. Please, if you're new to Chucky, instead of Pop, do eruption.
Yep, I made a whole video on it. And even like, okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna do some pain res slander.
I hate pain res.
So here's the thing. There's two problems pain res has, and someone could argue, well, Gift of Pain has the same problem. The problem with the thing Gift of Pain has is Gift of Pain gives you options. Pain res feels needed when you bring it. The thing with pain res, we've done the math on this. It realistically only saves you the time it took you to hook somebody.
Yes, the fact that that's quote unquote the best killer perk, and it's literally just undoing the hook, the time it took to hook somebody, is crazy.
And only the first time.
Yes, that's it's fucking insane. It drives me nuts. That's. Oh my god.
I know someone's gonna say like, oh well, you can hook someone in like 2 seconds. Yes, that can happen. But on average, me and Alren did like the math on this. The average hook time is 12 seconds.
Yeah. And
pain res saves you about 12 seconds off a gen.
How much time is reassurance alone?
30, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
30 seconds there. You want to talk about it, like the new hook times are like a reverse Grim Embrace for survivors almost.
Yeah, I mean, Grim's another one that's okay on Chucky. The problem with Grim is that
you have to spread pressure, which is actively not good on Chucky because 12 hook games aren't in current DBD against like I'd say a moderate team. 12 hooking is not always
right.
What's the word?
Viable.
Yeah, it's not viable, and like I like those perks too. Like my favorite build is like I think Bran calls it the stacks build, where I just use a bunch of perks that get stacks because I like 12 hook games. But you're actively putting yourself on challenge mode for those, so it's like you got a good benefit, but it doesn't really outweigh the pressure you're giving up, especially with Shoulder the Burden.
I would be very curious to
Or
try
no.
in-game Chucky for like a week.
I'm so scared for Endgame Chucky with the Freddy buff or changes.
Why?
You can open the exit gate in like 3 or 4 seconds, I think.
What do you mean? Oh, for wake up?
Wake up and some of the other builds with it, you can open the exit gates within, I believe it's 4 seconds.
I mean, yeah, but that would require them to bring a perk that then they don't have a perk all game, so you probably wouldn't even make it in game.
That's true. I mean, that's a give and take. Like I said, I'm worried about it as soon as the chapter hits for Endgame, so I'm probably not going to run Endgame for that time. After that, it'll be pretty niche.
Yeah, I just mean in general, like, because I mean we talked about this before. Chucky, like, because of portable TV, is one of the best in-game killers in the game. In my opinion, if you're running,
I'm trying to think. Sorry, I was considering the theory.
well, because with portable TV and Terminus, you're basically
Terminus is ping dependent, so it depends on how you play. Well, because Adrenaline is one of the most popular survivor perks, so which one takes precedence is ping dependent. So if Terminus is a good perk or not depends entirely on what your ping is as a killer.
yeah, fair enough.
For some killers, I'd say it's almost useless, and for other killers, I'd say it's actually really good. It just depends.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is, like, if people are struggling on Chucky, like, in the middle of the match and such, and why not start bringing in-game builds?
Oh yeah, I think they're like, and I've said it before too. I think endgame builds are naturally a good fit for them. It's one of the few that feel fluid on them because you do have bad 4v when you're going to lose gens. Like it's going to happen. It feels pretty natural. That's why I love batteries. Batteries is like probably one of my favorite perks. You're gonna lose gens. Survivors, good ones, are gonna try to lead you to completed gens to waste your time, and then boom, you get the speed boost, and it's all of a sudden not such a bad thing.
Yeah, and again, like because I ran the undetectability build for a week, and I tried that out, and it worked. Don't get me wrong, but that also brings in another question with Dead by Daylight a lot because people have made this argument against both of us as well. It's like, well, see, Chucky's still bad. You're just good. And it's like, okay, well, so where is that line drawn?
Yeah, that's so. This goes to survivors too, right? This goes both ways because when people bitch about solo queue, it's not really about the killers or themselves. It's often, well, my teammates sucked, right? Like Joe was eating crayons in the corner again, and it's like, okay, well, it's a team game. So like you can't balance towards bad players, quote unquote. So if you're saying that the only reason we're doing good on Chucky is because we're good players, are you then saying that they need to balance to bad players? Like I'm confused where we go from there if that's your status.
Not bad, but like you need to balance for the average player.
And that's what I would say. You balance for the average. You're gonna have a few above, a few below. And I would say I'm not a top player at all.
Neither would I. But it brings into question though of like again though, if people are claiming like we're good, and that's the only reason we're winning, which is such a weird thing to say. You're only winning because you're good. Like that's like I know people don't mean it as an insult, but sometimes when I read it in a text, in like a message or like a text, it feels like they're trying to insult me in some weird way.
Well, they're saying it is. Yeah, I know. I get what you mean. And there's one person in particular that said that to both of us in particular. And it's like what like it's such a weird stance the way you're putting it.
Yeah, like I and again, like there is a line, right? A killer can't be like. I'm trying to think of a good example in another. Azir in League of Legends is a good example of this. Azir in League of Legends is, and I know you don't play League, but I'm going to set the scene here a little bit. Azir in League of Legends is a really mechanically intensive character that is specifically balanced and designed around competitive play. They have admitted this. So they have a character in their game they know most of the player base will not play and cannot play, but they did that on purpose.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
But then there's other characters they've said on purpose are good for newer players and bad players because that's where they want that character to be. They don't want them to be played by the top end and don't want these characters to be good for that exact reason.
Well, yeah, I mean, Marvel Rivals kind of has that, right? Like Scarlet Witch is like easy, right? Like auto aim, stuff like that, but like not great for that same reason. You can't have her be insanely strong for that same reason, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's got to be this balance.
And Devadeli's in a weird spot because of how the killer role works. That, like, no one wants a killer like that. But at the end of the day, I feel like some killers are going to be like that. Because, like Scarlet Witch, I'll use that example too. I mean, I don't really keep up with, like, the high-end players in that game. I can almost promise you there's probably a Grandmaster Scarlet Witch player.
Oh, yeah. I bet you.
Right? So, at that point, you have to ask the question again. Is it because the character's good? Or because they're good? And then I think most people the answer would be, well, it's because they're good. But where does the line stop?
I think no, exactly. And I think you have the double fold problem of people are still put Chucky on both ends of the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's both impossible to play now, but he's also brainless and too easy. So until he loses one or the other of those traits, because they can't simultaneously exist, he can't be both.
Right.
Nobody will have a good idea on how he should be. If he's brainless and everything, he should be hard to play. But if he's impossible to play and bad, that's not fair either. Well, so until people figure out which one he actually is, which I think he's good, just harder to play now, I think it's just going to be a problem.
And again, I think the other thing, because Otts put him in C tier, right? And I think, and to be fair to Otts, I think that was just because of the current backlash at the time.
He did that, like a day or two after the update? So I'm not surprised at all. Like, that was probably like a last minute adjustment. He works on those videos, I'm sure, for like fucking ever. That was literally like a couple days after the change. I was surprised he had even updated it.
Yeah, so like I don't blame him for putting him in C tier. Me personally, I think he's, and the way I always word it is, on a good day he's mid B, on a bad day he's low B. That's
about what I say.
Yeah,
I think he's low B, just base, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you're really skilled with him and you're putting him to his max, he ekes out a little over mid B. Mm-hmm. Maybe like gets not. I won't say top of B. There's too many good killers there that are way just better than him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going against, like, let's say skirms with like a Swift or something, or like even a like standard team that knows how to actually play the killer and they've played against Chucky's, like I could see him as low as C. You can turn off his power, but that's very rare, very very rare.
But again,
definitely not common.
You know, that brings in the problem of tier lists and things like that. But at the same time, I think the thing is, like I said earlier, all they've done here with Chucky is now he's like average.
They didn't even. The thing that drives me crazy too is he's average, and they didn't take anything away.
Yeah,
Skull Merchant had things taken away.
Mm-hmm.
You can't laser tag. She's legit lost things. I ask people, what did you like about Chucky? That's gone. They just usually comes down to, I don't like the cooldown. It feels bad, and I don't like the speed. It feels bad, and I'm like, but you also just admitted to me that you don't play him a lot, so of course the killer's not going to feel good. But none of the stuff like the 50-50s, how he plays, your options, the character himself is still 100% there.
Yeah, and I do like the feel bad thing. I think the problem with that one is that it is so subjective, because I've had people who started playing Chucky now that he got nerfed, and they enjoy him.
Oh yeah, every single person but one, there is one that I have gotten to play Chucky semi-regularly, like a few times regularly, mm-hmm. has changed their mind and loves new Chucky. And it's not like Stockholm Syndrome. It's just very jarring, as we said, and it takes a little bit of time, and you do have to spend a little bit of time to acclimate, but it's really not bad.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I see the Chuckies I see doing the best right now, like, apart from the people who've been dedicated to him, is the newer people. Because they don't have that bad muscle memory. They don't know what it was like. And, the question then becomes, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I think the thing, the problem with Chucky in particular, and we touched on it a little bit, is his play rate was so high that there was literally no way to please everybody.
No.
And I think almost all of us agreed he needed a nerf of some kind.
Well, yeah, and it's funny because I keep hearing people. I won't say names. I've had people that have dropped Chucky or played like I'll say mained lightly. Like when I say main a character, I mean like that's who you play like 80 to 90% of the time, right? When
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Chucky main, I play Chucky 90% of my time as killer.
Mm.
Um, Chucky mains that are like maybe playing passively, like maybe even as low as 50% of the time, 30% of the time, would come back and they're like, yeah, like I think you should give him manual scampers or like give him back the speed, but give him like 16-second cooldown. And I'm like, that would be so much worse. Like you don't understand why they can't do that. I've even had people say, well, make him even faster, but give him back the 18-second cooldown. And I'm like,
I've heard that one a couple
no,
times. Yeah.
you don't understand what the problem is because you haven't played you would get your hit, sure, maybe even easier, but then you'd be that much powerless playing a 110 doll so much longer, and that's going to feel way worse and be way weaker.
I mean, I've made it clear. I have a very, very, very emotional connection to this character, which is part of the reason why I picked him up. Because again, I don't really like Chase, and I main a Chase killer, which is always funny to people. And Chuck's boss was so fun. But I've made it clear, like if tomorrow behavior is like, okay, we're adjusting Chucky and removing slice and dice. Like all he has is hidey ho undetectability and his short size and his third person camera. I'm just throwing this out there. Don't do this behavior, please. But if they did, I would still main this character. He is my ride or die character.
Yeah, no, same as you. I have sentimental attachment, but on top of it, I love the design. People say he's poorly designed. I'm like, there's just no way. Like every little aspect of him has been planned in a specific way. Now a lot of it's gotten ruined through changes, but there is so much that was considered, thought about it, like specifically designed, and I find so much of it interesting and nuanced and entertaining. And I'm constantly learning new stuff. Like even today, I think I caught you off guard with the chuckling being tied to terror radius. Like that, like I don't think many Chuckies even know that or half the stuff you found out.
Yeah, I mean,
so they could make him like Freddy tier, and I would probably still be playing him. But at that point, I would be campaigning that he's weak. I would be joining that because I think he's strong now. But I'd still be playing him.
I mean, like I have a whole video going over how his footfalls work because and this isn't me being like, oh, people should watch my videos. Now, my point is, like, I had to go out of my way to learn how the mechanic works. And we found out not only is it like it is like people complain like it's badly coded. It is not badly coded. This shit, the whatever they did with the footfalls is a fucking genius miracle way to fix a problem he would have.
When I see interviews and like dev posts saying they spent a lot of time on this character, like I think it's so obvious. This character, you look at Skull Merchant, I'm like, okay, nothing here makes sense. The animations are bad. Like everything's kind of broken. But then I look at Chucky, I'm like, dude, every little inch of him, is designed with all the other parts. Like this character was well designed.
Like even like the hair. I've talked about this before because people want like bald Chucky, the Colonel, as a skin, and my argument against it is they can't do that because they have said themselves his hair was part of his balancing. That's why it's not that's why it's quote not the right color. Because I've heard people complain it's not the right color. They made it brighter on purpose so he's easier to see. That was the point.
Yep. No, he might be one of the most, I won't say fully thought out characters, but like definitely, you know, like when I play other characters, I'm like, okay, well, there's like some little oversights here and there with this and that don't quite add up, or they overlooked like this small issue.
Well, like almost all the problems he had aren't even necessarily like inherent to his design. That's the thing.
No, or opinion. They were adopted through changes later on.
Right. The worst part of his design was Old Scamper. And I think that was more them testing the waters on an ability like that, which I know people don't like. And, you know, I have to tell people this. There's a little terms of service thing you click on before you sign into the game that says that behavior can make any changes they want and you can't refund it.
Yeah.
Before, because I remember so many people.
It's a live service game. It's just part of the territory.
Like I heard so many people demand refunds and things, and like we should sue. And it's like, what? You have no ground to stand on with a sue. There's
plus, like if you want to get into the whole cost thing and what you paid for, how many hours of the character have you gotten for that money you spent now, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you did enjoy it at some point for quite a while, and you probably
Yeah.
got, what did you spend, $10 on it? Probably played it for, bare minimum, we'll say $10, $1 an hour? That's kind of a steal. That's like,
And I don't
what?
know how advertisement like laws work, but like, I mean, I guess you could make the argument if someone watched the trailer for him now and then bought him and realized he wasn't what was advertised exactly. Like, you could maybe make that argument, but again, I don't know how advertisement law works, but I think that's fine because it's like 2 years old or a year old at this point.
Nah, I think they would have to do some like catastrophic changes. Like, you're not actually playing as Chucky. It's like a
Even then,
the
I don't think that you can sue because again, in the terms of
no,
service you sign when you launch the game, it straight up says they can make any change they want.
no, they're totally within their right.
And that's the thing about like again with live service games because I've heard this argument for other games too, but you know it's like
The one time I think you have a case for something like that is like Fortnite, right? Like, you play with certain characters. You've bought like the Disney skins when they threatened to take them out of like the main mode
mhm.
because they didn't want their Disney characters with guns. That's probably a good case, right?
No,
Um,
no, it's not. No, that they you can't sue for that.
well, a better case, I'll say.
Yeah, yeah.
A better case.
Well, again, like yeah, part of the terms and services says like remember when they took Demogorgon out?
Yes.
Like if they removed it so no one could play him, they were within their right to do that and not refund anybody.
Oh yeah. No, they're
No,
allowed to do all that. You
no.
would not win any case.
Now, the PR disaster from it would be fucking insane. So they probably wouldn't, and they didn't. But
You remember that game Concord that people bought and they took
uh-huh.
down a day later, and then they took it out of people's libraries?
Yeah, like again, the thing with like a lot of this, and especially in a game like this with a bunch of licensing involved, and not like, and I say this all the time, Dead by Daylight's licensing is different than 95% of other video game licensing, because you're actively playing as the character. It's not like in Fortnite where you have a skin of the character. You're actively playing as Michael Myers. You're actively playing as Chucky. Like it's different from a legal perspective.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, we kind of see this with the Freddy rework, how people were disappointed that he's not getting like cosmetic updates or anything like that. And it's like, yeah, that's because it's not really in Behavior's hands.
No, I think they came out and said that there's not anything going to come because of like situations.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've talked about this.
It's out of their hands.
I've talked about this so many times. From what we understand, the way the Nightmare on Elm Street license happened,
It's through New Line, right?
yeah, but 95% of the other licenses in this game, Behavior went to them, right? So for like Chucky, for example, they went to who owns it right now? Is it MGM, right? MGM and Don.
No. A lot of them have come to Behavior. They've been open about that.
Well, no. What I mean though is that with Freddy's license in particular, they were just like, here's Freddy, put him in the game, and then they left. As far as we know,
New Line doesn't even own him anymore, do they?
I don't. It's another one where it's a weird ownership. I don't know. It's like how Chucky's technically they have the rights to Child's Play 2 and further, but not the first movie.
Oh yeah, MGM owns Child's Play 1. That's why they
Yeah. No, Universal owns. Am I confused?
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
No. MGM owns 1.
Yeah.
I think Universal owns the rest or whatever.
No, I think
or
it's
whoever owns the rest.
I think it's the other way around. I think Universal.
Nah.
I'm
Because MGM doesn't make any TV shows or anything. They just do like theatrical movies. I think MGM owns Child's Play 1, and then I don't know who owns the rest on.
Yeah, I mean that's the same reason we're not getting the voodoo. Well,
Card.
It's part of the reason we're not getting the voodoo knife. There's another reason that is a bit touchier, and I do not have the qualifications to talk on it. Considering one day I accidentally said hoodoo was a made up when it's not.
Well, yeah, I see people all the time when there was like that rumor that there was going to be a legendary skin for Chucky. And a lot of us that know the licensing assumed Glenn or Glenda, but I had a few people go, "Oh, they're probably going to do Buddy and do Mark Hamill." I'm like, one, I doubt they could afford that. Two, they don't have that licensing, and Don Mancini would lose their fucking mind over that. There's no fucking way.
I think
There's no
the community would lose their fucking mind over it.
yeah, no hate to like them. I like
Well, no, I mean, a lot of people have said this about that movie. Like, if you watch the documentary for that movie, like the actual behind the scenes, everyone making it like seemed like they actually gave a fuck. The people who wanted it made didn't.
The problem is, I mean, we okay. I'll say my 2 cents on it. I guess. Fuck it. I think if you don't consider it a Chucky movie, it's a fine movie.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
I think Mark Hamill, and don't get me wrong, I've loved Mark Hamill my entire fucking life. One of the first movies I've ever watched was not just Chucky, but also Star Wars. Match made in heaven for me. Gigantic Star Wars nerd, gigantic Chucky nerd. But dear God, why did you make an emotional killer with such a large personality, then get somebody like Mark Hamill, who's like the best person in the world at that stuff, play him like a robotic doll with no personality? I want to rip my hair out every time I think about that.
I think the point was is supposed to be like we talked about earlier. I think it was supposed to be juxtaposition.
And that's fine. I always say I want a second one of that one. I wish they would have had the balls to like at least give me one more and try to fix it and make it that the buddy kind of loses their shit. And we get Mark Hamill's version of a killer doll.
Have you heard what Don has to say about the movie when like he was asked to be a producer on it?
Yeah, they was like in name. They pretty much didn't give a fuck if he said yes or no.
Yeah.
They're pretty disrespectful.
Yeah. Again,
I hate it for that reason.
Again, the people who made the movie, the people like actually like on the ground making that movie, seemed like they cared. They were doing what they could, but the people who wanted it made seemed like they didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. No, it could have been fine. It's funny because I said for a long time, I was like, if you just remade this movie and you got rid of all the Child's Play things, I think people would have been okay with it. It would have been not amazing. And then like not that much longer, Megan came out and I was like, see? It's exactly what I said. It's like the exact same fucking movie.
Got
rid of the Child's Play and
there was a design in the movie. It was the bear design.
I know.
And it's like if you just used that and didn't call it Child's Play, no one would have cared, like in the best way. Like
I didn't mind them trying to make their own Child's Play. Like, it's fine. Like, I get it. Business wise, I understand. I just, wow, what the like everything altogether is what sucks for everybody involved.
That movie pisses me off for so many reasons. Again, no shade to the actors, no shade to the people actually making the movie, but the people who wanted it made wise. God damn it. Like Bear McCreary, I don't know if you listened to like the remix of the Child's Play theme that he does for that movie. Mm-hmm. It is immaculately made. It is one of the best pieces of like movie music I've ever heard, and the fact that he used kids' toys to make it only.
Also, I don't hear enough people talk about it. I know she gets a lot of love for a lot of stuff, but Aubrey Plaza was like actually really good in that movie.
Oh yeah, she was.
Putting her, who's like normally like a kind of more raunchy comedian, as like a lovable mother is really interesting, and she pulled that off well. I actually really like that part of the movie.
Wasn't she his aunt, not his mom? Am I misremembering?
Maybe I am. I'll be honest. That's the one Child's Play movie I've not committed to memory, so I don't mind being wrong there. I think it is Aunt. Who knows?
Yeah, but
I think he says my mom. I don't know. Who knows?
But again, like that's I don't think it would ever happen. I mean, but like we're pretty sure that leak has been cut in the butt a little bit.
Well, I think the initial leaks were real, and then I think something behind closed doors happened because the tone completely. I mean, now I'm getting into full speculation and something we don't typically talk about, but the initial leaks are all solid, and then you got who vouched for them, and they're not going to do that lightly. So definitely something valid was like going on behind the scenes, definitely coming from a legitimate space, and then out of nowhere, just the next day they like spewed out like 40 leaks that are just like harebrained and insane. And I was like, this is a red herring. They are trying to demolish all credibility overnight. I think they got caught. I think Behavior figured out who the fuck it was, and they're over here trying to demolish all credibility and just be like, I'm gonna scattershot, and then claim that they just got lucky. I guarantee that's what happens.
And I mean, the thing with it too, like I only bring this up because of the Chucky skin that got quote leaked in it, and a lot of the discussion around. Because I mean, I was pretty confident that it was going to be. I either think it's going to be it was either going to be Glinda or Knife Hand Chucky from Child's Play 2.
That I thought it was knife end. They've gone on record on saying how expensive this chapter was, and I'm like, it's $2. Granted, there was probably some R&D, but I'm guessing the expensive ass part of it was the voice lines. And there's over 200 lines per character. I don't think they, for a $10 skin, could afford to like pay a 50% of that again. Maybe I'm wrong. But I always assumed it was Knife Hand Chucky and it was considered legendary because it had a different skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the most I could see as well. But yeah, as soon as I read that, I was like, oh, this is bullshit.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like, as much as everyone like praises Brad Dourif and Jennifer Tilly, they at the end of the day they do still have to make money. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they do. They do, 100%.
Like,
especially now Brad Dourif is 99% retired outside Chucky.
Yeah. Speaking of, the movie leaks were really funny. I just love it.
Wait, which movie leaks?
The most recent ones where Don literally came out and was like, "Yeah, this isn't happening. I don't know why people."
Oh yeah, okay. I want to make sure I was on the same page.
Yeah,
where Don's like, "Yeah, guys, like obviously not chill."
He's pretty open, like most of the time.
Oh yeah,
like if a movie was happening, he would tell everybody.
It does beg to warrant why it was listed. I do want to like that didn't come like that's the thing about leaks is like yeah, most of them are not true, but something was going on, right? Like it came from somewhere. Rather, if somebody misfiled something,
oddly specific,
something. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see in the next few months if the Resident Evil 2v8 thing happens.
I think we already have the code for that one in the game. I think even Scott Junn made a video about it today. That's how sure we are. That one's like 99.999 because like they have the code. Everything's already confirmed in game. We even know Ada Wong. Oh, shit, I'm gonna shut the fuck up because I don't know how you feel about leaks. He's already talking about it. I guess you cut it out. I don't know.
It's fine. This probably won't come out till after it comes out.
Okay. I was like, fuck. I overstepped. Ada Wong's got a new skin. Nemesis, I think. I might be wrong. Or maybe it was Wesker. One of the killers has got like new voice lines tied to a new skin. So like there's a lot of data that we have now. I don't know why they where the oversight was. But like all the data is in the game. So.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll be interested to see. I mean, again, I have never been shy that I am friends with a lot of leakers, and most of them have been like 99% right. So I already kind of know what's coming. I just never confirm it. I mean, because like I've talked about this before. Like I knew about Lara Croft like 6 months before it happened.
Damn.
Which is fucking. I knew about Chucky's skins like a year beforehand.
I knew about the blighted skin. I think that's the only one I knew of ahead of time but that was from like artist connections. I had a weird connection to that one.
Yeah. But speaking of the blighted skin, do you know what the knife is supposed to be? Because I do, and it's really stupid.
I have theories.
The artist has told me. I asked them on Twitter.
Oh shit! No way.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's I don't know if it's on my old Twitter or current Twitter, but if you go back far enough, you can find the conversation. So what it's supposed to be for people who don't know, it's supposed to be Chucky's heart. So if you read the lore and it's worded so weirdly, and this is why so many people were confused, the implication is that Blight stabbed Chucky while he was in the box. And that's what the like
the
little,
cellophane is.
Yeah, it's the cellophane plastic on the other end, and it's his heart on the other. Like a kebab.
It doesn't even look like a knife in his hand though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, and the other problem with it is that the way the lore reads is that Chucky stabbed himself out of the box.
Oh, I see. That's one where I always read it as Blight stabbed him. I had that part correct. I thought it was his heart. And the cellophane just it looked like lace sometimes, depending on like lighting. And I'm like, no offense to the modelers, they did an amazing job on everything but that knife.
Yeah.
I tease. As a fellow artist, all the respect. It can't be easy, but like, man,
I don't run that skin because it makes Chuck spots harder because the feet stick out.
I love that skin, except for the knife. That knife drives me so crazy. It's the only reason I can't run that skin, and it makes me so sad because for those that don't know, I love Chucky. And for every single stream, I try to run around a 24-hour stream right before the launch of a new skin. And I streamed, I think it was 18 hours straight into the Blighted Chucky, and I opened it because the art, the actual like 2D art they did was amazing. Mm-hmm. And then I got the model, and I was like, "What the fuck is this knife?" And I remember every Chucky is like, I don't know. This is weird."
Yeah, and it's really shitty too because the charred Chucky, the knife on that was just meat.
Oh, so good.
I mean, have you seen my thumbnail with that knife? I literally get
Yes.
the 1,000-degree knife.
I wish we had partial locked costumes so you could at least swap the knives on Chucky.
I say this
That'd
so
be
much
so
with
nice.
Chucky. It's so disappointing because I say this so much. He is literally a doll. And yet almost all of his cosmetics are sets.
I know. It's oh. And I feel like the two outfits I want the most are like the ones they skipped over, and I'm like so frustrated. Don't get me wrong, I love Melted Chucky. I'm glad we got Blighted Chucky. I'm a little disappointed in the knife. I actually like the rest of it quite a bit. Minus him being sleeveless, it looks a little weird on him. I don't know why. Nitpicks, but like knife hand Chucky, even if you had to model it a little differently, I'd be fine with that.
Buff
But
Chucky.
for the love of God, why did we not get Pizza Face Chucky from Child's Play 3?
Oh, yeah.
What the how did we miss that one? That one is so good.
I would pay $5 for I will be perfectly honest, I don't even care if it's just a head cosmetic. I would pay $5 for makeup Chucky from Child's Play 3.
I forgot about that with the lipstick.
Yeah, I would totally pay $5 for that. I'm not gonna lie. Behavior, do it.
He's a killer with like actually a lot of cosmetics, and I feel like
Phantom of the Opera Chucky. I don't know how the I don't know how the licensing will work for this, but there's Hello Kitty Chucky, Buff
that
Chucky
would have been so badass. Oh my god, that licensing would be a nightmare, to be fair. But oh my god, I would never run another skin again if we got Hello Kitty Chucky.
Get a Hello Kitty Chucky. There's Buff Chucky, Charred Chucky, the Colonel.
We will never get Charred Chucky, unfortunately.
Yeah, everyone wants the Colonel, even though they said the problem with that one is just because he's bald.
That's so funny. I don't want Colonel Chucky. I do want Buff Chucky just because of the funny. But I think Pizza Face Chucky, now that you mention it, I never thought about it or considered it. Hello Kitty Chucky is now at the top of my fucking list.
That's what I wanted since release. I don't know how the licensing would work.
I mean, Hello Kitty licenses fucking everything, so I don't imagine it'd be impossible. I feel like it'd actually be harder to do with like whoever owns Chucky's license.
That's what I'm saying.
They seem pretty open with shit too.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So who knows?
Because I think the problem is you're doing a license on top of a license. I think is the problem.
Have they ever? I'm trying to think. They've never done anything similar to that, as far as I'm aware. I'm trying to think.
No, I think the closest would be Ghostface, but technically it's the mask because one of Ghostface's original masks in Dead by Daylight is in Scream 7.
Yeah.
So they technically licensed the mask from Behavior, from what we understand.
I want to know how Mortal Kombat got that mask. Did they license it through Fun World or Dead by Daylight?
It would probably be Dead by Daylight, because technically Dead by Daylight owns that mask in particular.
So they did a license with Fun World and Dead by Daylight?
I don't know the legal
I would
news.
love to look into that, because that's such a weird situation.
They'll never give the full details on this shit, and I really wish they would, because...
Well, Scream, I mean, I could be wrong, but from the PTB, there were a lot of references to the movie. It got leaked, and then all of a sudden, all those references are gone. So I'm assuming it started off as a license, like where they did their own Ghostface anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But it started off as a license, and they lost it because of the leaks.
I mean, it's funny with that too, because like I feel like they did the best thing they could do, and I wish they could do that with more killers, but you really can't.
It's funny because like some people, I hear it all the time, where like, how do I explain this? You'll understand. Chucky doesn't look 100% like Chucky.
No.
I think there's only like 3 killers, and 2 of them it's because the models were literally ripped from other games. The Resident Evil killers. But like Dead by Daylight always adds like their own, I don't want to say flair, but like their own artistic liberty to killers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually kind of always enjoyed that DBD killers look like DBD killers. It's interesting to me, and I kind of enjoy it.
And I mean, even like going back a little bit to like them, like the care I feel like they actually did have for the Chucky chapter that a lot of people don't appreciate. I mean, like we debated for years on how Chucky would be introduced to this game, and one of the biggest points of contention was how would he hook people. And when we saw how it worked with the ghost,
my God, that was so great.
It was so like no one questioned it. We were all like, "It's fucking brilliant."
Yeah, we were like, I guess he could do like a chanted down bala and it floats or something. Like we had like some ideas, or we had ideas that he'd be like a jockey from Left 4 Dead and like guide them to the hook. And then they did that, and I was like, fuck,
that's
they're
brilliant.
smarter than all of us.
That's so
they're
much
fucking smarter than us. Let him cook, guys. We need to shut the fuck up. Let him do this shit more often.
The one disappointment is I am mad there's no Jennifer Tilly model in the game, but otherwise,
I get why, but yeah.
I don't know. That's my only disappointment. But I think that one was false expectations, because I think a lot of us thought like the Tiffany skin was going to come with like its own Mori and all this stuff.
Actually, my complaint with Charles Lee Ray is that he's actually fully modeled. They put a filter over him, so you can't actually see the model all that well. And I wish they would lower the filter, because he's got like coloring to him. He's got details on the jacket, his face, his eyes. Like, it's actually a really good model, but you can't see it. So I wish they would lower the filter slightly.
I wish it would come out when it's stunned. When you get stunned or something.
That'd be cool. Or when you load into the map, like you start with Chucky in your arms and he like puts Chucky
him down. Yeah.
Something, because you like the modeling effort that went into that is so cool, and you don't get to really see it, and that makes me sad.
And I know everyone talks about like the pickup animation. I swear one of the cleanest things they did was the locker animation. When you grab someone out of a locker, it is one of the cleanest transitions in this game.
I actually don't think the pickup's all that bad. I actually really enjoy it.
Well, no. I'm not saying it's bad either. I'm just saying the way, like, whenever I grab someone out of a locker, like, I half the time I forget that I'm being carried.
Yeah.
Because the transition is that smooth.
Yeah, no, they put a lot of effort in. When I hear people say that's like the worst design chapter, I'm like, you're not paying attention. You're just frustrated. And that's fine. That's valid.
This is also a weird question. Who do you consider Chucky's survivor?
Oh, like if I had to pick one?
Yeah, well, because there's two options, I feel, and
there's like Nicolas Cage
and Alan.
I would almost say Ash Williams, and I don't know why, but Ash Williams has the right mix of like horror and humor to match Chucky. Talks. And doesn't have a killer, so they both feel mismatched. I think Nicolas Cage, but I accept Ash Williams as a secondary.
I always say Nick. Yep. I think Nick makes more sense to me.
The one thing that I say is Ash Williams has a puppet hand, so it feels like it fits.
You gotta buy that though. It's separate. But
I think either of those is fair.
Yeah, because I mean, even like the FOV thing, like a lot of people were worried about how the FOV was going to work with the slider, and it's like, oh well, it doesn't work in the third person. It only works when he carries people in the first person. And like even that, like I don't really like. Maybe I'm blessed because I don't get motion sickness easy, but I don't really even notice the FOV transition.
I get motion sickness from playing Nurse and a few other killers, and I don't from Chucky's because it's smooth enough. Like it's not janky. It doesn't sway. I mean, it sways, but it's not like bumping around. Mm-hmm. It's so smooth that it really doesn't bother me.
And you know, I've even talked about this before in the past too. Chucky, I talked with me and Crow did a retrospective on the whole year, and I don't know if you watched that.
I watched it. Yeah, all of it.
You watched all of it?
I watched all of it. In fact, it's funny. I was talking to Emerald. It's funny because Emerald was in here, and I was asking them YouTube questions. And Emerald was like, "Oh, you know what's funny is, ironically, me and Bennett were talking about YouTube content creation." I was like, "Oh, I know. I watched it live. I was there. If you go back, you'll see me on messages in chat."
I saw it.
Yeah. I was telling them. I was like, "No, I watch like all of Bennett's. I don't watch them live all the time because like sometimes I like to have the video later on when I'm at the gym. But I'm like, no, I watch my friend's content like all the way through. This motherfucker makes it a marathon for me sometimes.
Oh,
I sit through it.
I did the math on how long all of it's been over the past year. It's over 6 days worth of content.
I'll have you know, I've watched your channel over 6 days worth of content.
That's not even counting.
That's fucking crazy.
That's not even counting like the 8-hour one or the ones that weren't Killer Main specific.
Are you talking? Wait, is the 8-hour one's Naya, right? That one was really long.
No,
Crow's was the FNAF one, right?
Yeah,
that one was long.
I did the FNAF one with Crow. I did the Unknown one with Crow. I bring Crow on every now and again because me and Crow will literally talk for like 9 hours.
I'll say the hardest one for me to watch was the FNAF one because I had all that information and like having to sit while somebody's like, not that you did anything wrong, of course. I don't want to, but like when you have so much information and somebody else is sharing that same information with someone else, and it's like slowly getting accepted by that other person. You're like, no, you got to get to all these other things. There's so much.
I got so much wrong in that too. Well, allegedly,
it's so hard with FNAF. Like that's like I think it's like a 6-hour video, and this is from like 6 years ago, maybe longer now. Mm-hmm. A 6-hour video describing the lore of Kingdom Hearts, and it's only for like the first few games, and it is 6 or 8 hours long.
I
And I'm like, they could do another one, and they still missed stuff. And I
yeah.
tell people all the time, it's crazy.
I forget the video who made it. It was a guy on Polygon who did like a bunch of these like comedy videos, and I remember he was doing he was explaining the lore of Kingdom Hearts, and one of the funniest bits in that whole thing is like he got the dream drop distance, and he was like, well, and for dream drop distance, we're gonna put it in the dream drop bucket. And he just throws the lore in the trash. It's so funny.
That's you know what's funny? Because I've tried to get people into that series. Sorry to derail.
No, you're good.
I have a huge love for Kingdom Hearts, and they're like, okay, like how many games are there? I'm like, oh, 13. They're like, okay, like how many main lines? I'm like 13.
13.
Like,
They're all.
but didn't Kingdom Hearts 3 just come out? I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, but this isn't like Metal Gear Solid, which is also another crazy series, or like anything. No, every fucking random ass game has huge world-ending and changing complications that are mind-bending.
The
Like
one
they have phone games, they have DS games, PSP games, like browser games, and every fucking one is insanely important, convoluted, and confusing.
the one exception that you could argue is maybe Recoded, and it's about it.
Oh, yeah, Recoded because it kind of deletes itself, but then it leaves the Recoded is the solution and the key to another game.
Yeah, I know. It's
which is so frustrating. You
So
could say Chain of Memories because you could just play Chain of Memories.
yeah, that's true.
Or vice versa. That's
But-
the only one.
Yeah, but
Damn.
what I was bringing up with that though was we were talking about how Dracula. It feels like every killer that came out right before Dracula was testing Dracula.
Yeah. I mean, they were open about that, right? Like they, I think they've openly said, I don't remember what interview, but he's like, no, Victor, like, legitimately was, well, not Victor. Twins was to test one, Chucky. That was like, that was entirely the goal.
Mm-hmm.
We were testing that out, and we were also testing the viability of 2 killers. That was the entire point of what Twins was.
Yeah,
right.
and
So you're trying to solve 2 problems. No wonder that that chapter was crazy bugged and.
Game developers do this all the time, though. That's the thing. Like,
I'm not surprised.
They'll release a character who, and they don't like abandon them necessarily, but like they'll release characters that their entire intention is to test things. I bring up Aurelia in League a lot for this. When they did her rework, they added a new status effect called Disarm, which made it so you couldn't attack. You weren't stunned. You could still use your spells and your abilities, but you couldn't auto attack. And that they removed that because it ended up being bad for the game, and they haven't added it back since that I'm aware of. I haven't really kept up too much, but and that was them testing the waters on a new status effect. They do that all the time. I mean, we saw this with Twins. Twins added incapacitated, and then they added it to a perk.
You know about that? You know what annoys me? The false rumor, because like we talk about like licenses that might come, and people are like, "Well, that's never been on a satisfaction survey," and people always go, "Chucky's never been on a satisfaction survey," but we got that. I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
He was one of the most requested.
It was on like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
What are you on? And I don't know who's perpetuated this. I'm like, I have screenshots because I'm not even kidding. When I saw the announcement of, or not the announcement, but I saw Chucky in the survey for the first time years ago, I took a screenshot and I fucking sent it to my grandma. Because even though she doesn't know what the fuck Dead by Daylight is, she knows how important Chucky is to me, and she got excited with me that it was even mentioned. And I was like, dude, no, it's been in the survey. And then I got suspicious when it all of a sudden wasn't in the survey. And I was like, we got Twins. They even made the weird joke, would you want to play as Victor the whole time? And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like my answer is yes. And then I was like, and now Chucky's gone? And then they're like, yeah, we're never doing it. I was like, and as soon as I saw that interview with King, and he's like, yeah, we're never doing Chucky, I was like, fuck you, yeah, you are.
Yeah,
you 100% are. Like, there's no way you've never said no. You've never said no.
I mean,
unless it's like, you know, some blacklisted situations.
As much as people like crap on like, and especially it was about that era, right? It was like the Xenomorph Chucky era. A lot of people say like the game was like going downhill from there for a little bit.
That's crazy.
Again, though, I don't think people realize the milestone of getting Chucky in this game was for so many reasons.
I don't think people understand the last 2 years and how they've been for behavior. And I was talking to, I can't say who, but they definitely confirmed that they were under a time crunch. Like this year specifically, I don't know what about this year in particular, but this year they ran into some heavy time crunch issues and they definitely did the year before. So we've been on a 2-year time crunch for them that apparently is not going to be that way this year.
I have a feeling that part of that um, was because of the Dracula chapter, at least this year.
That's possible. I mean, look at the stuff they did for it, right?
That's what I'm
Like
saying.
you
And
had
I've mentioned it a few times. I feel like unlike most licenses where the point is to get people into this game, I feel like the Dracula license was Konami trying to get interest in Dracula again and
oh
Castlevania.
yeah.
I feel like it was the opposite, which doesn't happen too often in this game or most games with licenses.
I want to know why they're pushing Resident Evil so hard soon. That seems so weird to me.
Maybe a new game coming out soon.
Maybe we're getting an announcement soon. I don't know. That one seemed odd to me, but yeah.
I mean, it is the 20th anniversary of Resident Evil 4.
Oh, is it really? Damn.
Yeah.
I guess
Oh,
that makes sense.
oh yeah. I felt old when I saw that post, and I was like, I was 10 when this game came out.
Crazy.
I was
Time moves too fast.
I was in 5th grade when this video game released.
Oh man, you always hear old people talk about things like when they were kids, and you're like, "Wow, that was like ancient history. That feels like forever." And then you get to this age, and you're like, "Wait a minute, wait a minute."
My truck is a 90. I have a 96 Chevy. It's my truck. I can get antique tags on it.
That hurts my soul a little bit.
Yeah, I'm older than my truck, and I can get antique tags on my truck.
That's so unbelievably
The
sad.
fuck does that make me?
This world, man, they tell you time moves fast, and then you don't really
Well,
feel like that, and
do-
then you're here.
Do you know why that phenomenon? You know why that's the case. So when you're like 5, right? A year is a fifth
Oh,
of your life.
yeah, the fractional life
Yeah.
theory. Yeah,
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 and
no.
when you're like 30, it's like a year is like a 30th of your life. So like a day it feels way shorter.
Oh my god, dude, days really do feel like nothing. Like I'm like, oh, I barely got anything. Like it was so short. Like I can't get enough in. I can't imagine when I double this age. Like a day is gonna feel like a blink. Not even. It's gonna. How do I explain that? You remember when you were in school and like you were in like kindergarten and class felt like it was like so long and like the time between summer breaks was like years.
Mm-hmm.
Like it felt like such a long passage of time. Now I like wake up and I'm like, man, I only got like a few hours to do this and then it's gonna be over. Like it feels like
I'm
I don't know.
I'm a weirdo with this. I don't know if this is like ADHD or whatever, but like I I have to have like when I play a game, it's like I said this before with like when I go to work and stuff. It's like people ask me like why I wake up at noon, right? Because I go to work at 1. It's when my shift is.
Hmm.
People always ask me why I wake up at noon, and the reason why is because I can't wake up knowing I have to go to work in a few hours and do stuff.
Oh no, I talk about that with my partner. The worst thing in the world is not like waiting for something. It's like, I mean, well, how do I put this into words? It's not like, okay, I got 2 hours before I had to go to work because then you feel paralyzed for those 2 hours. Where
Yeah.
you can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's
well, I
horrible.
could like make a video, but like that might take 3 hours, and then I don't want to stop.
And you don't want to get started. Yeah, it's legit paralyzing. I hate that too. I do the same thing. I literally wake up right before whenever I need to do something. Because I'm like, everything before that's gonna be a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I live really close to my work, so it's like I wake up like 10 minutes before I have to be in, and I still make it enough time.
Nice.
But it's yeah. And yeah, look, again though, like this chapter, like I don't even remember the numbers on the Chucky chapter in particular, but a lot of people basically said like the Xenomorph and Chucky chapters flopped pretty much, which I don't believe because of how many people were playing Chucky.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I killed a 4% pick rate. Even just like, I don't think that could be a failure because obviously a lot of people bought it. That
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
yeah, and a lot of people bought the Tiffany skin.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, like I
Some of
don't.
the Xeno Queen skin, just seeing how much people have posted that, I'm like, there's no way this didn't sell. There's no fucking way. You can say it didn't, but there's no way.
And I mean, I don't run Tiffany because of the hitbox issues, but like I know many people who do. Like,
There's no fucking way Knight, Singularity, Skull Merchant, any of those more recent killers, even Houndmaster outsold them too. There's no fucking way.
even Dracula. Like,
There's Yeah,
Dracula
maybe Dracula.
Dracula had the highest pick rate in the game for like 4 months.
It's because he was fun. I dropped him because Hellfire ended up being too reactable. That's a killer that's too reactable, by the way, for anybody watching. You want to talk about a killer that has a power that's too reactable and useless? Hellfire. Even the big mains are like, yeah, this is ass. You're better off. It's the only power in the game I know that is better if you don't use it. It's better to threaten, hey, I have Hellfire, so they don't vault or use the pallet, and then you just smack them. That's the best use, is not using it. And people act like that's what Chucky is, and I'm like, no.
Oh,
no. Play with Hellfire, and you'll understand the difference.
So Tiffany's hitbox. Okay, so I do want to mention this. Tiffany has the same model as Chucky, hitbox-wise, but her model is slightly smaller, so her hitbox is off from what her model looks like. It is not by much, but because of how muscle memory works, if you don't constantly play the Tiffany skin, it will mess you up. I can promise you.
Oh, and Blighted Chucky, he seems bigger, so like a lot of times, like I make a lot of misjudgments with that skin.
Yeah.
Or Scarred Chucky is really weird for me. I know that sounds stupid. For Xenomorph, it makes sense because the tail is your reticle and it lines up it differently. But with Chucky skins, like, yeah, I definitely can only play like regular skin or melted skin. The other two throw me the fuck off.
I played default with the sweater, and apparently it's the try hard fit.
Interesting. I literally play clean Chucky with bloody knife. That's my fit. And I've gotten to the point where people are like, "Hi, Ghost," when I'm on anonymous mode. I've even had like other streamers go, "Is that you, Ghost?" And I'm like, "Yes, yeah, that's me."
It's weird getting recognized. I've talked about this before too with Chucky, and I don't think we've ever come to an answer. Why are there so few content creators for Chucky, considering how popular he was?
Because of the hate.
Do you really think that's what it was?
Yes.
Huh.
100%. That's why I don't think there's a lot of big skull merchants. Like, there's a lot of people that play skull merchant, just like there's a lot of people that play Chucky. But Pixel Bush is the only one that stood it. And I think a lot of it's because of the hate. Why? Why do it? It hurt my career. I'll be honest. My numbers were way bigger before Chucky. When I was a Xenomorph main, I was climbing like crazy. Like, my streams were way bigger. The content creation I was making was way stronger. People were way nicer, way more respectful towards me. Even on like Twitter, I was a Xeno main, and definitely like people hated it, right? Like, I mean, like there were big names. Like Puffalope was notoriously big on hating on Xenos and stuff, but it was nowhere near Chucky. So it wasn't bad. But I played Chucky, and oh my god, so many content creators lost like treated me like shit for it. So many players treat me like crap. I'd make content and people didn't give a fuck because I'm a Chucky main that's brainless. Like, why? Like, business-wise, maining Chucky is a horrible idea.
I mean, how many times did both of us talk about making a guide and people would... I legitimately could never tell...
Shit on you, like, why?
Yeah,
spacebar?
I could never tell if people legitimately were just being sarcastic or not. I knew some people were, but there were some people where I was like, did they legitimately think that like, I can't come up with... I mean, I wrote my rough draft of that one guide, and it ended up being, like 20 pages long? Which isn't, like, amazing, but, like... I mean...
I have the basics, the mere basics of my guide. The very basics. Not just an intro, but like some very baseline stuff. It is 152 pages right now.
Yeah, it's...
No pictures, no guides, or no like images yet. That's just writing.
Yeah.
People said the same thing about Clown until Aranad did it.
Which I never
thought Clown was super brainless and stupid and bad, and then he made a guide, and then all of a sudden there is a lot of complexity here. Holy shit!
I never understood that one either, because as I used to be a Clown main. Go into the Clown main Discord. If you want to know Dead by Daylight math, talk to a Clown main. They got you. Because
I think most killers are like that too. Like, so I think it's easy when you play against something, and because like. You can pick up any killer if you haven't played them in a while, and I feel like there's a hidden MMR mechanic where if you haven't played a killer, like they're going to give you baby lobbies for like days.
It's not hidden.
Before
That's well known.
Well, yeah. And so like you play a killer like, oh, this guy's brainless, like it's easy wins. And I'm guilty of it. Like I'll pick up a killer, I'm like, oh, this is easy, you know? And then like a week later, I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm getting to the real lobbies, I see the problems. But if you're only playing against them as a survivor, and you're only playing them like here and there where your MMR's never actually matching, of course you're gonna be like, oh, this is brainless. Of course. Like every killer's that way. Every single one.
Well, I mean, I've talked about this before with like the idea of skill in this game, I think is overblown a bit. Because Because if you really want to be reductive and break it down, no killer in this game takes that much skill.
It's all button presses with your thumb. If we like, it just depends on how reductive you want to get. That is such a losing argument for like logic. Because like, at what point is it like, oh, I moved my thumb like 2 millimeters to the right in a specific way, you know, like.
Well, because like I did that like series of posts where I was asking people like, I would ask the question like, how much skill does this killer take on a scale of 1 to 4? And every time someone would be like Myers, I think was a good example at the time. People would be like, Myers takes no skill. And then I would bring up, well, you got stock management, you've got when to pop your tier 3, you've got to know like those two things alone.
How far they can hear your breathing from, I'm sure, if it's anything like Chucky. Like, there's a lot going on. And that's every single killer. I'm trying to think of one that doesn't have that. Like, people say Trapper, I'm like, dude, Trapper is like such a knowledge resource, like intensive character.
Trap placement's a skill. You got to know where and when.
And you got to know survivor movements and pathing and like how they're going to react. You got to like manage where your traps are, when you're picking them up, when you're putting them down, like how you're handling chases. Like, it's insanely.
But we've talked about this before, especially in the case of Chucky. It's like everyone would say that the selection dice used to be a free hit. And again, I think this comes to a problem with how we talk, not so much because I don't think people actually meant it like legitimately. I just think it's just how people talk.
I'm not as sure about that. I think maybe now, but I do get the feeling most people said it was a free hit and meant it was a free hit. Maybe it didn't start that way. And maybe it started with bigger content creators, you know, terming it that way or phrasing it that way. But that definitely, if at least from what I could see, became the understanding is that if you pop slice and dice, you're getting that hit, and people would factor that in. So, like, when I would talk about Chucky, when he had the 12 seconds, for example, he would be like, well, at worst, that's a guaranteed always 24-second chase.
Which is like, a losing chase, by the way. Regardless, it's still a losing chase, so the argument doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay, Chucky and slice and dice, for me, is a litmus test. Yes, it is insanely hard to dodge when it was super fast. And sometimes, yes, dodging it was inconsistent because of the speed. I agree to all of that. But if you say it was a free hit, you are the survivor making it a free hit.
Well, I mean, because the same argument could be like, because again, this comes back to the idea of like ease of use, right? The same argument could be made for nurse. If a nurse knows what they're doing, it's a free hit whenever her cooldowns are off. So where is the line drawn? Is it legitimately ease of use? And then how do we even factor that?
Yeah. No, I think I really think it was just bad. Like, we had a string of some bad chapters that people didn't like.
And we're facing the consequences of that, by the way. I know some people have noticed this. You know how everyone's complaining about all these license chapters? Yeah, there's a reason we're getting a bunch of license chapters this year. It's because of Skull Merchant and Singularity and Night.
I don't think Night was all that bad. I think Night was just dropped in at a bad time and then had some bad bugs. So it sucked for both sides. But I don't actually hate Night at all. I've always thought that hate against Night was silly.
But that's what I'm saying though. But a lot of people complained about Night. A lot of people complained about Skull Merchant, and not as many. But Larry didn't do too hot as far as like from the killer side, right?
Unknown one seems to be pretty loved.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The Unknown was the exception. I have a feeling, again, it's just a feeling, I have no like concrete evidence. I have a feeling that Unknown was just supposed to be a buffer in between licenses, and they did not expect it to do well. Because
even then, like that logic, like Xeno necessarily didn't do well because people hated that once I got these.
Yeah, but I think it brought enough people into the game. Like, I don't think Knight, Singularity, and Skull Merchant back to back brought people into the game. If anything, we lost players, which was for a bunch of other factors than just those characters being hated. I think
too is in that link of characters.
I
said Twins is also actually in that link of characters. Yeah. I just realized.
So I mean, the thing is, like, I think what happened was there was such like behavior basically got the wrong idea from those chapters not doing that well. And I think the idea they got was, okay, people don't care about the original chapters. So then they were like, okay, we're just going to do licenses now as much as we can.
I assume, even though the margins are probably way tighter, I guarantee they make more money off the licenses.
Oh, 100%. Well, because you have to buy it.
Yeah. Well, that and like it just brings in new fans.
That too.
Like originals, I don't think bring in new people.
Yeah, and
They don't even hear about them.
yeah, it depends. I don't. I mean, like I was describing Houndmaster to a friend, and it was the funniest shit. I was like, "Yeah, they introduced this new killer to Dead by Daylight. She's got a dog." And they were like, "So what does she do?" Well, she commands the dog to go chase them down, and their response was, "That's it." There's more to it.
She's a pirate.
She's a pirate, which I will rant about for hours.
Today I was like, "Oh, we didn't even see the new killer." I'm like, "Oh, who's the new killer?" I'm like, she's this like Caribbean pirate with a dog." And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, imagine Wesker on a leash." No, not like that. And then I was like, "No, but she like shoots a Wesker out." And then like it's really interesting. So imagine like, yeah, big pirate woman with like Victor Wesker.
But I'm really hoping that Houndmaster doesn't send the wrong idea either, because I know that chapter wasn't that well liked, even especially after the buffs. I
think the buffs were fucking insane.
Yeah, I think people are. Honestly, it's just the vault speed to me. I think the rest of it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's funny that didn't get as much hate, and it's got a faster vault than Chucky, but similar movement. She's literally got a better Chucky in her pocket, and she's okay. Like Scott Jones, I love. Oh shit! Sorry, I mentioned something specifically. If you want to blurt that out,
you're fine.
Okay,
Scott, I love you.
Particular, I do. I disagree half the time, and I agree 1,000% the other half the time, and I have huge respect for them.
Respond to my DMs, Scott.
Actually, they responded to my post today. They were gonna light me up, and then like I was like, "No, that's not what I meant. This is what I was saying." They're like, "Oh, cool." And I was like, "Okay, cool." But hates Chucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big Chucky hater. But then like biggest defender of Houndmaster. I'm like, buddy. She gets speed as a 115 at almost all times, and then can immediately send out a better Chucky on command with a 3-second cooldown, and that's okay? I'm like, mother of like something. What the fuck? How does that work?
Yeah, another thing with Chucky, and we kind of touched on it a bit, and people have asked me this question. Do you think his voice lines are part of the hate?
Yes.
You really do?
Not the way you think. I don't think people go, "Oh, he's saying fuck you," and like, you know. I think he has the Skull Merchant problem, not in the way we talked, but I think that like animosity is really attractive to the wrong player base.
And
a lot of people like the middle fingers and the giant fuck you and the survivors can do no right group. And I think Chucky's like a magnet for that.
It's
so you get like those play styles of bleeding out, WSing, being horrible, and like a lot of them stream too. I'm not gonna name names, but I've gone against a few Chuckies that were deplorable. And I went against them and I went to go check out their streams, and they were really mean and hateful people.
It is so funny.
And I saw that a lot. I was like, yeah.
It's so funny because if you go into the Chucky fandom, not Dead by Daylight, but Chucky fandom itself, they're some of the most wholesome people I have ever met in my entire life.
Oh yeah. And I mean, look at the biggest mains, right? Like I'd say you're pretty wholesome. I'd like to think I am. Smithsonian is like, Ash can be a gremlin, but you know, not mean, like sweet as a button, you know, like, so it's just funny.
It's and again, like, I mean, and I don't know too. Is Ash a fan of the franchise? I don't even know.
No, I don't think they had seen any movie until the first one, up in like till a few months ago.
Okay,
they just really liked Tiff.
Yeah, fair
which
enough.
All the respect to them.
But like again, the Chucky fandom is like some of the most passionate, heartwarming,
wholesome,
like honestly, and it's so funny. I remember when the chapter dropped, and so many people were like, you know, hyping up Chucky, and then we could tell who didn't know anything about them. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I
think I know where you're going with this, and I'm curious.
Where the whole like the LGBT debate with it.
Not just okay, yeah, it was that, and I remember before he launched, somebody did like, I'm not to get political, I'm not gonna get there, but like somebody was like, which killers would vote which way, and it was like somebody had put Chucky on like obviously the side they wouldn't be on, like regardless of personal opinions and all that. And I was like, wow, people really don't understand this character, do they?
You don't know anything about this guy, dude. He murders people. And I was like,
this is crazy. You know what's funny is my girlfriend's was like, why do you even like this guy? He just kills people. She's like, I can't understand why you'd like a murderer. And I was like, to be honest, while he is like one of the few murderers that does kill children, 90% of the time, it sounds really weird, his killings are almost always karma. Like, he's almost always killing the horrible people in the movies. He is going after Andy in like the first 2 and 3, right? But after that, he's pretty much just killing assholes the entire time and kind of giving their shit right back to him. And it's kind of enjoyable for that reason.
There's a joke in Cult when he smashes the doctor's head in when he's like, and they say, I'm bad. Like,
yeah, exactly. And I'm like, honestly, if you watch, like, he rarely kills good people. He's more often going after the people we also hate.
I think
so he's very lovable in that way.
To be fair, it's circumstantial. Like, he does kill the maid in season 1 for like no.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he does kill innocent people for sure, but definitely more often than not.
And he did kill
killing some assholes. The TV show actually is kind of a departure there because he kind of does not kill assholes as much in the TV series. It's actually, you got the security guard, like the boys' security guard and stuff. Yeah, actually, the TV show is a departure. That's interesting. I never thought about that.
Well, I mean,
a lot of good people die
in the first movie. Like, he kills.
Oh yeah, the first movie, it's so different because Chucky. Well, he doesn't appear for like the first 38 minutes.
Yeah.
Like as Chucky the doll.
Mm-hmm.
Like that movie goes a long time without you see him, and then you really don't get to see too much of him before it ends.
Yeah. He kills Aunt's. Oh my god, what is her name? Is it Clara?
Maggie.
Maggie. Aunt Maggie. Yeah. He goes. It's one of your redeems, isn't it?
Yeah.
He kills Aunt Maggie because she was being a bitch. I mean, come on. He kills Aunt Maggie. He kills Eddie. He kills one of the doctors.
The voodoo guy.
And he kills
the doctor. The doctor was like, yeah, that was deserved.
He kills Josh, which is the voodoo guy. Which, I mean, you could argue if that one's deserved or not. Because it's like, I mean, should you really be teaching this kind of stuff to someone you clearly know is a serial killer?
Yeah, that's debatable for sure.
And that's really all he kills in the first movie. That's it.
I remember I always show people the first Child's Play movie, and then every time I'm like, please pay attention during the beginning, because I know a lot of people don't pay attention to the beginning of a movie. It'll save me like 3 questions later on. And every time I say that, I know they glaze over and they don't, because again, they go, why is he blowing up this house and killing this guy? I was like, he was in a cop chase at the beginning, and he told Eddie not to leave him, and the guy drove off. And they're like, oh, I didn't catch that. And I was like, I know. And there's like 2 other points in there. I won't go through them all, but I'm like, man, that first like 4 minutes of that movie is so missed.
That first part of the movie is also really funny to me because I think it's the only time in the entire franchise, other than like maybe the end of season 3, where Chucky like is legitimately scared of dying. Any other time, he is like fearless.
Oh, you mean he just like throws his body into like situations like a fucking ragdoll?
Yeah. Well, like even in Child's Play 2, like he wasn't scared of dying. He just said it hurt. That was it. Like,
yeah. I don't know. He's such a fun character because he's so unique and unlike the other. Like Freddy obviously has a lot of voice lines and snarky and comedic, but so completely different.
The first Child's Play is really funny. Like, I don't care. It's actually surprising. Like, I rewatched it. I rewatch it every year, but like every time I do, I always get reminded of how like unintentionally funny it is.
The best, and like I've said this on stream, but I think it's like a dumb throwaway line. But when he's in the elevator to go get Andy, and there's this old couple that see him in the elevator, and the old lady's like, "An ugly doll," and as the elevator's like going away, you don't even see Chucky. He just goes, "Fuck you," and the way he delivers that line is so priceless. I think about that and I say "fuck you" like that all the time. It's lived in my head rent free for over 20 years.
Oh my god,
it's so good. That movie is. I tell people all the time because I know they canceled the Chucky TV show, and I'm as sad as everybody else is. But I'm a very objective person.
The TV
I'm
show
very objective. The TV
good.
show was not great. I loved it as a Chucky fan, but the effects were pretty bad. The acting could be very stale, which they're all young actors. They're all new. That's very fair. The writing was really good at the beginning of every season and then fell apart in the last 2 to 3 episodes every time.
I think season 1.
I want another Child's Play 1 quality movie.
I think season 1 of the show is probably the best.
I thought the beginning of season 3 was the best. I think 2 is the weakest because it was like so zany and all over the place.
Don said like season 1 was supposed to be like Child's Play 1 through 3. Season 2 was supposed
Yeah,
to be like Bride and Seed. And then he never really said what season 3 was going for vibe wise. And I think that's why I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I mean,
I think
it did give us the line "fuck Santa," so like, how mad can I really be?
yeah, I don't know. I don't really want more of the show. I like that we got it. It was a cool experience. I like the characters, but honestly, I think Chucky. We don't got much time left. I hate to be like down in the dumps, but Brad is getting a little older. Brad's an incredible actor. I really want to see him like hit his chops and give me like a Child's Play 1 level quality movie. Give me something good. The fact that the doll from Child's Play 1 in 19 like when that movie came out, one doll cost more than the entire budget of an episode of the TV show is insane. Please, I just want a good movie. At least one more.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, because again, I mean, we can all agree 1 and 2 are good. 2 is arguably the best in the franchise. It depends on who you ask.
It depends what you want. If you want like just movie as a movie, I think 1 is the better written and like overall movie. I think 2 has way more spirit and soul to it though.
And then 3, which I think 3 is a surprisingly contentious movie. There are some people who fucking love 3, and then there's people like me who I'll watch it, but I hate watching it. It has good moments. That's the thing with 3. It has so many good moments.
The problem is 3 has maybe one of the worst beginnings and middles, but the end is so insanely good and thematic, and like the carnival ride, like the oh my god, it's all so interesting. I was like, man.
And I've talked about this before with the entire franchise. Like that franchise is Dawn, right?
Yeah, that's all it's got.
Dawn, like I don't think people understand how impressive the fact that this franchise has been going on as long as it has without getting an actual reboot. Like every movie, like there's been a couple retcons, but not as many as you would think. But there's been like 2 or 3 retcons throughout the entire franchise. And
which is so impressive.
Like, and both of them, like, I can probably name both of them off the top of my head that I'm aware of. It's the amulets from Bride, which was kind of dumb, but whatever. Bride was kind of a dumb movie, and in the best way possible. And then the Thing in Cult with the other family, because I've heard.
How do you feel about the backstory they gave Chucky between the show and then Cult?
Do you mean like the fact that like he was obsessed with some other girl and like wanted the family?
I'll be honest, I don't love it.
I think it just feels really out of character and out of nowhere.
It does, doesn't it? Like it's kind of like if you did that. Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but like Joker loves Harley Quinn, but like doesn't, and it's like a really toxic relationship. And I kind of see Chucky and Tiffany the same way. So it makes no sense you just randomly be really obsessed with some woman at the same like. It just doesn't make sense.
It never did, and they, like even like you watch Bride, and it's like he doesn't even want to get married. He like makes it very clear.
I always thought that was odd. I really don't like that. That's the one addition. I was like, it's cool to see the moments before a little bit more. Like I appreciate that. I just don't like the
But like,
I don't like what that means.
Like, but like even even in the TV show and Colton Curse. I always forget the name. Even in those movies, like the amount of stuff like Dawn has brought back that like he didn't need to, and he found a way to make it kind of make sense. Like Andy coming back, being older, Kyle coming back. Like I remember when I saw Kyle at the end of Cult of Chucky, I lost my fucking mind.
That was so cool.
It was so out of nowhere.
Curse and Cult do not get enough love. Those movies are incredible. I'd even settle for more of those over the TV show.
I think the one thing he hasn't brought back that I really, really want him to in some like funny, good way is the Kincaids from Bride of Chucky. Because they kind of just they've been mentioned one time since Bride.
Yeah, I hated the human characters in Bride.
That's why I want them back. I want them to get a second chance.
That's fair. From that perspective, that's fair. I love Bride with everything with Chucky. Like there's never mind, I take it back. There's one good human character. Again, Chucky series is like full of like one little moments that'll like make you just
Is it the
laugh.
doll guy? Is it the smoker dude?
Rude fucking doll, man. Every time is so good.
I used that clip. I remember when I was like doing the concept video for Chucky, I used the clip of him before that scene for the scamper idea I had.
Yeah, when he
When he does the fucking like the little like waddle walk.
yeah, and then he flips him off. It's so stupid, but that's the humor where like Chucky like really soars. That the little fuck you in the elevator. It's those little moments, man.
Even like
God.
even like Seed. Like Seed is a movie that Don has gone on record saying like he understands it was a bad movie, right? And he understands. Like,
well, yeah, but that was like the first time he had like no oversight, right? Like he had like all the reins, all the control, and
but
yeah.
But like you gotta give the man credit. He made it work later in like the best way possible.
Yeah, I think other people would have just like retconned like, yeah, none of that happened, and then we would have lost Tiffany for good.
Yeah, like Tiffany came back, Glinda came back in like a really good way. And like they even like even the whole Jennifer Tilly subplot from Seed.
Oh my god, genius!
Like
Genius.
the way they did it was fucking genius. He's been trapped at the doll this whole time doing Jennifer Tilly's Tiffany's taxes. Like that's funny and makes sense.
It's so hard because like I like obviously I try to share what I love with other people. You know, that's what you do when you care about somebody. And all the credit and all of the respect to my partner has tried to like Chucky and has watched 1, 2, and parts of the show she walks in on, and she walked in on Tiffany doing the taxes for yeah, and she's like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, I use the Chucky line. Like it could be shortened into like 3 or 4 movies. You know, like it'd be a long story. It's hard. It's a complicated, multi-decade story to get to this point for me to explain even the beginnings of what is happening and what you're watching.
I think my favorite I think my favorite line for the entire franchise is one that has nothing to do with anything, and I quote this all the time in like community nights and whatever. It's even on our soundboard. It's the line from Seed when they're just sitting up in the attic, and they're watching TV, and Tiffany just goes, "They're executing Martha Stewart today." I don't know why that makes me laugh as hard as it's out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with anything.
No, I get that. My favorite of all time, like of Chucky's lines, is they're trying to like Glenn is saying they don't like violence, and Tiff is trying to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe we should maybe not do it like right before. And Glenn's like, isn't violence bad? And Chucky's like, no, not violence. Violins are bad. And I'm like, oh my god, I love you. That's great.
Gonna ruin the damn country.
Yeah. Every time I'm like, what? I when people are like, I love Chucky, I was like, okay, tell me, what's their favorite food and least favorite instrument? Rarely people can get both.
Swedish meatballs and violins.
Violins, yep, exactly. And that's how I find the real fans.
Even like when they brought Jonathan Waters back in the TV show to be like the creator of the Good Guy doll.
Oh yeah,
like,
that was actually really cool.
That's like a moment that like only makes sense if you're a fan. If you're not, you don't understand how cool that was.
Yeah.
And even Chad just did the sound redeem. We've got the sound redeem for the "What would Martha Stewart say?" Fuck Martha Stewart. It's so fucking good.
Yeah. Those moments are gold.
I like Seed and Bride to me are like I don't know how well you know the Mad Max franchise. They're like a Thunderdome. It is generally considered a very bad movie, but it's the most quotable of all of them. Like you have probably heard quotes from that movie and not even known. One man enter, two man enter, one man leave. That's from Thunderdome.
It's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, I'm not surprised.
And it's like the like it's arguably the worst Mad Max movie. Everyone talks so much crap about it, but there's a lot of moments from that movie people quote without even thinking about it.
No, I get it. I like the Seed and Bride seemed like the teenage era of Chucky. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's when the series was in its teenage, and now it kind of like regrew up. You know,
It
and
is
I kind of
also
like it.
it's also very funny because I grew up in the era of like Bride, right?
Hmm.
And I was terrified of Chucky as a child. And I am watching Bride. I'm
That's
like,
so funny you say that. Go on.
but
I'll circle back to that.
it's like, how was I scared of this? Like,
That yes. It's so funny because like my mom and my grandma showed me Chucky when I was really young. Like I think I
mm,
was like 3 or 5, like very young. Some of my most formative years, I remember Chucky being on TV. Out of nowhere, I developed a fear, like an irrational fear of Chucky. Out of nowhere, after like years of liking
it's
it, and it was to the point. I remember my stepdad flipped on a scene of like a closet, and I, in my heart, knew it was a scene from Chucky. I hadn't seen it in years. I don't even know if I had even seen that film. I just had the feeling, and I sprinted into the
yep.
closet, closed the door, and cried
I did the same.
out of fear.
I did pretty much the same thing.
And then out of nowhere, I'm like, "Oh yeah, what the fuck was I doing? Why was I scared?"
Yeah, no,
It's so funny you say that.
it's like my favorite horror franchise now. It's really weird how that's not even an uncommon thing. It's very common apparently.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
the thing with Chucky, I think a lot of people they've done the psychology on this, like why a lot of people find him so terrifying as kids. It's that's exactly why. Chucky is the most terrifying thing for a child. The idea of a killer doll, because who the fuck is gonna believe you?
Nobody. That's probably exactly what it is. Then that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like
because they even go into that in the first and second movie, right? That's like the main plot point.
I kind of so I had read like in the first one they teased the idea of like it was Andy was going to be the killer, and then their blood was going to be what you know changed or gave Chucky life. It wasn't always voodoo, and then for a while they bounced around the idea that you as the viewer wouldn't know till later on if
Hmm.
Andy did the murders or Chucky. I kind of would like to see that version where you're like, fuck, is it
I,
Andy?
I
And you're
mean,
like, you as the viewer also don't trust him, and then at the end you're like, fuck, even I question the poor kid. Shit.
Don is like. There's been a lot of ideas that like he wasn't able to do in one movie and he did later. I think
Yeah.
the most known one is it Child's Play 2 or I think it's 3. In Child's Play 3, the original idea was to have a bunch of dolls.
Yeah, and then we finally got that years
Yeah,
later.
we got that in the TV show actually. Well, technically it was in Cults,
Yeah.
but it really like became its own in the TV show. Some would argue not for the best. I still don't like the Colonel. God, that character's so dumb. But I mean, I've talked many times about why Chucky means so much to me, and it's weird because it used to terrify me as a kid. My brother would lock me in a room and make me watch the movies.
Hmm.
That's why. And before anyone says that sounds terrible, you clearly didn't have an older brother. Okay, that's how they show love. And he took his life a couple years ago. As morbid and and bad it is to say that, but I don't know. The franchise just kind of like helps me feel closer to him. I don't know.
No, that's super fair, and I think it's cool that you have something like that with them. That's really important.
Um, but for a lot of people, this franchise means a lot. Just not just because of stuff like that, but just again, unlike every other horror franchise I can think of, this one has persisted constantly since its inception.
Yeah, it brings into question because like we talked a little bit about like Dawn's getting older, and it like we are entering a phase where like Chucky's not going to be around for forever. Freddy Krueger's kind of gone. I guess Jason, you and Michael Myers, you can kind of bring back endlessly,
Hmm.
but I mean Michael is kind of tied to Laurie. So we're entering this new era where all the horror icons, because there's never been horror icons before. These are like
Yeah.
they were the first.
Uh,
This is a whole new thing worldwide. They're all like going away for good, most likely. Like
mhm.
Pinhead's gone. Um, and art, like I don't really care one way or the other about the movies, but like we do kind of have a lack of new horror icons, and
This
it's kind of sad.
Well, so the reason for this is, and you can look at this by watching most what are considered good horror movies. Horror excels from low budgets,
Oh yeah, that's
and
the whole point. Horror even got started getting created.
we're in an era where low budget things don't really happen, and when they do,
Yeah.
they kind of get glossed over. Like back in the like the first Friday the 13th is a good example, right? Like there wasn't like much risk in showing that in theaters in the sense of like marketing and things like that because they kind of had all that nailed. And like you can't just like come out as a first time director, make a horror movie, and like show it in the movie theater now. You can.
No, and I mean, even if you look at the first, I'm gonna get some flame from this. The first Nightmare on Elm Street is a shit movie.
Oh my god, yes it is.
Like Freddy really doesn't have a personality. You barely see him. The effects are so bad, and I'm not saying that as like baby, millennial, whatever, boomer, whatever you want to call it. No, like as somebody who grew up on 80s movies, like the effects are pretty bad. The acting is really stale. The story is really empty, and I'm like, man. Don't get me wrong, I love Freddy Krueger later on, but that first movie, if you go back and watch it, honestly,
it's
kind of horrible.
It's like the first Friday the 13th isn't that good either. It doesn't really like the best.
Yeah, so like
the best movie is probably the third one.
People are gonna flame me for this because I don't love this movie either. But the new, like the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, when people are like the original was better, I was like, no, it wasn't. I'm not saying I like this movie, but go back. That it is not better. I in retrospect, with like
he had these claw hands and they were kind of like.
Yeah, I the rest of this series, sure, I'll contest that. Like, yeah, the Nightmare on Elm Street, like everything from like 2 up.
I wouldn't even say. I think 2 is an amazing standalone movie, but honestly, like I've done marathons of that franchise. 2 is so out of place. Not saying it's a bad movie by any means. I'm just saying like if you watch
it's
all
not
of
what
them,
people say it is. Yeah.
Like it is so out of place. It has nothing to it literally brings up nothing from the other movies except for one line where they're like, "Yeah, this girl Nancy used to live here." That's it.
Yeah. No, but Chucky never had that problem. You can go back; they're all still good.
Yeah,
well, just throw that out there.
Except 3, and Seed, and Bride.
I think 3, like, while it's the weaker movie, it's not bad.
Well,
it's not great, but I'd still say Child's Play 3. Man, I'm gonna lose so much credit in the horror community over this shit. But I'm so right from a filmmaking standpoint. Child's Play 3 so much better than Nightmare on Elm Street 1.
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean,
I'm gonna rewatch Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and Child's Play 3 back to back just to make sure now.
I mean, even like the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, I've talked about this before. Like, I don't think it's bad. There's a lot of good in that movie.
Oh, I agree. It's very much like the Child's Play remake.
And I know a lot of people are very contentious on this particular topic with that movie. I do appreciate that it. I think the problem with the Nightmare remake in particular was they didn't stick the landing. I feel like they wanted to go a certain direction and someone told them no.
Yeah.
I think what they wanted to do was make Freddy a victim. They wanted him to be like, because the question gets asked a lot in that movie, especially in the remake, where it's like, well,
if he was actually guilty,
did he do it? And it's like, how much more interesting and compelling would it have been if he didn't?
Yeah, it did seem, and then like out of nowhere, they're like, "Oh yeah, no, he did. He's a creep." And you're like, "Oh, well, I feel like all the wins behind the sales of this movie are kind of gone."
Yeah, it feels like you guys were setting this up, and it's like I'm all for subversion, but the subversion would have been.
You subverted the subversion. It doesn't work.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's so weird with that movie because, like I said before, like I'm all for Freddy like being a villain, but the idea of him being like this karmic dream demon that is like taking penance from the parents for wrongfully accusing him by killing their children, like that. I feel like that would have been such a much more compelling movie with the direction they were going.
Yeah, I say this a lot, and I think sometimes people disagree, but I would like if that movie and the Child's Play one at least got one more. I think it's like releasing a killer in DVD, right? Like often the first time you're like, okay, this is our general idea, and you're like, okay, these things didn't work, and then usually with some changes, it's like, oh, okay, now we're in a really good spot, and I like it. And I feel like sometimes these movies are like that, where I'm like, damn, if I got to see like one more try at this. And just see some growth, I think it'd be okay. I think it could be okay.
It's a weird thing, and again, like I said earlier with horror, it's like a lot of horror franchises like started off as these low budget movies, and this is part of why we're not getting like too many new horror films. Because even like Art the Clown, The first Terrifier
Well,
movie was a decently low budget movie.
well, and that's not even the first Art movie. Art appeared in 3 other movies before that.
Yeah, yeah, and like Mithrigan,
Oh my
like
god, I love Megan. Oh my god.
like it was a Blumhouse movie. It was a Blumhouse movie, right? So it wasn't like the super high budget movie.
No. That's true. I hope Megan we get another one soon.
I
I
think
know
we
there's been
are.
like a lot of rumblings about Chucky versus Megan, which is so fucking cool and funny, and I really hope we get that.
I love that they reference it in the show. I love that they reference it in the show.
I know that was great. That I mean, it's gonna be hard because like obviously 2 different movie studios, right? But man, would that go
I don't know.
great?
Don has a lot of the control of Chucky though, from what I understand. So like, I'm sure he.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, so I mean, we could get it. It'd be cool as fuck. I think that'd be like, I think it'd be a cool ushering and baton pass we've never seen in horror. Because we've had Pinhead recast and that failed like 3 times. We've had, huh?
I was gonna say this is really off topic. But I mean, we're already off topic, but I really, my dream franchise with this game now, now that we've gotten Chucky, because that was the last one I really wanted, is Tremors.
You would have just made my roommate so happy. That's their favorite movie.
Oh, I
series.
love Tremors. Oh my god, I would. It's like one of my favorite movie franchises of all time.
Get Kevin Bacon in here. Let's go.
Oh my god, Kevin Bacon as a survivor would be the fucking best. Or I mean, it would be Bert. Like, there's no way it's not Bert.
Yeah, 100%. That's
Man,
funny. I never even considered that. I'm gonna have to tell them you had that idea. They're gonna love it.
there's a national holiday from Tremors. Did you know this?
I think I've heard about this. I think they've told me.
Yeah, Burt Gummer Day. It's a real national holiday. It's the
Didn't know
day.
that.
It's the day after taxes.
Interesting. I love it. So that's your like, is that your like one above all chapter? You
At the moment, yeah. Like it'll never happen. That's one of those ones where I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, my one above all is also never going to happen. So
It was Chucky and Alien. Those were my 2, and they came back to back.
Yep, same.
And then after that, it's just Tremors, and I really don't care. I mean, and FNAF, but we already know FNAF's happening.
Oh yeah, that was like the people were like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I want it. I was like, dude, it's gonna happen. If there's anything I've learned in my life, it's that money always finds a way. Always finds.
I mean, otherwise though, like I can't even think of like any video game ones. I do want Jackie Estacado from the Darkness. I do want that really bad.
Oh, that'd be cool. My most wanted is a video game. Actually, I want Alice, American McGee's Alice.
That
as a survivor.
That would be interesting. Like
with a map, just survivor and map
from the game franchise, not from the books.
Yep, yep, from the game franchise. I think that'd be cool. I mean, we got an Alice Cosmetics. Alice Wonderland Cosmetics in the game now, but I would love American McGee's Alice.
I haven't really played the American McGee games. Are they? I know it's obviously inspired by the books, obviously, but
yeah. So he took the books, and then it's a reflection on Alice's psychology and madness. Ironic. They're really good. The art is insane. It's very gothic, very well done. But he gave up. They had a third game, but he's got like a 500-page booklet on the game development. So he created all the bosses, world design, costumes, mechanics, literally designed the entire game. Could not get the funding, and by the time they finally got the funding, it was like 10 years later. And he's like, "Yeah, I give up. If you guys want to do it without me. I don't give a shit. I quit. He's like, I literally spent time away from my newborn children for this game. I'm done. I'm out. So we'll never get it. But oh my god.
So was it more in line with like the actual story behind the book? I assume.
Well, not really. He took the character. So okay. So what happens? I'll give you like a brief synopsis.
Also, before we continue this, I'm not going to go into it, but look up the actual story behind the writing of Alice in Wonderland. I'm sorry, Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, but
I'm glad you got the title right.
Yeah, look up the actual story behind. I took psychology for 4 years. We talked about this. We talked about it a lot because the story behind a lot of art is fucked up, but the story behind Out Through the Looking Glass is really fucked up.
Yeah, the game's fucked up too. And that's kind of the whole point. It's really like a celebration of it. So Alice's family dies in a house fire. She gets blamed, put in a mental institute. And then her psychologist is fucking her over mentally, telling her to not trust people, to keep like withdrawing more and more into her psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all taking place in like plague era Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out he's the one that like murdered her family, set him on fire. It's like been giving her like schizophrenia, all this crazy. I won't say schizophrenia. That's not accurate and at a time, honestly. But yeah, it's actually pretty good. Playing the first game's pretty hard now because it's such an old PC game, but Madness Returns holds up really well.
Mm-hmm.
And really fun to play through. But yeah, just gorgeous game, really cool character design. If I got anything, if I could pay money out of my own pocket, if I had it, that's what I'd put in the game.
I love that you saying that and me saying Jackie Estacada from the Darkness can kind of like pinpoint the time we probably grew up in.
Damn it! Shut up! Don't let them know. I do have a second one that's also a video game. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Have you ever heard of Splatterhouse?
I feel like
imagine the Hulk mixed with Jason. This guy's girlfriend gets kidnapped for some science experiment, and he makes a deal to sell his body to this haunted mask. And the entire game is you're just literally massacring like these monsters throughout this house looking for your girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
You literally like rip their limbs off and use them as weapons. And it started as like an old SNES game, like a side scroller beat 'em up horror game, and then it was remade like in the early 2000s. Horribly made because it like swapped like 8 developers, but it had so much good horror flavor. I want that.
I do. I've talked about this before. I do think we're getting to this point in Dead by Daylight where we're not necessarily running out of possible licenses. It's just like we do have to.
We're running out of the big ones.
Yeah, we have to kind of stretch it a bit, and not in a bad way. Like again, like I've mentioned a lot of times that how like Xenomorph and Chucky were not like ever. What's the word I'm looking for? They're
not for this era.
Yeah, well, they're also like I say this a lot. They're not popular. They're iconic. If that makes it like if I show my sister is like 16, she's never seen a Chucky movie, but if I showed her a picture of Chucky, she could tell me who it is.
I think horror and DBD's characters are going to go through 3 eras of like what kind of characters they got. So we got the iconics minus Jason, right? We got Myers, they got Freddy, they got the big ones, the icons. We're getting FNAF, we're getting the rest. There's a few icons we still need. They started getting or not the iconic, the that'd be Chucky and all them, but we got the like popular, the like, you know, time defining ones. But now we need to get the cult classics.
Yeah,
like
we got that with
it's
Alan.
not that they're popular now, but DBD when they launch like little cult classic stuff, like I can tell you now, most people have never played a Castlevania game that are like under our age. Yeah, there's not a Castlevania game for them to play. How many of them fucking got into that shit now?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier, like Konami, like it was a reverse thing with that license in particular.
I want more of those now. I don't want as many of the iconic. Give me some of the down in the dirty like cult classic stuff.
I mean, we kind of got that with Alan Wake too. Like, as much as this one person on Twitter will not get off my back about this, Alan Wake was a cult classic by all definitions of the word.
Oh yeah, we weren't even like we were so close to not even getting that first game. Like I can't even believe we got a second game. It's crazy. It's a cult game.
Still haven't beaten the second game.
Me neither. I really keep meaning to, but
I got through the tutorial and I was like, you know what, I'm kind of drained now.
That's the one downside I'll say about DBD is it really eats your time for other games.
But you know, like Alan Wake, is definitely a cult classic. Again, as much as a couple people disagree with that statement, which I guess people don't know what that word means anymore. I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know, but yeah.
But like even nowadays, it's like modern horror. It's like, what do we have anymore? Like FNAF's already in, so we've got art.
Modern horror is like on a snooze. We really don't have much.
Megan. That's really it. I can't. Yeah. I legitimately can't think of it. Even in the video game scene, like I can't think of too many like new horror franchises.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying I want Megan versus Chucky because like we're losing all these horror icons, and none of them have passed the torch. We tried that unceremoniously with Pinhead, and fucked over that actor, and they weren't happy, and now that whole situation's fucked. We tried it with Freddy. That got fucked because we didn't do it right.
Romulus was fine.
But Chucky?
That kind of counts.
Yeah, that's fair. But Chucky, like having a movie with Megan, I feel like would be that torch passing off of like, hey, I was the killer doll, icon for so long, but now it's you. Go get him, you know?
Yeah, because
And I think that'd be just spiritually be really nice.
because I mean, there's still some others like Dead Space is obviously highly wanted. I mean, some of the things they had on the survey were really odd. I saw Deep Rock Galactic was on the survey.
Oh yeah, that's right. I still need to look at that. I've been trying to find time. I haven't even gotten to play Marvel Rivals with you yet.
Yeah. But yeah, Deep Rock Galactic was on that list. That is not a horror game.
No,
Rock and Stone Brothers. Okay, I had to let that out. Sorry.
I do you think they'll ever do Warhammer? That is such a big license, but that license is so they're a bully.
It's so broad.
They're so I don't even think it's that broad.
What
Warhammer 40K?
I think it's really broad. Like what I mean by that is like it can fit any genre it needs to.
Oh, I got you. I thought you were like,
I mean,
it's such a big license. Like, what do they even take from it? I was like,
well, no, because
no, there's like
we've got movies out of it, TV shows, comics. There was an RTS game. There was a
action games.
There's
now.
action games. There's been a horde based game. Like,
that would be a cool one. But like, Games Workshop is such a stickler for their shit.
Warhammer is like the gun nut version of D&D.
It really is. It really is.
It's like people like were arguing D&D doesn't fit, and it's like no, it can fit. Like in Warhammer, I think it's the same way. It's literally the same kind of situation.
Yeah, pretty much.
Where it's like you can mold it into whatever you need to. But I mean, like, I'm just trying to think of like other modern horror, like movies or games. It's like because most
you have one-offs. Like we got Abigail, which was the vampire movie not too long ago. That was kind of good. We got Nosferatu, but that's like not going to be like an iconic series franchise.
The other thing is like most modern horror movies nowadays, because horror definitely goes through cycles, and I think the cycle, at least for a little bit there, was psychological, like Lovecraftian horror. And that was movies like It Follows and Smile. And,
and it's we got like Midsummer.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
And these are like, and this isn't me shitting on those movies. It's just those movies don't have like a slasher,
a character.
Yeah.
I mean, we even actually got like a Midsummer reference in this game now, so like they are tapping into that.
But it's like
as much as they can.
It's like, well, okay, we want Smile in the game. How the fuck do you even do that? Or It Follows.
There's your imposter survivor.
No, It Follows would be the imposter survivor.
Ah, you're right.
It transforms into the survivor, can only walk. And then someone in chat just said Outlast, and it's like maybe, but
how
like
do you do Outlast? I don't know enough about Outlast.
It's I have a weird history with this game. So
this is where I think they need to start doing this thing, where for certain chapters we don't get characters, just badass maps.
Or cosmetics. I've said this for years. Like
I like cosmetics. I just don't like when that's all we get.
I've talked about it before with like Scooby-Doo. Like I don't think Scooby-Doo could work as a chapter. I would love it as a cosmetic set though.
Yeah, that one makes sense. Like you can't even do a map for that one, I don't think.
Or like Ghostbusters. Like Ghostbusters makes so much sense as a cosmetic and not a chapter.
Yeah, okay, I'll concede there. You win that one. Yeah, that's a fair point. But like Warhammer, like if you couldn't give me a characters, like obviously I don't expect you to give us Survivor's power armor or anything, but like you can just give us a map. Like a Warhammer 40K map would be interesting.
And I mean, bringing this back a little bit to Chucky is like I said, Chucky is one of the most iconic characters in the game, or in the world. I think again, you could show like most people a picture of him and they would know his name, even if they've never seen or even heard of a movie.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's in this video game is a monumental milestone.
Well, yeah, because they tried to make a Chucky video game a long time ago. Like, if you go look it up, it was on Kickstarter. My name is right there on the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I think I'm in the first, 100 people. Like, I've been waiting for Chucky in a game for so long. It's actually, I still some days can't believe it's a thing. It's crazy.
And this is the closest we'll ever get to it, I feel. I still want him in Fortnite, by the way. I don't even play Fortnite. Make him a backpack.
Please. They did it to... Well, dude, they did it to Billy. Give us tall, lanky Chucky. I'm just kidding.
I'm
I prefer a back bling.
Yeah,
too.
I'm serious. Yeah, make him a backpack, or make him a pickaxe where he's like tied to the end or something.
You got to give us Tiff though, then too, if you're doing the back bling, so you and your teammate can like have both.
That's great.
Make them reactive, so when you kill somebody, they flip somebody off.
Can they do
Literally, do it, Fortnite. I gave you the ideas.
Censor it too. Like, that would even be fun. Like I know people joke about
that
this
would be
sometimes.
really funny. That'd make it more funny,
Yeah,
honestly.
but there are times when like censoring a cuss word is way funnier than the cuss word itself.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I played Brutal Legends because you have the option to bleep the cuss words, and it's way funnier with the bleeps.
Dude, I never got to play Brutal Legends. I always wanted to play that game. It looks fun.
It's an RTS.
Wait. Brutal Legends?
Yeah, it's an RTS.
The one with Jack Black?
Yes.
The fuck?
It's
I thought it was an action game.
Exactly. That's what everyone thought. No, it's an RTS. It's a
I don't know if I like that more or less.
It's a hack and slash action open world RTS.
How weird.
It's such an odd game, and it's really funny because it actually fixed the problem most RTSs have. Because the problem a lot of RTSs have is that their tutorials kind of suck. But the way Brutal Legends does it is the first half of the game is a hack and slash teaching you how all the units work. And then the second half is an RTS.
That's okay. Mega Man solved TCGs years ago. So it's funny how weird games will sometimes like solve an entire genre's issues in one fell swoop and then never take off fully.
And then no one played it, and yeah, it was great.
I mean, that game got 6 installments. I guess people played it, but like,
no, I meant.
talk about it.
I meant Brutal.
Oh, yeah, it sucks. That game looks so fun too.
Yeah, Jack Black was. Ozzy Osbourne was in that game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you could. He was your upgrade guy. You went to him for your level ups.
It's so weird.
It's such a weird fucking game. I highly recommend it though. It's really good.
I might have to go back and check that out.
In the dumbest way, and he had multiplayer too.
That's right. I remember that. I was like, I remember hearing about that because, ironically, I was going to bring it up earlier when I was talking about Splatterhouse because I think they came out at the same time because they were because Brutal Legend had that same problem where the studio closed and then it got like shuffled around and Splatterhouse.
I was thinking of Psychonauts when you were mentioning that.
Yeah. So Splatterhouse was in that same deal where like that studio got shut down and then all these games like got shuffled around like crazy and almost got into development hell and never got released. So Brutal Legends was right there, and I forgot it had a multiplayer, and I was like, wow. It like went from like not existing to like has a multiplayer.
I do want to like take the conversation a little bit back to Dead by Daylight since we've been talking
no worries.
for a while. But what I do want to talk about though is the Chucky changes in particular, with this idea of the fact that it was in a hotfix and the fact that and I'm curious how sentiment is going to change now with the Freddy rework, because Skull Merchant happened, right? And once Skull Merchant happened, everyone was terrified whenever their killer was on the list, right?
I've never... Yeah, so that was something I talked about a lot, because, I agree, right? Like, Skull Merchant made it scary, but we also, for, like, every Skull Merchant, we had a billion of twins.
And a Bubba, and a Clown, and a Huntress, and a Doctor.
Yeah, and so every time somebody's like, every time they redo a character, it's ass, and they kill them. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do we have goldfish memory over here?
It was Trickster, Skull Merchant, and depending on who you ask, Chucky.
Yeah, I was like, they have a better track record than not. I don't want to like glaze DVD or behavior, like they have a lot of problems. But I was like, brothers, sisters, they fix the characters more often than they break them. Sure, Twins was really bad in the PTB, but by the time they came out, like a lot of that had been fixed.
Yeah, and if you look back through the year, it's like Bubba got those quality of life buffs. Doctor got 2 rounds of quality of life buffs. Clown got his buffs. Huntress got her buffs. I'm just saying, like most of the killers that have been on the list, even the most recent ones, like didn't Wesker get buffed with this?
Yeah, they got fixed a little bit. People wanted the cooldown better. Sorry, I got a cough. And there was something else. And then they had the like tunneling incentive taken away.
Yeah.
So that was a positive too. And I like you said, depending on who you ask, I'd say Chucky fits more in line with all of them than Skull Merchant and Trickster, where they're like
Even like Houndmaster and Vecna, they've been very unknown. Like they've been very good about keeping up with these killers and making them better.
For all the killers they've touched, having two that were bad, one like unfathomably bad. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's honestly not a bad track record. What
No.
we'll see is what the changes are from the PTB for Freddy. We're about to hit Hellfire if they change something like extremely, or people might start cutting him a little bit more of a break again if it's okay, like just minor stuff.
I'm going to be honest with the Freddy changes. I think the problem is, and people are going to hate me for this, I think content creators are the problem with how the Freddy reaction.
Oh, did you watch the Choi video?
I might have. I kind of agree with them on that. I think content creators are the problem with that one. Because
to a degree,
how are people supposed to react when you make a thumbnail that literally says he's S tier now?
Dude, it is funny. Like, anybody watching, like, go look at PTB Freddy. You will see, and as I looked at this today, I wanted to grab screenshots because I wanted to talk about it. You will see, like, half the thumbnails are like, Freddy OP, this is a godsend. And it's from, like, small to medium to big creators, right? And then you'll have people be like, it's meh. Because I think you had, like, Pixel Bush was like, this is great, had a good video on it, loves it. Then you have somebody like Mint Skull who literally, I think, is like, Freddy changes are meh. And then you have people that are like, this is dog water, this is ass. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. Like, if you weren't a content creator and, like, very heavily involved, like, what the fuck conclusion are you supposed to draw from this? Like, that's where I actually disagreed with Choi. I was like, Choi, I don't think people are overglazing. I think people don't have a consensus. And I don't think survivors or random players are going to walk away being like, oh, he's overpowered. I think they're going to be like, what the fuck is going on?
Every match I played, and I asked the survivors, because I only played about 3 or 4 matches of it, every single one of them said he felt overpowered. So but I was playing like...
Well, no, sorry.
I know, but I was like playing like kind of nice. I was like running... Like I tried like the new paintbrush add-on. Mm-hmm. And, like, they were like, I remember someone was like, and they said distortion was a problem. It's like, bro, I can see you, like, if you're asleep with outside of 32 meters. I can't do anything with that info.
Yeah. And I hate the, like, how do I say this? This is where I agree with Troy a little bit. And I've always been annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And something I think Brian might be one of the few I've talked to that like has a sentiment. You can get impressions, and that's the fuck all you can get.
Yeah.
You can't say a killer is hard to loop if you've spent like 5 matches trying to figure it out. It takes longer than that.
I feel like
we're still figuring out Xeno. People are just now, like almost a year and a half later, finally figuring out not to put the turrets right in front of the fucking station.
I feel like this is something with DBD that's weird because there was a time period where people were like, no, you can get all the info you need from like 2 matches of a character. There was a time period where that was the case, where people legitimately thought that. And I feel like things have changed somehow, and people are realizing that's not the case.
I think it's because DBD is moving more competitively. And not like comp DBD. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, the sentiment of DB, a party game, is just slowly dying out.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's my perspective, because I also don't see DBD as a party game, and I don't think it's sustainable as one.
I don't think any game is sustainable as a party game.
No, and I don't think people even know what I don't think it's the comp and casual thing, right? And I think it applies to party game versus PvP online.
I mean, like,
game.
How many versions of Jackbox are there? It's because they have to keep re-releasing them, because a party game isn't sustainable.
Well, yeah, and like, think of how, okay, anybody who's played Jackbox with like close friends or family, not like loose acquaintances or loose friends at a party once, that thing gets fucking heated. Like DBD is not a party game, and if you want it to not be heated, salty, and like moving more competitively is probably the way to go. Now, some games handle it poorly still. Endgame chats are always going to be nasty. Marvels proves that already.
I have ever muted Marvels, so.
Yeah, and I honestly, I've said my idea for Dead by Daylight is to get rid of the endgame chat and make a pre-game chat, so you can say, "Hey, good luck. Hey, I'm coming in for like a rough match. Good luck."
If you get rid of in-game chat, I can name 10 content creators off the top of my head who would lose their jobs.
My bad. I didn't mean to put people out of jobs. Shit, I'm toxic. But do you get what I mean? I said this once, and somebody was like, we already have a pregame chat, dumbass. And I was like,
for the
for the survivors, you nutbag, like you walnut. Why? No, that's not what I'm talking about. And I'm like, because think about it. If you say, okay, hey, GG's, like, what can you say that's rude? And if you are rude, they just leave the lobby before you even play the game. If you want to be a dickhole, guess what? You don't get to play.
Also,
It happens before the match. And if you do want to be a dickhole, guess what? You've already interacted with these people. So there's kind of a person behind the character all of a sudden. So you might think twice. I think it's just like positive on top of positive.
but
And then once the match is over, the match is over.
Before we continue with this, that was a joke, by the way. I have no hatred towards DVD salt YouTubers, especially most of them that do it, quote, the right way. I have no problem with them. Okay, moving on.
Oh, I enjoy most of them. That's because, like, yeah, I think they handle the salt interestingly most of the time. Like, the ones I do enjoy, I think they handle it constructively or positively. Or at least in a way that's, like, not escalating it, but more, like, de-escalating it in a humorous way.
But like it's weird because like Freddy, I think is I feel like whatever happens to Freddy as a PTB is gonna kind of show like where the game is heading with certain characters. But again, like even Houndmaster, like yeah, a lot of us think she probably got overbuffed. Again, I really do think it's just the vault speed. But like they handled Houndmaster, like she's good now, right? So it's like, and again, like that's another one on the pile of they did a good job so far. Like not sarcastic, legitimate. Like
term that's forever ruined in the community.
But yeah, but once again, like I say, it's like everyone brings up Skull Merchant and Trickster, and again, depending on who you ask, Chucky, as like these examples of like, see, behavior doesn't know what they're doing. Meanwhile, Bubba, Doctor, Clown. Depending on who you ask, Wesker, Billy's rework.
There is one I'll say they fucked up that doesn't get talked about, but I've slowly been seeing. Singularity.
That depends on who you ask.
All the mains don't play. I've seen, I won't name names, but some of the bigger mains have all recently mentioned how boring they are.
I love Singularity now. I mean, I loved him before, but I still love him.
So my hot take, and where I was gonna work this, I think Chucky is similar to Singularity in these changes. People want him to be easier to pick up and play, just like what they did to Singularity, right? They took away some of the complexity and the execution to make him more fun for everyone to play. But now, a lot of the really hardcore people find him very boring and have stopped playing him. Or left the game entirely.
That happens.
And I think that's what people want for Chucky.
I was gonna say, well, I mean, that happened with Chucky like 4 times now, though.
I think they did the opposite. I think because they made him harder each time. They didn't make him worse, but they made him slightly harder. They did the opposite. But people want to revert it and do what they did to Singularity. And I think Singularity proves that's not a good idea. I think you should... The people that love the character and spend time, those are the ones you should cater to. Not the like ones that just want to play him passively here and there.
But I think that's where a lot of the discourse is kind of like losing the plot a bit. Because a lot of us are... Because again, like I can name like 5 Chucky players off the top of my head, you being one of them, Smith being the other, and then a couple others that are really enjoying the changes. Chucky mains that are enjoying the changes.
Yeah, exactly. But I think people don't like that. Like when I talked to, I won't say who, I won't say name. They said that they don't think that's healthy. That everybody should be able to pick up Chucky whenever they want to and do well.
I don't agree.
And they preferred Chucky being like an easy to pick up killer, and that's what people wanted for Singularity. But now you have people that really loved and spent a lot of time really like grinding that character, learning the intricacies, really loved them, kind of just drop off. And honestly, if you make Chucky more boring and more easy and like less, like I think Chucky mains are gonna probably do that. Minus maybe me and you who are like ride or die, of course. So I guess.
It's I mean, in kind of the reverse happened with Skull Merchant to a degree too, right?
Yeah, like to me, this isn't even a conversation like well, we don't really know. No, we do know. It's happened twice. Yeah. It's actually, fuck it, Trickster. That's why people don't like Trickster. They made Trickster more accessible for everybody and fucked him. Talk to Rev. Talk to Zozo. That was the problem. They wanted to make Trickster simplified, way easier to just randomly pick up. And now nobody likes him. And that's what people want to do to Chucky.
And I mean, they kind of. I mean, another example of this is the Huntress buffs too, because those were very contentious.
Yeah, I'm like, we've done this so many times, and it's proven time and time again that it is not healthy.
And it doesn't even accomplish the goal.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why I feel like a madman this whole time. I'm like, you walnuts. No, all due respect to everybody with opposing views. I respect that. But like, we've seen it time and time again. It's not like this is our first rodeo.
Well,
the proof is already in the pudding.
And, you know, like I talked about earlier, where like we feel like the goal, from what we can tell, based on the statistics, that it wasn't necessarily that his kill rate was too high, or that like his play rate was too high. Because if it was play rate that was causing it, then Dracula would have been like fucking gutted last week.
Oh, they would have shot Huntress in the face years ago.
Yeah,
Huntress has been at the top of the list for literal years.
Yeah, so like the play rate's definitely not part of it either. So the only other factor was player sentiment playing against him. And that's why a lot of us bring up that point. It's not us trying to like tinfoil hat it. It's just like, if you look at it from a logistical standpoint, it's the only option left.
Or, hear me out. That's the only other possible reason, right? Because I've thought, we've all thought about this. We've all talked about it. I've talked about it like 8 hours a day, almost every day since. Either it was people didn't like Chucky, in which case, to be honest, it kind of worked. I don't see much hate for Chucky.
I still do.
To be, it is there, but it's not near. It's like maybe a tenth of what it was. It didn't work at first. Now that it's had some time, I think it's finally worked. It needed, like, we needed other things to happen, so it went away. It's just how people are. Once more things happen, we kind of forget about the old things unless they're still bothering us. Or, as we've talked, and me and you both know, a large part of the development team actively plays Chucky. Like, actively, in their free time. What if they... And we both talked. I know me, you, and Smith... I don't know if Smith at the time. I think Smith hated it at first. But I know me, at least, I think you said you, possibly Smith, depending on my memory, all stated the speed was too much. Is it really hard to believe that a development team that actively plays this killer came to the same conclusion? This is something I came to like 2 weeks after its release.
Yeah.
I'm really not that surprised if the developers had done a few changes and they're like, you know what? Let's just bite the bullet. I think this is what we're going to do. And they came to the same conclusion a lot of us have. Because it is a healthier character. So is there a small possibility we're actually not giving them credit for making a good change?
I think the question I would like to add, and this is an answer we'll never get, if he released like this, would people be saying he's too weak?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Really?
100%. If he released like this, I think many people would put him low B, high C. The problem is he has a long withheld perception that he's unloopable.
Yeah.
And a lot of that went away in this version. But if he had started out here, where people realized they could react to him and loop him, that frustration, I don't think would have ever popped off. They would have hated the manual scamper. Don't get me wrong. That would have still gone away. And once that went away, they would have been like, oh, they trashed this killer. I think that's what would have happened. They would have been like, okay, manual scamper's overpowered. They need to get rid of that. They changed that. Boom. Okay, well, now he's weak. And they would have done some of the changes, maybe put the cooldown, all that. But I don't think people would hate him.
I think another thing with this, and we've mentioned it a couple times, I think another thing that doesn't get brought up enough with Chucky, and a lot of people need to understand this, and I've mentioned it at least like 2 or 3 times in the past 20 minutes. Being a Chucky man is so aggravating because of how often he gets changed.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
All the love in the world. If this podcast shows anything, it's that I respect every main of every character, right? if anything I've ever said or talked about, I respect every main of every character and try to fight for them as much as I can. I will be the person out here claiming that Legion has a skill ceiling, okay? I do it all the time. But I feel like people do not understand how aggravatingly frustrating it can be for your character to get some massive change every 3 to 4 months.
Not like even less than sometimes. I talked about this on stream, right? Because somebody was like, oh, wow, I like you're hitting a lot of scampers. And, I think it's really cool. And I was like, yeah, one day, like, I'd like to be considered the Lilith Omen of Chucky, Like, respect that person. I like how people view them and how they handle their character. That's what I want, That's where I want to be with my character. But at the same time, I sit there and I'm like, okay, my character's been out a year. And I was trying to explain this. A year, right? And normally that means I'd have years of, like, muscle memory. But since they're changing it, like, I'm relearning. Like, my muscle memory literally got reset just a couple months ago.
Exactly.
So when I'm messing up flicks here and there, I'm like, it's going to look bad. It's going to feel bad. But that's because, like, sure, the character's been out a year, but, like, this version I've only had for a few months. Or a month at this point.
And, there's other characters this kind of happen too. Onryo's a good example, to a degree. The difference with Onryo, I feel, is that she didn't fundamentally really, like...
muscle memory wouldn't have changed.
Yeah. Like,
just strat.
Skull Merchant, obviously, with her first rework. But again, after that first rework, they didn't really touch her after that, did they? Until the shotgunning, but...
No. And that's why I'm urging people, and my legitimate thought is, before we yell for more changes, you should honestly give it an honest to goodness try. And I mean, like, legitimately try it. I know it's going to be frustrating and annoying and jarring at first, but like, every case I've seen, every person I've asked and gotten to try has ended up liking it. It may be worth checking out before we ask for changes we might not like if he actually is in a healthy spot right now. And honestly, I just, like, if he's in a healthy spot, it'd be nice to keep that for a little while for the first time ever. Just let the character rest in a healthy-ish spot.
I mean, rat poison got nuked, so that's gone. And that's something I think a lot of us wanted, most of us anyways.
Yeah, that's definitely... honestly, if you want to attribute things that ruined Chucky's opinion, like, community-wide, I think, like, a lot of it would also be gone without rat poison.
Yeah, I can almost agree, yeah. I think rat poison, the fact Manual Scamper was on the release, like...
It was kind of a perfect storm, huh?
And, like, the thing is, like I've heard some people argue, like, Freddy, Freddy has a new add-on. I saw some people comparing it to rat poison.
I saw that too, and I was like, no.
I was like, no, he actually has to land his power to get it.
Yeah, I made a whole video, so I think it's one of my most watched and most argued videos, and it was on Chucky's actual release, and I was like, rat poison is bad, and we need to do something about it. And so many people were like, no, it's fine. Huntress says the same thing, and I was like, no. Huntress has to first hit you and then gets the R rating.
Right.
But they have to land a hit, and they can't just use it freely as, like, a free nowhere to hide whenever they want. Chucky can do that. And if Huntress misses, guess what? She doesn't get anything for it. But if Chucky misses and doesn't hit anybody, guess what? They still get aura rating.
Yeah.
And even if they don't see auras, then they know nobody's in the area. It is so compounded how much value that thing had.
Yeah, also by the way, that new Freddy add-on, I think people might actually start running it, because at least for the first couple weeks, because I learned something on the PTB that I wasn't aware of. If someone brings Calm Spirit, you don't know if you hit them.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because they don't scream. And, unlike Doctor, and much like Doctor, they'll still get the effect, right? They'll still get slowed. But if you do
but
it,
you don't have that info.
Yeah, if you do it through, like, a wall and, like, let's say,
do you still get the points for it in the top right of the screen?
You might. But is that really a good solution?
It depends on who you ask. I actually use the points to let me know stuff.
I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, like, how you fix that, because that's... Calm Spirit's a weird tech perk kind of thing that I've always said.
I don't mind Calm Spirit having some more corner cases. I don't mind corner cases in the game, like little things happening that affect little things.
You mean like how Overcome is like one of the best perks against Chucky?
Well, that's a little different. But, like, I didn't mind. Like, if Calm Spirit just, like, kind of negates a little bit of info from Freddy on that one little circumstance, I think it's actually kind of interesting. It adds a little depth to the game and rewardment for running a niche perk.
Maybe. I don't know. It was just so weird. And it's my
Clown. No, that's super weird.
Clown has the same problem too. It's like Calm Spirit really doesn't affect Clown because you see them get hit with the bottle. It's just like the feedback isn't there.
Yeah, that'd be like not getting the hit confirm sound when you hit somebody with your M1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's a weird corner case thing, but yeah, I just thought that was interesting to bring up. But yeah, like current Chucky, I still think like again, my adjustment ideas have been just fix the acceleration, quote unquote, fix it. I don't know how much faster it needs to be because when you're at max speed, he actually feels fine. I feel, and I think again that's part of the problem is people aren't going for the long range hits or
The
scamp.
problem too is like while the acceleration doesn't feel good for you, it's really necessary for the survivor.
Mm-hmm.
That's been my hesitation because I like Vampire Toothy, like I just went over and reacted to their rework idea and they adjusted that and I was like, damn, the problem of like because I've seen the idea that you change the ramp up time so it's faster, but you make the charge time longer. I'm like, but survivors aren't going to notice that.
Also, you
They're not
motherfucker.
like
Sorry. I need to put this out here. You motherfuckers. Okay, no one talked about the acceleration speed until Hens mentioned it like a month ago. I swear to God, because I talked about this all
no,
the
nobody
time.
did.
Yeah, no one talked about it because no one knew it was a thing until Hens said something. You motherfuckers. Anyways, keep going.
Somebody might have been talking to Hens about that for that very reason, though. um, but yeah, no, that was something. I mean, I'll stop hinting at it. But yeah, that's something we talked about. So like when Hens did that video, we talked for a little bit about it. Like they ran some ideas past me. We talked about some balancing, and ideas and theories on the character. And Hens asked me if I thought the speed was all right then, and I was like, yeah, I think it's fine. Like I get why it feels bad. And we talked about the ramp up. But yeah, I don't. The problem is, I just don't think you can because it gives. Now you're taking away that reaction time that the survivors needed.
Well, there's a solution to that. People would hate the solution, but it's one I've been saying for like a year now. Make the charge time from Silk Pillow base kit.
But I don't think that helps survivors because they won't notice it. Like it's not reactive. Like it's not something they can react to and notice. You know?
Yeah, but it gives them more time to preemptively react.
They don't get told when you're starting it exactly. Like it's a little bit harder than like having the actual physical time of Chucky being a little bit slower at the beginning. I just think that's better info and reaction time for them. Like that's more tangible feedback than a bar being half a second longer that they can't physically see. I think from this overall, yeah, it's more or less the exact same thing. But from the survivor end, I don't think that would help as much.
I mean, yeah, but like, you know, people want like Huntress's wind up down. Wouldn't it be the same thing as that?
Her wind up down?
Yeah, a lot of people want.
What do you mean?
A lot of people want Huntress's wind up nerfed again.
Oh,
like, wouldn't it be the same basic thing as that? Because people want it nerfed for the same reasons, to give you more time to react.
Man, I don't think if you need more time to react to that, that's crazy. Because I mean, even with Babushka, it takes what like a full second something to pick up and throw.
I think with Babushka and Oak, it's like half a second.
I mean, that's Xenomorph too, but it has to be. I don't know. That's Huntress stuff. I won't claim to know enough about Huntress to talk deeply on balancing, but no, I think the ramp up is a better feedback and like opportunity for survivors than a second and a half. Not to mention, if you add that second and a half, you actually take away some utility that Chucky has to react to survivors. So you're taking away reactivity on both sides. That's the only reason I don't like it. I don't think it would be the end of the world. I just think you're removing reactivity on both ends.
I think
because there's a lot of situations where the extra charge time, once you see them do something, becomes a lot harder to react to.
I've also heard the idea that one of the problems with balancing Chucky is that his Heidi Ho and Slice and Dice are tied together. I've heard. I forgot who mentioned this.
Oh, that's another Vampire Toothy. They had the idea of splitting them. My only problem with that too is, again, like I'm trying to be as fair to the survivors, right? Like I'm thinking about both sides. Is if Slice and Dice is not tied to Heidi Ho, all you have is the sound cue, and often, well, now you're introducing a new accessibility issue because they don't know when that could possibly be launched. Right now, if they're in Heidi Ho, you know you can be Slice and Dice, but if they're out of it, you know you can't. So there's a lot clearer information, but outside of that, like, now you don't have that. Not to mention, I know of 2 Chucky techs that would remove the sound alert from that I don't know how they'd fix, and now you can just silently dash at them randomly. Again, and I like that you had to, like, you use one power of the usage, but you had to decide how best to use it. I think that's where some of the skill ceiling comes in.
And again, I think this is the problem with trying to like quote fix him is that there's so many differing opinions on this on how to like make it good for both sides. And I think we've seen this over the past year a lot and a lot recently as people have been trying to come up with quote solutions, including myself, including you,
Yeah.
including Smith, including the other Chucky players, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I
Um,
think we're here though,
because
minus a
it,
couple little things.
yeah, and again, I like the ramp up speed. Like I don't think it really even needs to be adjusted that much. I think Smith said plus 50%, so it would basically double the ramp up speed. I don't think it needs to be that drastic. I think like
No.
plus 20, because again, not even necessarily plus any amount. I think for me, I feel like if you're halfway through the dash, you should be at your max speed.
This is my theory because overall, it's not actively affecting the dashes, right? Like we are still landing our slice and dices. I think once you get used to actually handling them, it's
Mm-hmm.
not that it's actually affecting the ability to use it. It's the feeling, and it's because Chucky runs in place and gets the little white lines. I legitimately think, and I'm going to use yours, is it's a cognitive dissonance issue.
It is for sure.
To, because I think you just adjust the animation to where he runs a little slower, like he's actually ramping up, instead of the animation being the exact same day all the way through, but then the speed changes. And I
Oh,
think that's just the problem. Is he's running in place with white lines, but you're like not going anywhere.
speaking
So it'd be
of
like a Sonic charge up, you know?
speaking of, have you noticed the problem with portable TV?
Wait, which one?
So because of how the ramp up is affected, portable TV actually pulls you back at the start of the dash.
You know, I haven't run it lately. Maybe I don't think I have noticed that.
Yeah, I noticed that me and Yoshi were testing this day one. Yeah, we actually did the distance testing. Uh, somehow portable TV got messed up. It's not 70%. It's actually 50.
Nice. Love
We
that.
don't know why. My best guess, like I said, is because of how the acceleration works with portable TV. Because the dash is longer.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
So my assumption, from what we can tell, and from the frame by frame I went, when you start the dash on portable TV, it pulls you back a little bit.
That's annoying. See,
Uh,
that's my problem. I don't really think the ramp up is a problem. It is noticeable. I think I said earlier it's not noticeable. It is
mm.
noticeable. I don't want to say that. But I think it's important. And I think that's why they haven't touched it.
I think like the other problem with it again is like because if you scamper, you get the max speed, and it's why
Oh yeah.
scampers are feeling really good right now. And again, I think that's just I really do think it is just the feeling of the ramp up that is the issue right now.
Yeah. I agree.
Because
And I think it's the visual tied to the movement. But I don't
um
think it itself is a problem. And I think once
and then I mean the other big elephant is obviously the cooldown, which is contentious because I agree with you and many others that just lowering it doesn't solve the problem.
no.
And
Yeah.
and I hate that power drill exists because similar to how Ghostface used to be with one of his browns, I believe it was no, it was Chewed Pin. I think it was Chewed Pin. Like
I
Ghostface used to have a really long cooldown, and the justification for why it was so long is because Chewed Pin exists.
I also want to ask people, like if the cooldown really bothers you, and it bothers me, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna say this never happens. Record 10 games and tell me how many times, watch them through, you would have activated your power 2 seconds sooner if you had it available. I did this over 2 streams. The cooldown would have changed 5 or 6 hits, where I would have activated it 2 seconds sooner if I could,
For the slice and dice or for Heidi Ho?
just to get into power. Slice and dice, Heidi Ho, either or. I
Because
think I was just looking for
I,
slice and dices
I,
where like I wanted to get into slice and dice. You could
I,
tell,
because I
but I
think
couldn't.
I think that's the issue and why I think it being tied is kind of part of the problem. Because ideally, you would want to be in Heidi Ho as much as possible.
Well,
And
yeah,
like,
but then why not just make that the whole thing, and then then you're making a whole nother character. That's almost like a completely different design.
my point is and I bring this up when I was talking about the whole like stealth debate with like Pig and Chucky, right? It's like they're not really stealth killers because their power isn't going into stealth. The stealth is a catalyst to their actual power.
Yeah.
But the question becomes like, because I think we're seeing this in a bit in the debate with like the current Freddy on PTB. It's like, oh, he feels too spammy. It's like, yeah, but it kind of feels good that he's spammy, right? At least on the killer side.
Because the power doesn't even do damage; it's a slowdown. So
Right.
it's got to be spammy, or it's going to need to do damage and have a longer cooldown. Those are really your options.
Well, that's why the pallets, I assume, are supposed to do damage.
Well, yeah, then you got the pallet issue.
But like it comes into like again, like how do we fix the cooldown in a healthy way? And again, I'm biased because it's my idea, but like I really do think making that one bug a feature is the solution. It solves
Yeah.
so many things.
That's what I told when me and Heddens talked, and they asked about changes I'd make. That was I had two, and it was that, and then I said the camera to be able to do a chuck slide outside of like vaults needs to become a permanent, like actual functional thing, so console players have access.
Yeah.
Right now, console players can't really do that, and it's not really fair. And it's obviously something they're allowing because they've never tried to remove it, and it's very integral and within the power design. They just need to make that an actual intended design.
Yeah, and it's.
But yeah, I agree.
And again, like I've mentioned it so many times, it makes it so it encourages long range hits. It makes it so that he gets rewarded, and technically you could argue like it's punishing the survivor even if they dodge, because if he goes for a long range hit and they dodge, like his power comes back faster, I guess technically speaking.
But you had but you would make it a point where it's not like an immediate hit or right afterwards, right? That's why I'd say like a minimum 10 seconds at best.
Well, that's the thing.
I lean towards 12.
I don't even think it has to be a minimum. Like, because the thing is, like, because I was talking to somebody about this. If you don't give it a cap, right, and it could potentially be like 14 seconds, I don't think that's necessarily a bad. Again, he just was able to dash for 14 seconds. The amount of situations and not necessarily skill, but like knowledge that takes to be able to do, I think should be rewarded.
A little bit. The only problem is like right now you have the interesting conundrum and like skill ceiling of like deciding when to use your power for mobility, and that more or less makes it, well, you always use it for mobility all the time. Like, it's always there, and now you're getting rid of the challenging aspect of the character.
Maybe.
That's the only problem with it. That's why you can't, because I've thought of that too, right? Like, cool, if I do like this insane mock Chucky, which like on Larry's is really not that difficult. Like you can go on Larry's for like 30 seconds, not too hard. Depending on spawns, maybe 30 seconds is hyperbolic, but you get the idea. Like, it's always going to be the option. You're going to be over the entire map, no problem. Especially since Chucky's already really good about not breaking pallets when played at the top level, at least in my opinion. Like, I can get around the map from one end to the other through scampering for a pretty long time, pretty regularly as it is now. But now if there was no, cost afterwards, I could just immediately hop in power. Like, I'd always be all over the map. At that point, I really would be like Blight, a more restricted Blight, but like almost completely in line.
But I mean, is it necessarily a bad thing though?
I think so. I think a core part of Chucky is having the really good chase potential and struggling with the 4v1. I think that's what makes him so intriguing, is that you had to cover up that 4v1. We were talking about that earlier, about how that's the macro, and knowing the macro is the skill ceiling of the character, or a part of that skill ceiling and that skills repertoire. So I feel like if you make it so they can just traverse the map with just all upside, now that's not really a thing. Now he's got a great 4v1.
What if...
So he's got good 1v1 and good 4v1.
Hear me out. What if we make it so it only refunds it on hit?
Well, now...
based on distance traveled. Not distance, but like
only on hit?
Duration.
I don't know, but now I think you're making it too risky for the reward. Now it doesn't really even out. Now I think you're back. I really think you have to have like a minimum to it. Like,
the problem with the
cooldown
minimum
can be decreased, but only to a point.
The problem with the minimum though is conveyance.
That's why I think you tie it to scampers, because both these scenarios, think about it, like just running straight in a line with a slice and dice, not hard. Like anybody can do that, right? What we're really trying to incentivize is a creative and skillful play chaining scampers. At the end of the day, like that's really what we're talking about.
But if it's tied to Scamper, wouldn't it have the same problem that you just brought up with the map mobility thing?
Nope, I would only have it be that every scamper removes 1 second. So if it's 14 seconds, if you get 2 scampers in a chain, it goes down to 12. If it's 12 base, it goes down to 10, which is insanely strong, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
A 12-second cooldown that can be 10 with a double scamper for movement. Because then, like, yeah, you get a reward, but you still have a like lengthy cooldown. That's why I think you would have to leave it at 14. You could almost, if you have that system, you could almost potentially move it up to 15 or 16. Because like that benefit of removing 2 seconds by scampering is pretty good for mobility, and you're making the mobility a little bit stronger, but not like a brainless option. Because now there's still a cost at the end of it. It's not like, oh, I completely got my power back because I came across the map exactly where I needed to be, and I can immediately activate my power because there's almost no downside.
Again,
But now it's like, okay,
I would love to test these somehow. I really would. Because I'm genuinely curious, because I see where you're coming from with it, but like I feel like the problem with that one is that it restricts it too much.
I think it needs restriction. I think it not being restricted is part of the problem. Because once you remove restrictions, here, how do I put this? Part of the reason I don't play Blight or Nurse is because there's little restriction. So their powers, maybe I won't put that camp in Blight. Let's take Nurse. Little restrictions on my movement are what I can do. But I think that's what makes it boring and uninteresting.
But the restriction with her is that it's you have to use it.
Well, yeah, you have to use it, but I don't really think that's a restriction. Like, why wouldn't you? That's why she's so strong. I think Chucky is interesting because his 1v1 is good, but he's so heavily restricted in the 4v1, and that's where you need to make smart decisions. That's where everything comes in. Everything comes in with the restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
When you start removing restrictions, that's when everything gets dumbed down and you just always go for the best option. But when there's restrictions, it's not that simple. That's when decisions start coming in, and it's not about technical skill, it's about know-how and decision making, which I think is far more interesting.
And I mean, I think it's also like I think we're both in agreement that the power drill needs to be changed.
Oh yeah, fuck power drill. I'll go on record. Fuck that thing.
I hate power drill.
Fuck rat poison. Fuck power drill.
Well, I don't think power drill is nearly as bad as Brett, but the problem power drill has is, and I say this every time, it's the same problem a lot of cooldown add-ons have. It's just you always have to consider it whenever you're talking about his cooldown, because again, the longer you make his base cooldown, the more powerful power drill becomes.
And I'm going to argue, are we trying to fix a problem that's already been solved? Is the 14 seconds, it doesn't feel good, but again, it's jarring. And I think the 14 seconds is harder to get used to than the 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's actually not that big a problem once you get used to it. Like when I counted my games, it really was not that a problem most often. And every killer is going to have problems. No killer's perfect, right? Like, and they're not meant to be. You're supposed to have things to struggle with.
Also, again, technically it's not 14 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And we still have, like, we are in a world of power drill, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, like, count your games. Once you get used to the power, I'm not saying when you're struggling. Obviously, when you're struggling, everything's going to be bad. Play the games, give the character a chance. Once, and if you enjoy the slice and dice, really look at it. I promise you, the cooldown really is not messing you up as much as possible. Even you said you get a lot of M1 hits, right?
Yeah, I get M1 hits all the time.
Yeah, the 14 seconds, I guarantee you, is not affecting you as much as you think once you actually boil it down and look at the numbers.
Well, once again, it comes down to a question of feeling, though, I feel.
Feeling adjusts, right? Like, because if we're going based off feeling, like 90% of the Chucky, well, I'll say 50% of the Chucky players don't like how he feels, but that doesn't mean it's bad right now.
No,
people just have to adjust their feelings because it's jarring.
The question would be, like, if we adjust it in a way where the cooldown can be variable somehow, would that necessarily be a bad decision from a balance perspective, game health perspective, and a feeling perspective? And would it be kind of like a Venn diagram situation where we can only have two and not all three?
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, and this is the same thing I said to Hens, is I think Chucky having a static cooldown is an issue, and I think that's why he was designed with that quote-unquote bug, but it's been removed. And the one upside of Chucky having a static cooldown is survivors know always when it's available to hit you. And the problem with Chucky has always been survivors' information has been lacking when playing against Chucky.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a variable cooldown, you could it's very hard for them to be able to predict when it's going to be available again and make the proper decisions on their end because they don't have that information. That's the problem.
The funny thing
That's
is,
the only problem.
the funny thing is, to me talking about the cooldown and whatever is like I don't even run power drill.
I don't either. It's not like
I think
I'm
it's
legit.
I think it's a waste.
It is a waste. I mean, it's not bad per se. Like when I made my tier list, I did the other day. I put power drill and jump rope up there, and I think jump rope legitimately belongs up there. But power drill, the only reason it's up there as always useful is because it's always useful.
Mm-hmm. It's never bad.
But I don't think it's good.
Yeah,
I don't think it's great. And honestly, like I hated the cooldown. If I showed you the messages, even when I was talking to Hens early on, I said that was my one problem and it needed to be changed. That it fundamentally ruined Chucky. And that was me at close to 60, 50 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's pretty far. I don't know how many others have reached that point. I'm assuming you, Spirit, Smith. I think Ash hasn't played recently. So not many people, which sure, I'm not saying everybody needs to devote that much time, but they'll eventually get to where I'm at, right? Given some time, they'll come to where I'm at with the understanding.
Well, again,
I assume.
it took me like 10 hours.
Yeah, but I'm now at the understanding when I'm looked at it even further and spent more time understanding it. It's not a problem, and I actually think it's in a really good spot. It's not going to feel that way, but the same way as like if you were to pick up Clown for a while, you'd be like, oh, throwing Clown bottles is like clunky and does not feel good, and I would change these things about it. And then you look at Airnad, and Airnad would be like, no. Like, it needs to be this way because of these things that you're not seeing yet. And that's how I feel when I talk about the cooldown. It feels bad because it's jarring too, but that too starts making sense and it ends up like it's not affecting you as much as you think. A lot of it is because your muscle memory is going for that button.
Yeah, that's fair.
I know you've been there. I guarantee it. You click it and you're like, fuck, there's 2 more seconds.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah. And I get that feeling.
Well, especially
when
for
I sit
me,
down.
especially for me, because I use the soak pillow build where I don't even slice and dice half the time.
Yeah. So like, I get that, but I think the cooldown is similar to the speed, and I don't think the speed is bad. I don't think the ramp up is bad. I think it's just extremely jarring, and I just think it's going to take time for people to drop what was there before and get used to B tier blight, as we were joking earlier.
Well, it's funny because there was a point when his cooldown was longer than it is now, and we were fine with it back then.
Yeah.
Because I think back when Chucky and Manual Escaper was 18 seconds, and well, technically 20, but 18 seconds, and like no one really complained about his cooldowns back then.
Yeah. No, I agree because I'm going to say this. I played 6 months because I hated Manual Scamper. I knew it was poorly designed, so I played 6 months without Manual Scamper and 18-second cooldown. I've played Chucky at their worst. At their worst. And that was horrible. I would never want that for anybody. That was horrible gameplay. 18-second cooldown was ass on that system.
Mm-hmm.
But like this, the 14 seconds with the current speed is actually really good, and it actually opens up so many doors people aren't aware of yet. Well, like I was telling you, you can outplay Dead Hard now because the speed's lower.
Also,
that's an option you never had before.
I mentioned it earlier with how Amulet interacts with it, but technically speaking, and I mentioned it a bit a second ago, his cooldown actually isn't 14 seconds.
And that's depends. So like what people want is kind of already here.
Yeah, because if you land an M1 and immediately get knocked out of your power, that the wipe animation can't do anything anyways, so you can't count that time. And if you land a slice and dice, again, that wipe animation, I believe it's 2.7 seconds. I could be wrong. Again, you can't do anything.
Plus, you can actually also shave time. If you activate power like before other certain animations, not all animations, but some animations, you can actually get the power back faster or start the cooldown faster. Because you break the animation for a faster one. And it'll reset you sooner. So you can shave like half a second to a second off.
And
go on.
No, you're good.
So like, I don't know. I just, being this far into it, I don't know. I don't know how to say it without people just hating me and getting upset at what I'm saying. But I'm trying to say I'm trying to come from a place of like having looked at it from a lot of different angles and spent a lot of time on it.
I mean, there was someone who said that. I'm going to paraphrase them because they were much meaner than I think any of us were or want to be. I really do think people just got too used to how easy he was.
Yeah.
And they want to go back to that. And the sad thing about it is I think a lot of there were a few videos on once the Chucky changes dropped that, and I want to say including mine, even though I overreacted too, I feel. But like, there were a few that were legitimately just saying it just feels bad. Not that he is bad.
Yeah.
And I think the ones that didn't were the louder ones. Unfortunately. Yeah. And I think that's part of the problem.
No, I agree entirely. And the thing with the feeling is, like, a lot of those feelings are based on, like, a really buffed up Chucky. Like, it's like drinking a lot of soda or, you know, having anything and then, like, taking it away slightly, or, like, eating a lot of sugar and then cutting back. Like, it's going to feel bad for a while. That doesn't mean it's actually bad. You know, often it is actually healthier. I think a lot of people are just, it sounds funny, but having Chucky speed and cooldown withdrawals.
It's like the hangover effect, just in a different way.
Like and I legitimately like think that's what it is. But and I say that as somebody who's like spent a lot of time, and I'm not like this all-knowing amazing gamer, and that's why I've just spent a lot of time to see all the different situations and all that.
For those who don't know what the hangover effect is, it's basically, I think a good example is actually what just happened in Dead by Daylight recently. We had the three times blood points for like 2 weeks, and now that it's gone, everyone like feels like there's not enough blood points going around. That's the hangover effect.
Yeah, I saw a good post. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Bleak, and they were like, chat, what are we going to do with our single prestige we earn a day now? And I was like, man, the days where we were earning like 9 of those, and now it's like 1, and we're like, fuck, this sucks. Yeah, and that's what Chucky is. And I get it. Like, I totally understand. I've been there before.
It happened with...
He really is.
It happened with the anniversary event, with remote hooks.
Yeah, that one hit me hard. This last one didn't hit me hard, but the anniversary got me good.
Yeah, because it's like remote hooks like sped the game up so much that when we went back to the normal mode, we were like, fuck, this sucks. To the point that some people wanted remote hooks to be like a base feature. I wanted it to be a perk, but...
Like if you took Blight, and I'm not saying this is a good change, I don't play enough Blight, this is just like a simile, right? And you said, okay, Blight's only got 3 dashes, but they can injure on the first dash. Honestly, you're really only moving 1 dash, right? Because one of those dashes is always just to move forward and not hit them, so you usually like land right next to them and then dash back into them. So you're really only moving 1 dash, but that's still bringing them more in line, and you're actually opening up more opportunities of what you can do in that first dash. But I guarantee you, people would hate it.
I think like because one of my tips and advices was like anticipating the dodge, and I legitimately do think that's also part of the problem. Is I think because don't get me wrong, Survivor should be reactable, but honestly, like me and you have said, like we're landing. I think I'm landing more slice and dices now than I ever have.
Okay. Yes. So the muscle memory has gotten super fucked up, and I missed a lot of shots, and I still miss shots because, like I said, muscle memory is completely reset now. But I noticed you sent me some video clips, and I was like, yeah, I think you're literally just, I can't remember if you were releasing too late. I think is what it was.
I was overcompensating for how slow it was.
Sorry if I threw you under the bus there. I didn't mean to. I just realized.
Yeah.
Okay. But like, and I've done 6 Chucky reviews, none of which will let me put them on stream, which makes me sad. So hey, if you're ever interested in Chucky match reviews, please, I'd like doing them. I want to do some on stream to help other people. Yeah, that was a pretty constant issue there. Of just people not knowing when to release correctly because it changed. There was another issue, and I just blanked it. But yeah, it's fixable. I forgot where I was going with that. I lost my whole train of thought now.
I think like the main point with it is just you have to anticipate the survivors have more time to react now.
Oh yeah, sorry, now I remember. But honestly, with people saying the power is easy, it's actually easier now because it was so fast before you had to have way faster reactions yourself in order to control it and control where you want to flick.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have a lot more time to anticipate where you want to place that hit and how you're going to control it. You have way more control, and it should be easier to hit now.
I mean, I think a good example is like Shaq, because like on Shaq, like I used to like hug the wall, turn left so I could like hit them before the door because it was so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Now I take it wide because you can. The extra distance lets you do that.
Well, yeah, and that's the other issue I see a lot of Chuckies make is because, I mean, Chucky's the hug tech killer. Like, that's what they are. And I see a lot of Chuckies get really caught up in, like, hug teching everything tight as possible, and that's what causes them to miss a lot of hits. Like, now you have the distance to go wide.
Yeah, because a lot of...
Oh, go on.
I was going to say, a lot of times, I've been going diagonal towards the survivor, not straight to them. That way, if they dodge left or right, I can flick into them.
Exactly. And that's exactly what you should be doing. Before you didn't have the distance to afford that, but now you do. And the other changes, like, and we talked about it a little bit, but you couldn't really, like, there would be a pallet and a window right next to each other, but because of the distance you had, you actually couldn't chain them unless you had jump rope. And even then, sometimes you couldn't do it unless you had running shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, most things, if they're right next to each other, you can chain almost every time.
Yeah.
So chaining wasn't viable, even when it really should have been. Like, I looked at it and was like, windows are always like about 16 meters apart, but you can only vault, like, get the scamper like within like 14 and a half, for example. That's not the actual measurements. I'm just from simple math.
Mm-hmm.
But now, like, you can almost always guarantee the chains, and that just opened up a shit ton more doors for you. So, like, bar over bar, like, no options have been removed. We only have more options. And I just don't see how that's bad.
I will say, like the idea of like landing one of like the super fast hits, I do think is also part of it. Again, like I think people like the feeling of that was also like part of it.
Fast means fun for sure.
It's
true in like all video games.
There is a solution to this that no one would like. Make it an add-on and make it so he can't turn.
Ooh, straight shot Chucky. You know what? As an add-on, do it with plastic nails. Wow. Back. Do it with pile of nails.
No, hear me out. Hear me out for real though. Like, make an add-on for Chucky, like pile of nails, where you have no turn control during slice and dice, but it makes it the old movement speed.
Also, for those that say Chucky needs more turn radius, trust me, not a good idea. I get 180s were fun. We talked about it earlier, but no, he cannot have more turn radius. And it's not actually locked at 90 degrees. It's like 92, 93.
Yeah, I hit.
It's a little bit more than 90.
I get hits I should not get.
That's because it is locked to 90, but Chucky has what Xeno and Nemesis have, and he has the lasting hitbox, and that's actually what you're moving towards the end. And that's what's giving you the extra distance, or the extra room. So it is a little bit more, but if you give it any more, it will become a guaranteed hit at many loops.
Yeah.
As long as the Chucky doesn't miss, which is not what we want.
And people bring up Oni all the time. Well, what about Oni 180s? Oni has to be in power for that he gains throughout the game. Chucky is in his power like for at least 50% of the match.
Well, and they're guaranteed to get their power, where Oni, even in comp, often doesn't get their power sometimes, like at all. And you can hide the entire duration of Oni's power, which you can kind of do with Chucky too, but then it just keeps coming back and you can't keep hiding like every 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Oni, they could pop power and you just literally go hide in lockers or hide in bushes and fuck them over. So they're similar but not the same.
Again, and I do think also add-ons need to be... I've said this for so long. I just feel like Chucky... It's funny, when he first released, we all talked about how malleable he is, but at the end of the day, like, he has, like, 4 add-ons. And 2 of them are cooldown related.
Wait. Let me think. Because I actually like quite a few. I think I'm a little different there.
Well, like is one thing. Being actually good is another.
Okay, let me think of what is good. I won't say drill, because I don't think drill's technically good. And I don't think rat poison's good, because if you're a good Chucky, you don't need the info. You already have it. So I always think that's a waste of a slot if you're a good Chucky. It only helps bad Chuckies improve or act like they're good Chuckies. Which sounds really rude. I don't mean that in like a a place of like,
Malice.
yeah. I'm saying like if you already have good game sense, you don't need it. It's just a nothing burger for you. So you have running shoes, which I will die on the hill that is Chucky's best add-on. You have straight razor. That's 2.
Jump rope.
Jump rope. I'm trying to decide. I would say silk pillow and strobe light. That's 5 already.
Even as someone who loves silk pillow, I would not put it up there.
Really?
No.
You get rid of pre-running almost entirely. That's interesting.
It's only 6 meters on its own.
That's a lot. 6 meters less of distance of them making it on you? Okay, but I won't put it in good then. That's fair enough. We're still at 4. Would you put amulet up there?
Personally, yes. Objectively, no.
I'll put it as 4.5. I feel like we have 2 half ones, so I'll just say 5.
Yeah, because
So
like I enjoy amulet because of how I'm playing, but I think for the average person, it's not that good.
That's fair. I think amulet. If you're playing Comp Chucky, it's actually one of his better ones. Fun fact. So that's like 5 good ones, and then you have some sparingly okay ones. I would put mirror shards up there. It's like a strategist Chucky's rat poison. Once you know what you're doing,
it's like the best.
It takes a lot of.
It's really good tracking if you know how to use it.
Yeah, no, it's insanely good. Or if you, and I don't recommend slugging as Chucky. He's not great at it. But if you are bad and you lose slugs, that instantly is like a free deer stalker. It is so nice. Or if you don't like flashbang saves and all that, it'll let you know they're around.
And then there's their pile of nails, which is bad. Plastic bag, which is bad.
Yeah, he's definitely got some bad ones, that's for sure. But it's like 5 or 6 is not bad compared to most killers. Xeno's got like 3.
Fair. I don't know what it is.
Pyramid Head's got 2. Freddy had 1. 1.5.
What was the one? Black box?
A dress, I think, is the other one. I think everybody ran dress. I don't know. I play loadout lists, Freddy, so I'm the wrong person to say, but I'm pretty sure it's like 1.5 there. It's like compared to other killers, yeah, I think he's great. In the grand scheme of things, I wish all add-ons were great. And to be fair, you said like I still think we all have different playstyles. At least like I'd consider me, you, and Smith the like 3 of the most top known ones, right?
I mean,
go on.
I was just saying that's the thing. That's one of the fun things about the Chucky content creation sphere is that there's not that many of us, but like all of us play differently.
Yeah, you play very Chuck spotty. From what I've seen of Smith, because I have not gotten to see. I don't know if I've seen any full games. I only get to see clips they post.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they've ever posted a full game. Very zone heavy with Gen Kick and Brutal, right? So they play a zoner Chucky, like you would a Huntress almost. And I play Scamper like, and I think Spirit Upgrades also does it, like Scamper spam.
Mm-hmm.
So you got like 3 completely different playstyles.
That's not even taking into account like the stealth build you can do with him with the low terror radius or.
Yeah, granted, now is all of it like the most feasible stuff for consistency? No, but like they are options.
Yeah, I lose a lot with that stealth build, but when it works, it's fun as hell.
Yeah, it's like the stealth huntress build. It's not always the most consistent thing, but when it works, it is a jam.
I mean, it's the same thing with like I said, I still think strobe light. I know you mentioned it a little bit. I personally think strobe light is better than Silk Pillow right now.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's more because it's 8 instead of 6, and then it's like again, it means that the times when you don't have power, you still have some benefit.
Yeah. I agree.
Which is massive. It basically means that 14 seconds of downtime is still, you still have something. And it makes up for the fact that he's 110 a bit.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
The one problem with it is if you forget to activate Howdy Ho the moment it comes off cooldown, which has definitely made me miss hits before. I can watch it happen in real time.
Well, and the other thing I've noticed too is I don't like when we had 12-second Chucky. That's what I'm gonna call him. There were stuff people hadn't figured out yet. right? Like I was I was showing Ash that you could make a lot of vaults in the game lose on either side, and I was saying it earlier. So like that speed with that cooldown obviously was not fair. A lot of people hadn't gotten there yet, but given some time, more people would have found that stuff out. And so like I don't think it actually was a healthy spot. I think for the general understanding at the time it was, but in reality, if we had given it more time, we would have kind of seen some of the issues of it. It wasn't around long enough for a lot of people to get there.
But this whole thing does bring into question though, and you've asked many people this: what exactly is a healthy killer for Dead by Daylight? Because I don't even know the answer.
I asked that today. I didn't get
because I used to think it was Wesker, but I've heard a lot of Wesker mains say they're not going to play him anymore recently.
Oh, because they're finally bored of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so who is it?
I don't think that means he's unhealthy. I mean, like, Alrin's got to have, at least 2 to 3K hours on that one killer.
Yeah, but again, though, it's like, a healthy killer ideally would be always...
When you can play endlessly?
Yeah, for both sides, right?
Maybe not. And I mean, personal boredom, I don't know if that has anything to do with the health of a character. But, not at that length of time, maybe.
What happened to Wesker recently, though? Because it was like almost all the Wesker players I know said they're not playing him anymore.
I think for Alrin, it was Marvel Rivals, and I think for Scooty, I don't know. Like, I've not talked to him. This is my assumption just watching. I think Scooty, it was Dracula.
Oh, fair enough.
Because Alrin is, like, super deep and fucking killing it with Spider-Man. They are, like Spider-Man is the new Wesker for them, from what I've seen, which makes so much sense. Spider-Man, very complex, mechanically heavy character, like no shit, like match made in heaven, and I think they're such a fun Spider-Man to watch.
We've been talking about Marvel Rivals a lot. Do you know who I main? I think you do, but do you know?
Yeah, you were main Rocket, don't you?
Yeah, Rocket Raccoon.
Do you know who I main?
Can I get a roll at least?
Yeah, DPS.
Of course.
Oh, that's rude. I'm just kidding.
80% of the player base? Yeah, I
know. I'm waiting for Ultron and Strategist.
Actually, no. That's actually incorrect. They did the statistics. The devs came out with this. Only 30% of the player base plays Duelist.
Really?
Yes.
Is the rest in tank?
No,
or is it really support?
It's a mix between tank and support. Most of the player base plays tank and support.
Ha! Interesting.
Now, why does that mean you're getting 5 insta-lock duelists in your matches every single time?
Because the tanks and supports are probably in ranked.
I actually think that is the case because I didn't play ranked enough to level up that much, but when I was doing it the last few days, I was in bronze, and I couldn't play Rocket because everyone was insta-locking support.
Yeah, I'll give you a crack at it, or I can just tell you the main because that's why I got 3 supports and 2 tanks with this killer. Oh my god, this character, and I had a hell of a good time.
I don't know. A Wolverine?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Wolverine. Love Wolverine. Well, now I'm kind of loving Mr. Fantastic though. He the last couple days I've been having a blast on him too.
I don't like Sue. She's not.
I'd not even tried her.
She's
I don't like the characters the Gooners kind of go for, as they say.
The problem with Sue, I feel, is she's mid-range, which is a weird spot for a support.
That's fair.
So she's not up close, like, with the tanks, and she's not in the back where she's protected. So
I just like...
Yeah.
Hold on.
She's just in this weird spot where she also can't be a main healer. Like, and I in my opinion, every single other healer in the game can, except for her.
I don't know. I want to try healer, but I'm waiting for Ultron. He was supposed to come out this update, I thought. It sounds like he got pushed.
No, they have to level that out. I will say, I do find it kind of bad that they released the tank or the support and DPS and not the tank in this update, because I have been having to play tank for the past 4 days.
Oof. I want to like the tank role, but Venom feels very boring to me. I also don't really love Doctor Strange, and so there's not one pulling me in there yet.
Oh, I have a lot of fun playing Strange. I just don't like that I'm forced to play him.
That's fair.
I say this all the time with like the support roles. Like, I love playing support. I do. I just wish I didn't feel like I had to play it.
No, that's super fair.
Sometimes I want to insta-lock Squirrel Girl, okay? Sometimes I do, alright?
Fair enough.
Yeah, and
Fair
I
enough.
play Squirrel Girl. I can't aim, so she works for me.
I've never even tried her.
Actually, you know what's funny? Do you know who my actual main on DPS is? You're never gonna guess it.
Your main, I'm gonna guess main on. I'm gonna throw like Namor out there.
Nope. Not even fucking
Damn.
close.
It can't be Scarlet Witch.
No.
Okay. You would have mentioned that earlier. No, I don't know. Then.
What I'll say is it's the complete antithesis of Rocket Raccoon.
The antithesis of Rocket Raccoon. So somebody. The fuck? Wait. Why am I not thinking of who that would be?
So Rocket Raccoon's playstyle is just being a heal bot who runs away.
Uh-huh.
So it would be the complete antithesis of that.
Is it Iron Fist?
No. Close, though. It's Magic.
Oh, I fucking forget about Magic existing all the time. She's cool, though.
I have like 11 hours on Rocket, and I have like 3 hours on her.
Damn.
I don't know why. She just clicks for me. It's weird.
No, she's cool. She kicks my ass as Wolverine. She always out DPSs me by just a bit.
It's just funny that I play again. It's the complete antithesis of my actual main, but I love her so much.
No, I think that's cool. I like that you have the differences there.
Well, also because I play Rocket, I'm not an idiot with her and don't just run in blindly.
Always a plus two.
I think Yoshi was playing with Yoshi recommended Magic, and I was like, "Why? This seems like nothing I would enjoy." He was like, "Yeah, because you can hold Chuck spots with her," and I was like, "Oh."
That's funny.
There have been so many times I just sit around a corner with a camera and wait. Oh, it's great.
Yoshi's too funny.
Back to the Chucky thing though. It's like I feel like again, I do want this to settle for a little bit longer, at the very least, maybe 2 more months.
Yeah. I really do think it's not a problem as long as people give it a chance. The problem is I don't know if people will. Some, like, not to name names, but I know of at least 2 people that have played like 3 matches and are so vehemently against it that they won't even hear or entertain other people saying otherwise.
And again,
they're being very loud about it.
And again, like it leads into the question of: is it a bad thing that he's harder to play, or
I don't think so.
Is it a good thing?
It's a bad thing if you think he's weak. It's a good thing if you think he's strong.
And whereas,
I don't think I said that.
And you know, again, it's like what side? Oh my god, what side are the devs supposed to take with this?
Honestly, I think they should just look at themselves. I think they need to stop listening to content creators.
You know, I
think that's what started the problem.
I forgot who said this, and I'm going to be perfectly honest here. I think behavior has swung the pendulum so hard on listening to the community. I'm actually kind of sick of it.
Or you just don't want them to listen at all?
No, I want them to. That's the thing. There's a middle ground here.
There's this really cool interview, and I keep trying to find the video of it. Where the developers for Killer Instinct, this fighting game, talked about listening to the community, and they had this fighter that everybody hated, similar to Chucky, right? Mm-hmm. And they were listening, and everybody's like, they're really good from far away, they're really good up close, like it's bullshit. Like there's no range at which you can fight them. You can't do long range fighting, and you can't fight them short. Like you're fucked. And we think you should nerf. Some were like, you need to nerf his like close range shit. And then others were like, no, you need to nerf his long range stuff, or you just need to nerf the whole kit, this and that, take this out, throw this. And there were a ton of ideas, and they even said, some weren't like horrible in theory, but then they sat down and they're like, okay, instead of just outright listening, what are we actually hearing? We're hearing there's a problem. They can't fight him from far away, and they can't fight him up close. Okay, well, typically that's what mid ground is for. So why is that not happening here? And then they're like, oh, he's got these 2 moves that if you are in mid-range, it pushes you out or draws you in. So mid-range doesn't exist on him. That's the problem. It's not that he's strong at these 2 points. It's that you can't fight him in the mid. Yeah. That's the true problem. And so they nerfed those 2 abilities, and then they released it to the game, and everybody was like, what the fuck? This isn't what we asked for. Fuck you. I'm pretty sure they said they got death threats, and everybody was really pissed for like a month, and then all of a sudden everybody shut the fuck up
It's
because they solved the issue.
I
And I want
watch
DBD to do that.
I watch a lot of Riot August videos because they get posted every day. He's a character designer for League of Legends, and he talks about a lot about like what devs do and how they take things. And he was bringing up something with like the Victor rework, and I know this is you're not part of the
I think
league.
I've seen this video.
Yeah, so
I watch this guy and I like listening to him. Yeah, go on.
yeah, so I know you're not part of the league thing or league community, so you don't know too much about the Victor change. But let me just say,
like, oh, go on.
I was gonna say, let's just say a lot of people aren't happy with the Victor changes. Because
It's meant to be brought in with Arcane, right? To match
pretty much.
Yeah, fucking stupid idea.
But
so disingenuous to the original fans.
But that's the thing. That was the thing like he brought up a lot. It wasn't even necessarily that. What his main point was like, so there was a post on Reddit like every other day, going like of people complaining about the new Victor and how bad it was. And what he said he did was he noticed that the post was being made by the same person every day. It was just one person. So it's like, well, if we did what everyone tells us to do and listened to the community all the time, we would have seen this post every day and been like, well, I guess everyone's upset about it. But no, it was just like one dude making it look like a bigger issue than it was. And the Victor one might be a bad example because a lot of people were upset about it. But that was the other thing. He was like, are a lot of people upset about it? Or are the people that are upset about it just really loud? How do you separate that?
You play your game.
Especially with the way... Well, he does play the game. He plays the game on stream while talking.
I was teasing behavior a little bit.
Yeah. But, you know, and you know, this question comes up with balance issues all the time. And, you know, there's an age-old quote. I forgot which developer said it. I think it was Tim Kaine from the Fallout developers, where he was like, players are really good at identifying problems, but not fixing them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I want from them. Like, hear us when there's a problem, but please, for the love of God, stop listening to our solutions.
I think the issue, though, is just, I think we're trained, and I fall into this trap all the time, right? I think we're trained, especially, and train's the wrong word, but we're basically taught as kids, if you have a problem with something, you better have a solution or shut up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, everybody's like, well, if you're going to talk about the problem, what's your solution for it? And I don't think that's, like you said, that's not really always what we need to be doing right now.
Well, and, you know, I was in the military for years, and that was a very big thing, because there was a saying in the military, if you complain about something without a solution, if you're not complaining, you're just whining.
Oh, I don't like that.
It's still a very common thing in the military.
Yeah, my partner's a Marine. She's actually said that before, and we've talked about that.
Yeah.
I'm like, but yeah, not to get into relationship stuff.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I feel like that is a sentiment that is kind of bled through in like most conversation, because it's like, I think save the best for last. Shoulder the burden is a good example, right? Right now, it's a very contentious topic at the moment. Well, actually, the topic has kind of died down. It's almost like it was fine.
Right.
Anyways,
now it's oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, you know, a lot of people are complaining about that perk, right? And everyone's offering up solutions on how to fix it. But I haven't heard anyone actually say what the problem with it is. Everyone just says they hate it and it's overpowered, but I haven't heard anyone actually say what the problem with it is.
You know what I think the problem with it is?
Huh.
It's not limited. I think that's actually a big problem in DBD.
Well,
I think that's often why we run into problems, is, at least on the Survivor end with perk design, is things in like a vacuum are fine, right? It's not until you have, and I've gone against this twice now, a full team with shoulder the burden, and then they're focusing all the pressure into somebody with like off the record decisive strike or whatever, and purposely getting in the way of every chase. And at that point, yeah, it becomes a little unplayable.
But is that a problem if it's not happening every match? And then the question becomes: should that be? I think Knockout's an example of this, right? And I might be a hypocrite because of this. Like I've said multiple times that I think Knockout is a problem, but the argument I often get is, well, people aren't bringing knockout that much, so it's not a problem. It doesn't matter how bad of a perk it is.
If I kill somebody like every 2 years, it's still a problem.
Yeah.
It's a bit hyperbolic, but yeah, I think there's still a problem there. Um, I I don't know. The only way to fix that is like a huge overwork.
It's like one of those. Okay, get back to Marvel Rivals a little bit. Let's say there's a comp that is literally unbeatable, but it's never played. Is the comp still a problem?
I would say so.
Just because it exists. Just because the possibility of it existing.
Well, just because people don't play it now doesn't mean they won't.
Right. Like, so do we address it when it becomes an issue, or do we do it beforehand?
We do it before.
How do we do it beforehand if no one's running it?
Well, if you've already addressed it as a problem, right? So you fix it before it even is one.
Yeah, but how do you address it as a problem if no one's running it?
Well, that's a whole different issue. In the proposed thing, like, we understand it's a problem, but nobody runs it, right? Like, we were already talking about it, and it's like, well, not it's a problem, but nobody runs it. So in this scenario, we know it's a problem. In a situation where you don't know it's a problem, well, you can't do anything because you don't know it exists. So that's a different problem of discovery, and that's more of a dev journey that I that's going to be a case by case basis on how things like that get discovered or if they find it.
Well, I
but if it's known and just not a problem because it's not popular yet, doesn't mean it won't be. Like, look at dramaturgy. That's slowly, dramaturgy finesse is slowly becoming like the new survivor meta, and those perks have been around.
Well, even
ever.
Even like rapid, like, and I know I talk this perk up a lot, but rapid hasn't been changed since its release. But like, I have noticed more and more people running it all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, just because players aren't actively playing something doesn't mean it won't become a problem later. And once they form a bond with it, strong Chucky, it's going to be a lot harder to then remove. I think it's just better to be clear on all of that. And once you identify a problem, be like, okay, we get nobody's running it, but doesn't hurt to fix it.
Yeah, but
before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, but then the question becomes priority, and like, is it worth the priority? And like, at what point? And then I think Shoulder the Burden has the bigger problem of like, coordination is definitely part of the problem. And how do you fix coordination?
That's in reference to a solo queue. This is gonna be a hot take. I think most of the time is just survivors don't know what the fuck they're doing and they're bad, right? Like I talked earlier, and I just played with people that don't typically play, right? And I was like, hey, they were hiding from a ghost face, and they're like, well, I don't know where ghost face is. And I was like, look at your HUD. They're being chased. Use your tools. Most survivors don't do that.
Do you know?
Or like the Chucky thing, where I'm like, hey, if you don't know where Chucky is, camp a resource, and then when he starts to chase with somebody, guess what? You don't have to worry about him. Go back to your gen. Do what you need to do. That's something a solo queue survivor can do without any communication and just be a better player. But that is something that would be so rare and is so far from the norm.
Do you know Spy from Team Fortress 2?
A little bit.
So Spy is a character that the devs have straight up said is almost impossible to balance. So they barely tried most of the time. And the reason being is his balance is literally based on player knowledge. That's where his...
so he's a walking skill check.
Yeah.
Or knowledge check, sorry.
Yeah. And they have admitted he's really difficult to balance because of that. And it's not that they didn't try; they definitely did.
Yeah.
But
they're game devs; they care about their game.
But the thing is, again, I think Shoulder the Burden is kind of in the same situation in the sense of like, how do you balance around coordination? Because it's not even comms, right? The problem isn't comms, because even if you gave every survivor voice chat and every survivor actually talked with each other, that's not the solution.
Comms is not the solution.
It's the coordination, right? Like in Marvel, like in any multiplayer video game, you're playing with randoms and you're in VC and none of you click. It doesn't matter how much coordination you got. If none of you were like clicking, like you have like that dream team moment, right? Like where you all have like a general understanding of what you're doing with each other, like as a group, that it doesn't matter how much of the stuff you have, right? And I think like Shoulder the Burden is in the situation like that. It's like, it's not the communication necessarily; it's the coordination.
Well, let me ask you this. I got two prongs to this question. And I have an idea, even though we said we don't want ideas. One, this is unrelated to it a little bit. Do you think shoulder the burden is fine, or is the problem that it can be activated upwards of 4 times? Is that actually the problem?
I think it's fine.
Like completely? Like even
Yes.
played at its best?
I think it's perfectly fine.
I think it should be limited to 2 at best. And if you have 4 survivors bringing it, once it's been activated twice, it turns off for the other 2.
The reason I don't like that is because then it limits the perk based on what others do for you as a survivor.
Similar to Deliverance a little bit.
Yeah, but Deliverance, you still have a chance to win the chase and not be the first one hooked. And you can camp, you can be nearby when someone gets hooked.
Yeah, but they might go for the unhook before you do.
They might, but you're still putting yourself in a position where you can do that. With Shoulder the Burden, you're literally, like, if you bring that perk and then the other 2 survivors use it, now you don't have a perk because someone else decided to do something.
The problem with Shoulder the Burden is that if you do a full stack of it, you can force killers into a 12 hook game. And we talked about how that's not actually viable. So you have a surefire method to hand force.
Is the problem Shoulder the Burden or the fact that the game can't be 12 hooked?
Neither one in and of itself is a problem. Them coexisting is a problem.
Right. So which one do we address?
The easier one I would say is Shoulder the Burden to fix 12 hooking not being.
But,
I mean, that's a whole other thing.
But then
that's why I'd limit it to 2.
But then you're fixing. I feel like taking the easier route of just fixing Shoulder the Burden rather than fixing the hooking problem is.
Well, it's also if you think the hooking. I know a lot of people want 12 hooking to be a thing, but honestly that removes some of the skill of the game and decision making. Because if it's just a 12 hook game, you're going to do the same thing every game. You're like, okay, I'm just going to go for the 12 hook. But since you can't fully always get the 12 hooks in, that's not realistic. You now have to be very careful and decide how you're spending your time. If there was feasibly enough time to 12 hook everybody, a lot of that decision making goes right out the window. Now, I'm not saying I want like tunneling to be like needed or anything, but I also don't want it to be like, oh yeah, you can do 12 hooks. That's like super feasible, because then that's always going to be the option. And that whole decision of like who to hook when, completely out the window.
Again,
it's like that. Oh, go on.
I think like, I really do think there's a middle ground here, because again, I do think Shoulder the Burden is fine.
I don't hate it. I just think it, at its best, is a bit much in the current state, or has the potential to be. It's that problem you brought up, right? Like, is it a problem right now? No, because nobody's using it. But if everybody started doing it,
but should we be balancing around the best?
Yes.
I don't agree with that.
You can't bounce around. Well,
I don't agree with that.
At worst, you can bounce around average, but you can't bounce against bad.
No, I don't think we should balance against bad either. I agree with the average, the middle.
I also don't think the best, like, it doesn't take the best to use for Shoulder the Burdens. The one thing you could do to help Shoulder the Burden even a little bit right now is the information's not clear. If you get like 2 or 3 Shoulder the Burdens, the hook states everybody's on becomes extremely confusing.
Yeah, I mean,
that needs to be fixed.
I still think the killer should be able to see.
Oh yeah. Well, they could just tunnel easier. Makes no sense, because if they're tunneling you, it's very easy for them to keep track of hooks on one person.
Well, also, I mean, it's a situation. It's a thing like I talked about this with like jungle timers in League and like smoke times in like Valorant. They like in Valorant, for example, they added a thing where when the smokes were about to go away, they do like a little flash. It's like when they're 1 second away from going away, it does like a little flash. So you know, and people were complaining about this for like 2 weeks because they were like, oh, they're dumbing the game down for everybody. No, they're just making it so I don't have to internally count 15 seconds in my head or use like a third-party app like some people were already doing. They're just making it part of the game, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think hook, I think hook states are the same way. It's like, in theory, like a killer, like I mean, this happens all the time when you're streaming. I'm sure it happens with me sometimes. I'll ask my chat, "Hey, chat, is this person on death hook?"
Yeah, they never know. They never know.
But the point is, like, I have like people who could be paying attention for me, or I could be like on like a little notepad while I'm playing, just write it down anyways.
Oh yeah, I think I won't name who, but they specifically keep track of it while they play. Like
Yeah,
you can do it. It's so silly it's not in the game. That needs to be fixed so fast. But
yeah.
yeah,
But
um,
but again, I really don't think shoulder the burden is a problem.
I think it has the potential to be a problem. But that's my ideal version is like I don't know. I would like a draft system for perks. It
I
doesn't really work.
I
Like I said, you'd have to do a complete overhaul to fix all the issues, and that's not really my job. And I'm really not an experienced game dev, so it's really kind of stupid for me to even suggest stuff
I
like that, anyways.
again, like my thing with that is like I don't like how limiting that is for the solo queue.
That's fair. So, like, okay, so we talked about like players not being able to communicate, right?
Hmm.
And balancing around that. I think this again is where like a actually true ranked mode fixed. It helps a little bit because right now you get crayon eaters. No offense to anybody. People have jobs in real lives. I'm just a silly person in the room playing games way too much. So I'm not like putting down anyone like outside of humor. Um, but that solves a lot of that, right? Like because the same thing can be said in Marvel where it's a team based game, and if you get like you play, quick match, like you're getting like I swear to God bots, and like no derivative term, just literal
You
bots
know,
and
I
other
don't.
stuff.
Maybe I'm
But like the
less.
ranked
Maybe I'm less
one.
cynical. My quick match games are pretty fine.
I'm just saying they're more chaotic because like you can't like not everybody's on the same level, right? Like that
Mhm.
that it's more chaotic. But once you get into ranked, all of a sudden most of your teammates, most of the time, are at a more capable level. Even like I'm not even war leader or anything like that, right?
Mhm.
Um it I think that would help DBD too. A big problem with solo queue is like MMR does not really work. Like you could have a 10,000 player be paired with like a 40-hour player.
Mhm.
Um, but like a ranked mode hopefully would get rid of that. So you're not maybe playing somebody completely on your level, but at least somewhat able to hold their own to a level where you're not like losing matches over them like completely.
I,
Because that's what I think the problem with solo queue is like people
here,
don't mind solo queuing and having a hardship. They just hate getting teammates that completely shut the game down for them.
yeah, but like that's every video game with solo queue.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But I think a ranked mode would help it. Because right now it's just so
There,
unbearable sometimes.
so I've brought up solutions like ideas on how ranked mode could work and solutions and stuff. There is one problem with a ranked mode in this game, and it's one that no one talks about.
Huh.
Why would killers not play ranked?
What do you mean?
What is the reason for a killer to not just play the ranked mode only?
I can tell you right now, Brand would never play ranked.
Why?
They wouldn't want to. Oh, I've
Why?
talked about this. They don't want a ranked mode.
No, I
A
mean,
lot of killers don't. They just want to like chill, play the game with fun meme builds.
you could do that in the ranked mode.
You wouldn't do well,
Yeah, but what does it
which is fine.
matter?
You'd lower
Yeah,
at the. I mean, why would the? Well, here let me try to frame a question so I can understand your stance better. Why would survivors have more reason to do quote unquote quick play versus a killer?
well, I would assume a ranked mode for Survivor would require 4 survivors.
No, I'd still allow solo queue and ranked. Same as like Marvel Rivals. Like you could definitely play with your squad of friends, but you still can solo queue into it. I've never gotten to play ranked with friends. I've only ever solo queued into it.
Well, my point with the killer thing is like I can't think of a reason to not just play because the thing with Survivor, like I wouldn't play ranked Survivor in this game because I don't want to be the bad teammate, so I wouldn't play ranked Survivor, right?
But see, we talked about like in Marvel Rivals where that's like that kind of doesn't really like it helps shore up the issues, and you end up like having people on your level.
Right. But I'm saying in this game in particular, I wouldn't do it because I don't want to be the bad teammate.
Why would this game be different though?
Have you met this community?
Yes, and actually, I still think the salt here is a little bit better than Marvel already.
Oh, I have everyone muted in Rival or in Marvel.
Oh, it's so bad. Go look at Alren's page at some point.
Yeah.
Even mine, like, oh my gosh.
No, I have everyone muted in Marvel.
Yeah,
But
it's
and
bad.
I have like I can mute people in Dead by Daylight, sure, but the thing is like Dead by Daylight is a very social media heavy game with stuff like that. Anyway, my point is like because Killer isn't a team, it's just you. I can literally
Yeah.
not think of a single reason not to just only play ranked.
Sometimes you don't want to play ranked. You just want to chill and just have a like laid back match.
But again, you can do that in ranked.
Yeah, but people care about their ranks. Most killers want to like play against the best survivors they can, so they won't do the chill stuff in ranked. That's the whole point for quick play.
Mm-hmm.
Also testing like new builds and stuff.
Again, I mean,
Same reason people play quick play in like fighting games versus ranked sometimes. Because they're the same things. They're a single player.
mm, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Because for me, like, if there's a ranked mode in this game, I would never play quick play. There's no reason for me.
And that's probably a lot of people. There's a lot of people that only play one or the other, but at least then you have the option, right? And if you never play quick play, that's fine. But people now have the option. And at least for solo queue, you have the option to hopefully get survivors that are on your level. Because to me, that's always been the problem with solo queue. I would almost never play casual solo queue. I'd only play ranks. Because I could guarantee I get more competent survivors. I'd want it more for survivor than even killer.
Hmm. I mean, I think the other problem would be the win condition. Because would survivor be team based or individual based?
Team based, and you split blood points possibly. I'd have to think about the points there. But if you get a 2 out, the 2 that died still count as a win on their record.
So would you have to stay until the end of the match?
No.
So it would just preemptively rank you up?
Yeah, I'd give you the points.
Wouldn't that not be satisfying?
No, think about it. Like, if you looped, let's say you looped the killer for 5 gens and you died and you were the last one to die, you won that match. Like, you put in the effort.
No,
you should get that win.
I agree. My point is, like, so let's say...
I would have it send into your inbox. Like, now this is, like, just random. This is off the top of my head. Like, your match results would be all in one page so you could go back and look. I would also want, like, a match reviewer. That's part of it, what I would want. And you can stay if you want, if it's anticlimactic.
But that's my thing, though, is like if you're getting the points post game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like let's say like you're the first one dead, but your team 3 outs.
Yeah.
And that match like took another like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you don't get the results for like 5 minutes.
You don't get the results for like 5 minutes. You don't see the problem with that.
No, it's more or less the same as it is now. At least you're getting something for it.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you wanted to fix that, I would steal from VHS almost. Where there's something to do once you die.
Well, yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I've said that for a while. I think there needs to be something for you to do when you're on hook, and I think there needs to be something to do when you're slugged.
Yeah. I agree.
I think that's the bigger problem with camping and slugging, in my opinion.
I think getting mad about slugging is a little silly to me because you have at least options. Like you have 2 right away, and then you also can change your positioning. You have numerous options on slug. I've never understood. Unless you're being bled out and the game's over, that I understand. But being slugged, I'd rather be slugged than on a hook.
Yeah, well, no, I made that question, or I brought that up the other day. It's like, I really think the Dead by Daylight community needs to understand what certain terms mean to the point to where we all are in consensus. Because anytime I talk about slugging, or anyone does, I feel like everyone assumes we mean bleed out till dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of people do think that. Same with the tunneling thing. Yeah, there's a few of those.
Like go read the comments on like Karn's video from a few months ago.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and like
people think she sent everyone out to go bleed the whole community out.
None of us did that.
I know, that's why it's so funny. I'm like, you guys chill.
But again, it's like whenever you mention slugging, I feel like that's what everyone thinks you mean. Is slugging till dead. Not.
Do you think DBD adopts those terms from the community officially? And this is what I think they're forced to do, because those terms are not going away.
Mm-hmm.
Those terms are literally multinational now.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't the only ones. Japanese players say tunnel now. That's part of their lexicon.
Right.
I think you make a tip screen for. I mean, they need to help new players, right? But you add that in. You go, oh, are you being slugged? These might be some things to consider. Are you being camped? These are some things you consider in this scenario as a team. Are you being tunneled? This is what tunneling is.
The problem with that is that then behavior would have to come up with a concrete definition.
Well, yeah, that's easy. They had concrete definitions. The problem is people don't understand them. Tunneling is tunneling out one survivor until they're dead. That's where it came from. We have
Right.
that's where it started.
But the thing
They just take
is,
those terms.
what if people don't like behavior's concrete definition?
Now they can deal with it. It's behavior's game. Remember, we all signed that agreement. We already talked about it. At some point, behavior's got to make hardcore decisions. We're not gonna like everything. I say they decide. They've talked about tunneling themselves anyways in interviews. Kote said it was something they intended to be a game mechanic. He's openly said that.
It's funny. Like, I've talked about the Helldivers 2. I know this is a bad example, but when Helldivers 2 first came out, one of the devs was straight up like, hey, I'm going to say this much nicer, or I'm going to say this much meaner than he did, but what he basically said is, fuck you, we know better, shut up.
Yeah, like, that's honestly the stance I'm kind of hoping now granted they make mistakes, but like we talked about the report card, right? Like way more hits than misses. So at this point I'm like, honestly, like get the balls behavior at this point. I hate a lot of your decisions, but the community is not much better and everybody's all over the place.
I would rather a dev make a decision that they think is right than feel like they're forced to do another one because they think it'll be better.
Exactly, and that's why I honestly don't mind the Chucky changes, because honestly, this is the healthiest he's ever been in my nearing 2,000 hours soon on this killer. This is the healthiest he's ever been, and if they do change him, it's going to be because people complained. And like, I'd rather have this change that they were like, no, we think this is the best.
And you know, that's the thing with like the Skull Merchant changes. A lot of people said it's like, the biggest problem most people had with the Skull Merchant changes and why a lot of people came to the Skull Merchant player's side wasn't even necessarily because of her. It was the precedent it was setting. Because they straight up admitted why they did it.
Yeah. So I think they need to stop. They made good decisions. It's not until they like try to appease people that they make bad decisions.
It's one of those things. It's just like, I honestly think, and people will never admit this because people are people, but people will never admit this. I think behavior has been listening to the community too much. I genuinely
agree.
do.
I'm right there with you, man.
Not just 100%. On Chucky, not just on Skull Merchant, but on
everything.
On a lot of the perk decisions, on a lot of like the map design. I think Haddonfield's a very good example of this. Everyone complains that Haddonfield rework got messed up and is now like killer-sided and whatever. You know why it's that way?
Because they listened to us.
They listened to us.
They did everything what we said.
Yeah. It's almost like we didn't know what the fuck we were talking about.
Wow, it's like the people that have never gone to school for game development. By the way, my partner... So a lot of times when I talk about this, my partner's in school for game development right now.
Yeah.
It's what she's doing. So I talked to her about this, and she's like, oh, that's bullshit. That's dumb. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. Or I'll say something. She's like, yeah, it can't work because of this. I'm like, oh, cool, thanks. But like, there's so little we know. We didn't go to school for this. It's not our job. Imagine I came to you and I told you, no. This is how you do everything. I'm gonna like uproot how you do your job from the ground up, and I know better because I shop there.
Oh no, I complain. I work in I work in car part sales. Do you know how many people come in there trying to tell me how to do my job?
Hey, dude, I hear you. I did undercover security, and the people, like, I literally have a criminal justice and criminology background and diploma, and people tell me, like, how to do my job. I was like, bro.
Like, obviously, like, they'll come in and be like, hey, I need this part, and I'm like, well, it's actually called this, and like, well, I call it this. I don't give a fuck what you call it. This is what it's called.
Yeah, and at some point, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Like, and it's one of those things where it's just like again, I really do think behavior just needs to take a step back. And I think Gummy was saying this on Twitter once. I don't know what direction behavior wants to take this game in. I don't know what the end, not the end goal, but like, I don't know what the goal in general is. Because they seem to be flip-flopping between doing what they want and what they think they need to do and doing what the community wants. And while I think that's fine, I think they're overstepping on the community part.
Oh yeah. And I also think they're having the hardship of figuring out what kind of game. I think Shoulder the Burden was the last sign I saw that they're now taking it competitively. More competitively than like a party game. Mm-hmm. Before it was like up in the air because I was like, they don't really show signs like one way or the other. But now I'm like, oh, shoulder the burden and some of the other stuff recently. I'm like, oh, okay, no, you guys, I see. Okay, we're going more towards like the Overwatch type route. Maybe not that intense, but somewhere nearing that, which I think is right at this point.
Again, I think like whatever happens to Freddy at your PTB is going to be like the nail in the coffin for this discussion, right?
Yeah,
because I feel like again, a lot of the community sentiment around Freddy is that for one, I don't even mind the sentiment. It's just like a lot of it seems like not well founded completely. I think the general consensus right now is he's fine, but the palettes need a bit of a buff.
Yeah.
That to me, that's the general consensus. But if you go on YouTube right now,
or even like Twitter, like there were Survivor mains, and not small ones, freaking out about the palettes, and I'm like, slow down, literally, just chill. Like, let's look at it, because some were freaking out before we even got to play, and we're dooming, and I'm like, guys, we need to chill the fuck out. Even once the PTB is here, like, we'll have so little experience. I say this all the time because it drives me nuts when people are like, I've hated Chucky since the beginning. I was like, bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
No,
there's a Hens video. There's an Aughts video of everybody glazing how much they love Chucky. And I remember having streams yelling like, no, you guys are going to fucking hate this. And I don't want to hear it later, but you're going to hate him so much. He is so unfair with Manuel Scamper. It's insane. And I got in fights about it. And then here we are.
No, I remember this because it took like 2 weeks after live.
Yeah, it took people forever to figure out they didn't like him.
Because I remember this shit because I had arguments over someone who's like, no, none of us liked it at first. And then I showed them tweets of them saying they liked it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Do you remember people saying Xeno was weak after their PTB and needed a buff? And then they ended up giving it a nerf, and then people still bitched for like the next year that they were too strong. Well, maybe not the next year, like the next 6 months they were unavoidable. And now they're like rated as like low B. I'm like, this community needs to give things like a solid year.
Or Billy's rework. I still do not know where people stand on Billy's rework right now. I do not know if people think it's overpowered or underpowered at the moment.
On Billy? Oh, I have opinions, but
well, because like when the Billy changes happened, right? Everyone was mad. Like everyone was happy for like a week, and then everyone got like really mad about it and said he's a skillless killer that should be reverted back to how he was.
No, I don't think he has enough restrictions now. He had too many, and now he doesn't have enough. Which is kind of like what we're talking about with Chucky, right? Like, people want to get rid of restrictions because they don't feel good. But I'm like, but that's where decision making comes in, right? That's like when you watch animators talk about like making movies or game creators, like the decisions and creativity comes from those restrictions. They need to be there. If they're not, you end up with Billy. He has no reason to not be dashing at you at full speed all the time, 24/7. But I think that's why people don't like it.
I think that was the intent, though.
Yeah, that was definitely their intent.
Like, I think
which is fine. There's going to be killers that are that way. We talked about like, it's fine. There's going to be some S tiers. Like that's just unavoidable, and I think it's healthy to have some at that high of a level. So it doesn't bug me.
But that's my thing, though. Like I still see some people say he's too easy, and some people say he's really underpowered. And it's not even necessarily Survivor or Killer mains. I see it from both sides.
I've not seen anyone say he's underpowered. I see a lot of people say he's too easy and brain dead, and some people say he's got like a really high skill ceiling. But I haven't seen anybody say he's underpowered.
Not underpowered, but some people say like he's fine and doesn't need to be adjusted. I think is what I more commonly see.
I think at that point, that conversation comes into do you want S tiers or not? And I think me and you both decide like we're fine. Like there's going to be a few, and I think it's healthy because it gives you a better like frame of reference for what an average killer more or less is. If the S tiers are gone, then all the B tiers are now the S tiers. There's like never going to not be the best, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because let's say you drop Nurse and Blight out of S tier somehow and put them into B tier. Let's say we nerf them
now A tiers to S, and now you have a shit ton of S tiers according to people, and they want all those things nerfed.
Well, yeah, then the A tiers would have to be buffed in compensation because what if Nurse and Blight are kind of the barometer they have to use?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, so I think it's fine. I think Billy is fine. But should every killer be Billy, Blight, Nurse? Fuck no. Yeah. And I hate when people are like, well, Blight and Nurse and Billy have this. I'm like, okay. Cool. They're S tier. Not every character's meant to be that.
But, again, I think the problem does come down to, like, with, like, player engagement, or not player engagement, but player sentiment in this game is just, there's usually never a common consensus. And it's never like, oh, well, there's a fringe group that believes this other thing. No, it's usually like so. I used to do discussion videos every day. I can tell you now that no one would ever agree on anything. Not even come
Well,
close.
let me ask you this: how do you come to a consensus on the strength of the character if nobody agrees on what game you're playing? This is again why I want a ranked mode. The problem with having the game only be casual play is nobody can agree on what the game is supposed to be played like. It's
Well,
up in the
yeah.
air. It's Fugazi. So at that point, like, it doesn't even fucking matter. This is the problem with like casual only games. Like Magic the Gathering has this problem with Elder Dragon Highlander EDH. Casual has the same fucking problem. They try to rate commanders and you just can't because there's so many different subjective things going on.
Mm-hmm.
But once you play competitive, like you can do tier lists easily because it's so much more streamlined and everybody's on the same page. And that's what I want for DBD at this point.
Yeah, maybe. I just think that I mean, there definitely is an issue with it because it's like,
Because like
I'm also gonna, I'm gonna throw some shade at people here because,
go for it.
but it's also shade at me. I think another problem is a lot of killer players main killers.
Oh yeah, we're playing them to extreme. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. That's fair.
what I mean by that is like, how often will someone who like mains, I don't know, let's say clown, um, how often will that person like come into a tier list and be like, well, actually, I play clown a lot, and they're actually higher on this tier list. They're way better than you think they are. I'm guilty of this all the fucking time. I say this all the time because I
agree.
I give killers the benefit of the doubt, and it's like, okay, well, again, we main Chucky, so our opinions on Chucky are a little different than like the average Chucky player versus the person who plays Chucky like every now and again. And
yeah, that's.
but we're all in the same pool giving our opinions on the character.
Well, yeah, and I think when I made my latest tier list on stream, I even mentioned I was like, nobody can make one unless you play every character for thousands of hours. I don't play Nemesis. How the fuck am I supposed to place Nemesis? Except for somebody who's like, I kind of casually play this guy every now and then. Like, I can't.
How do people do it in other games?
Results. Like if you do fighting games, typically results and consistency. Because that's like at this point, that's where we're getting with killers, right? Like typically in a fighting game, you main one character, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the norm. So you do it based on like consistency and results.
Right, but do they also have to be able to? Should they also have to be playing the character for so long to understand it fully, to be able to make the tier list properly?
The tier lists more or less start making themselves because you're going off more objective facts than subjective. Now, people disagree on little spots here and there, sure.
Yeah, but shouldn't the subjective fact also play a part in the tier list?
Let me think about the question real quick. Can you ask it again? I don't think I...
I'm saying, shouldn't the subjective parts of it also come into play?
Which subjective parts?
Well, okay, so like, let's say a character...
Like ease of play?
Yeah, like ease of play.
Okay. I'll give you a perfect example, right? We got Tekken. And there is a very, very difficult character play. They don't... Like, they stab themselves to then hopefully stab a character behind them. They got really weird movesets. Typically takes people years to figure out this character fully. And even then, like, you're figuring stuff out years later. He's been in every installment, heavily changed every time. Mm-hmm. He is typically rated on the tier list based on what, like, the top player maximum can do. And then usually there's, like... How do I explain this? There's also an understanding of, like, accessibility for characters, right? Like, in DBD, we don't talk... Like, we kind of talk about it. But we usually just say, oh, this character's brainless, this character's brainless, this character's hard. But in fighting games, it's a little bit more like, well, this one's got like these kind of techs and these execution requirements, and this one doesn't so much. So Yoshimitsu, this crazy character's got high execution requirements, but if you reach those execution requirements, they land at like B tier because they're getting these results consistently. These are where the Yoshimitsu players are ranked. Now, all of that stuff will change as more characters are released, because that'll, in fact, affect them and their matchups. And it keeps growing as people learn those characters more and more.
There's one monkey wrench in this. And you're going to hate what I'm going to bring up.
I bet there's more than one. Shoot.
Super Smash Brothers Melee.
It always comes back to Super Smash Bros. Melee when DBD talks. Shoot, though?
Well, I'm going to bring up a character that will also throws a massive monkey wrench in the way you just worded that. Yoshi.
Smash Brothers is a bit different than most.
Yoshi.
Yeah. Ironically, Yoshi. When I was talking about Yoshimitsu, yeah.
Yeah, well, Yoshi was considered like the worst character in the game for years.
Yeah, that's regular. That like in a lot of fighting games, there will be a character because people don't understand.
So, but that's the thing. But then you can't go off just purely stats.
But you are going off stats because since nobody knows it, they're not playing it to that level. But that's still the results they're getting. So in that current meta, so like say nobody's doing well with Yoshi, right? Or like we can even do that with rivals recently with Wolverine for a bit. Nobody understood what the fuck they were doing. So at the point in understanding, yeah, he was F tier. Because nobody was playing him effectively. He legitimately, as of use, was F tier. Until people discover stuff, and then it moves up. And sometimes people discover stuff in the opposite way and move characters down. Tier lists aren't like set in stone, and there's not like a fully 100 objective because that objective changes. It's not static because players change and discover and adapt to new things. Especially with something like Smash that's been around.
But that's my point. That second part, if it changes, then it can't be objective. It's objective It's objective at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still objective.
Right, but the way you were
the
wording
objective
it
changes.
Yeah, but the way you were wording it, originally was that it is objective based on stats. Like you weren't wording it as if
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Yeah, it's based on like the statistics and results of what's currently happening. So it's still objective, but it's objective within the vacuum it's in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's where I was bringing up the point of subjectivity should matter in that case.
I mean, the subjectivity is just time and the basic understanding, but it's not really subjective. It's just still the objective. Because it's still, while there might be hidden potential there, it's not being utilized, so it effectively doesn't exist. Now we're getting into like theoreticals of like a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? You know,
the actual definition of subjective and objective. Don't get me started.
Yeah. Now we're getting into like that kind of stuff because like it is you're still basing it on objective information, but that objective is a growing entity. It's not a stale pond, you know.
Well, I mean, at what point?
As we go, like,
at what point is a pond a lake? You know, like.
Yeah, like look at Wesker, right? Like, imagine nobody had figured out Wesker Hotfix till like yesterday. Wesker would have probably been way lower on the tier list, and all of a sudden just naturally boosted, right? Because our objective understanding of the character completely fundamentally changed, and that would have affected them, and that's going to constantly happen back and forth.
Well, I mean, we see this all the time with Dead by Daylight tier lists, and it's the reason why I hate them. Is that
well, they're still useful as like timestamps, but they're never going to be evergreen. And I think a lot of people want like evergreen tier lists, and that's in no game a thing unless that game is solved like chess.
Well, again though, like even chess isn't solved.
Some would disagree. That's another theory, but a lot of people think chess is solved.
Well, no, like chess, like they come up with new strategies like every couple of years.
I don't even think it's a couple of years. I think we're like at like 8 years before we get like a new one.
Right. Regardless, my point is like
regardless.
But with Dead by Daylight in particular, the problem with tier lists is that is it lack of stats? Is that really what it comes down to?
It comes down to two things. One, what we're trying to do, like this metaphysical conversation we're having, what me and you are sitting down at a table doing right now, is we are building the world's weakest Jenga tower on a P. That P needs to be removed and we need to have a solid base, and that's the problem. We don't. Until there's like a ranked or more concrete version of this game. This game is so like just up in the air about what it is, what's going on, what the point. Until any of that is dictated, like what you can't build any of that off of it. But the reason you can do that in a fighting game and you can't do it here is because there's a clear objective and a clear win and a ranking system. Without any of that, you really can't build the other stuff. You need to have the foundation first.
But the thing with that though is like, and I'm gonna sound stupid saying this, but I hope you know what I mean. Is that even possible with this game at this point
hell yeah.
in time?
I think so. We have fans that are doing it with comp. Now, granted, it's not perfect, and there need to be considerations made, right? Like, you couldn't quite get there. It can't be that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely possible. We do it ourselves already.
Yeah, but we're doing it in the sense of like adding restrictions and whatever, and it's like, would people want that?
If you're doing a ranked often works differently than casual mode, right? And my idea, this has always been my stat, is if you do a ranked, we had that really cool idea that was like really in depth a long time ago in our last conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to do it really simply, like you want a down and dirty, quick ranked mode, do a draft system. You can solo queue in or you can have friends. You get to all see each other's perks, but you pick one by one. So player 1 picks a perk, then the player 2, then 3, and you guys go in order. And most perks can, I'll say twice. So there's variety, right? That's like twice the variety that you have in comp now. If you want to be really nice, or you can keep it single.
Mm-hmm.
Nitpicking here. But now you're drafting and you're building perk loadouts as a team. So you see player 1 picked head on. Cool. That person's probably going to want quick and quiet. If they have head on, they're going to probably take chase. I'll go for deliverance. They'll probably want to get the first chase. They'll say I picked deliverance. And even without communicating, you're starting to notice this stuff. And at lower ranks, it won't work that well, but that's any game at low ranks. But as you move up, all that stuff really starts holding together and you're starting to have actual solid play.
Yeah, but doesn't that run into the issue then of them having to balance for 2 modes?
No. Balance for ranked and then casual plays casual play. Right now, it doesn't really balance for much. Because, like, are you balancing for Swift or are you balancing for solo queue?
So, shoulder the burden.
We already have that problem.
Shoulder the burden, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said it's a problem if 4 people bring it.
In DBD as it is right now, I think potentially it has the problem if 4 people run it, because then you're enforcing outside the game mechanics itself and the killer's decisions that they have to 12 hook.
Right. So with this proposed draft system with ranks, only 2 people would, in theory, be able to run it.
If you went the nice route, yes, only 2 people could bring it in. You could at most have 2 shoulder the burdens.
What is stopping someone from bringing 4 of them into casual?
They still can, but that's casual play.
And you still don't think it's
that's why it's not ranked. No, that's how other games work, right? It's unrestricted. You could even add in the thing that has limited uses, like I mentioned before. You get 2 shoulder. Now this is a corner case. This is something like.
Well,
I want to preface. I'm like talking off the top of my head, right?
That's my point, though. My point is like, would they have to account for it being used in both modes?
No, you balance for ranked, and then casual mode is casual mode.
Maybe I'm weird. I just don't agree with that.
That's fair.
I don't agree with it because I could see some things becoming a massive problem in casual.
But you already have that in casual right now, and you said it's not a problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem now because it's the only mode.
So why does introducing a restricted mode make that casual mode worse?
Then people have a reason to bring it into the casual mode.
So it is a problem then.
Well, no, because
and now you're right back at
yeah.
But again, but see, now your problem is creating 2 new problems because now it's restricting your game development choices.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said the problem, shoulder the burden, is a problem. That right there, you just kind of proved it.
Well, no, I don't think it's a problem until I don't think it's a problem unless we have 2 modes.
So, that's a problem that exists right now.
Well, no, we only have the 1 mode.
Yeah, but people have the same incentive to bring it in because they're not restricted.
Right, but my problem is if you're balancing it around it being restricted, then it becomes a problem. I'm just using shoulder the burden as an example, not necessarily the example.
Right. Okay. Well, we could let's theorize. Let's theorize and balance around casual, right? And you just make ranked more restricted. So casual is already balanced. You're just adding some extra restrictions on ranked. I think that would also be fine. That's similar to what Marvel Rivals does with like nerf or deciding what's it called, banning certain heroes.
Mm-hmm. I don't even agree with that personally.
I don't like the restriction either, but I do think it forces people to play other characters. I get it. I mean, that's splitting hairs. I'm open to a lot of different systems there.
Because I mean, that was my biggest problem with like Rainbow Six Siege was you could ban maps.
Let me ask: is your concern with the ranked mode constriction?
My concern with the ranked mode would be if you're not balancing them separately.
Well, casuals, like,
In a game like this with a 4v1 situation, I think that's a problem.
I really don't think so. There's so many games similar.
Name one game
You
with a
just balance.
what's a game that has a ranked mode that's different? It's not balanced differently. That is a 4v1 game.
Well, there are no other 4v1 games, so we have to pull from others.
That's what I'm saying. Well, we can't. Which is the other problem with talking about Dead by Daylight.
Well, yeah, because everything's theoretical because it's the pioneer right now in this area. I mean, there's other 4v1 games, but they've not made it this far or been in this scenario yet.
And none of them have had a rank. I can't think of a single 4v1 game that had.
We've solved the perk issue with ranked, by the way, before.
How?
Where we did the 2v8 system.
Well, yeah. Well, no. I agree. Yeah, 100%. That would be like that would completely solve the situation, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's more of a big overhaul. I'm trying to but no. Typically, you solve ranked. You bounce around ranked. Casual is casual. If you don't like a casual match, cool. It's a casual match. You're not losing rank. It's just is what it is. I still think there should be, but see, that's why I don't think there should be perks like Shoulder the Burden. I think that's why at its core it's a problem. If it has the potential to be a problem, it is a problem.
There's a character in League of Legends that I talked about earlier that was purposely balanced around comp.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone gets good enough with them in solo queue.
Are you talking about like the theoretical casual playing league?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I'm catching up.
They have said that they nerfed that character so they're not good in casual because they would be so good it would ruin the game.
Yeah, and he's built for... Yeah, so they balanced it around ranked, right?
Yeah.
He's made for ranked. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's built for ranked. Means he's doesn't play as optimally in casual, but that's fine.
Well, no. Like, they balance his strength, not his, like... You get what I'm saying?
I don't think so, but...
He is purposefully made worse in casual play because he's good in ranked.
So he plays differently in the two modes.
Yes. Well, no. He doesn't play differently. They have made aspects of him that are good for the casual player worse because they know it will be a problem if he's good in casual play.
Okay. So so you're saying they bounce around casual play.
Well, no, they balance around both. Without having a separate balance.
Yeah, I don't think you could have a separate balance. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to just like hamstring. Okay, I see what you're saying, and I agree.
Yes,
yeah, they'd have to do something. They'd have to have some close meeting ground. I think ranked would have to take the priority because there's stuff on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, ideally, like that's why I would have the little addition to Shoulder the Burden that once it's triggered twice, because at that point the team's benefited. Like even if you didn't use your Shoulder the Burden, the team as a whole has benefited.
Well, again, but that problem with something like that again is that then the other person brings Shoulder the Burden, not necessarily in the ranked mode, but in the casual mode, would feel like their perk doesn't work because now they don't get to use it; someone else is.
That's just the risk of that perk at that point. That's why I don't think Shoulder the Burden should have never been a perk. It should have been a mechanic. That's honestly, if you really want to dig down, that's always been my opinion. Is that Shoulder the Burden is fine, but it should have never been a perk. It should have been just a mechanic within the game.
To be fair, that's like half the perks in this game.
Yeah, they need to fucking stop.
I think we said this before with Decisive Strike, Off the Record, Borrowed Time, Unbreakable.
Off the Record's time.
I'm trying. Pop Goes the Weasel, I think should be base kit. I think some version of Pain Res should be base kit. Corrupt Intervention. I can keep going. Like, half the fucking perks in this game should just be base kit on both sides. I genuinely think the game would be better.
No, I agree. I mean, they'd have to be twisted, which I think you're also hinting at.
Yeah, well, I think like Corrupt Intervention, I've said this before, like, base kit 60 seconds, it still goes away if someone gets downed, and the perk doubles the timer. Pop Goes the Weasel, if when you hook someone, the next time you kick a gen for the next, 30 seconds, it takes off 10%.
Yeah. See, I'm fine with that. Like, this is the fun part, right? This is the stuff they could figure out easily. But first, the big brass tacks of it is they need to figure out the ranked mode. And I know, like, originally I didn't want one. I didn't. But as I play and I theory craft and I look at other games, I don't think it has a future without one. I
Well,
don't think this quote unquote like casual play works.
have you
That's why
ever
everybody's quitting.
have you ever watched those videos by I forget his name, but he's like a detective YouTuber thingy where like he
Coffeezilla?
maybe like it's always like why did it die?
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. In almost every single multiplayer game ever brought up, there's one thing they all have in common. They
Hmm.
they introduce ranked too late.
Yeah, and it might be too late for DBD. I think at this point it's also too late if they don't though. Like, there's no punishment for quitting. Like, players are literally not playing the game.
Right.
DBD is really on its like. I don't like dooming, and I've never been
Okay.
like a person to do that.
I know what you're gonna say, and here's what I've said recently. If the FNAF chapter doesn't retain the players it gets, this game is dead. I genuinely believe that.
I don't even think it has anything to do with FNAF. I don't think if they don't fix the quitting soon, it doesn't matter if they retain the players, like, and they stay in the quitting is happening still. Like, I don't think the game will survive another year or two. I think it's a mix of FNAF. I honestly, even if they didn't have FNAF, I think they'd be fine. I mean, the new influx of players is gonna be really nice, but I don't think it's game breaking. It'll be a big hit if we don't keep them, but I don't think they need that influx. They need the game in a healthy state.
Are you talking about players disconnecting and giving up, or are you talking about people leaving?
Disconnecting,
Okay.
killing on hook. I think that's like, okay, say best case scenario, we get tons of new players from FNAF, but they can't even physically play the game anymore because everybody's quitting.
Mm-hmm.
The game can't survive.
Yeah.
This is the first time in this game's history I've been like, oh, okay, this is a sign of it dying, and people have no reason to not quit right now, and because there's nothing to gain and there's nothing to lose.
Well,
This game needs a ranked, and I think we're getting to the point it might be too late if they don't do it soon.
Well, people complain about like blood points not being enough and whatever, and I know so many people who already have everything.
Yeah, that's why. Like, that's exactly what I mean. Like, what's left? You need something. You need something in a rank system. That's what keeps games alive. This game is so far past needing it at this point.
Yeah, there's no the dailies don't matter because all they give is blood points. I finished, and I think the other thing right now, and I know some people are going to hate me for saying this. I think the problem at the current moment is also the battle pass.
Before we get into that one, like, I want to talk, like, look at content creators and look at like people who watch content creation. What's like the most common thing? Top MMR, number one, like top 10 Z. Like, I do it. I put it in there that I'm a top 10 Chucky.
I don't
Because
want to lie.
I mean, like, I'm on a leaderboard, right? Like I'm not lying. Like, I'm on a leaderboard. I have a lot of time. I'll flex the hour something. But like, imagine if there was like a ranked, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like double iridescent Chucky, and I like, I'm ranked number 15th in the world on this character.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's not Fugazi like BS bullshit where everybody's lying. Like, it's right there, and you'd actually care about how you play. Sure, now you're gonna have to run meta a little bit harder in ranked mode, or you could just meme if you don't care. Like, everybody gets to play the way they want. You actually have something to earn. You have something reportable. It comes back to you. People obviously care. We have 2 stat recording websites.
Well, the problem, I think the problem behavior might see with it is one, the whole balancing issue. But I think the other problem with it is, it's the reason they said they won't show the MMR. I don't think they want DBD to be that.
That's fine. If they don't want it to, that's fine. I just don't think it'll survive. At this point, like, they're not going to get enough new players, and I don't think they have the option. When they were trying to develop other new games, sure, like, I could see them being like, okay, we're going to wean off DBD. It'll still be there. The people that still love it, like, it'll still be a nice little cash cow, but we got other projects. They don't have that. They don't have anything outside DBD. If they don't make DBD work, they're gone.
Yeah.
And if they don't do a ranked system or something, I don't think this game's got any legs.
I mean, it's not even just like I know we're harking on the rank system, but I mean, there's other things. I mean,
yeah, that's just the easiest one to point to, right? Like,
we've been bringing up Marvel Rivals up a lot tonight, but it's because they did a lot of things right. And one of the biggest things they did right was the fucking proficiency system.
Yeah, like, stuff, like, they need something.
The proficiency system in Marvel Rivals is from a bygone era, I swear. This is something like no game releases with anymore. And some don't even ever add it ever, like Dead by Daylight at the current moment. Like,
Mm.
Rainbow Six Siege is a good example. I always bring this up in that game. Like, people have wanted like stats for their individual characters for years, for years, and you can get the stats, but they also want to show off the stats
Oh yeah.
with things like, okay, well, you get 100 kills with like Sledge's sledgehammer. Here's a golden sledgehammer skin. And the argument most people would have to it is they don't want that because then their teammates would be throwing to get the kills.
Hmm. I know. At some point, like they're gonna have to pick a poison, right? Like, there's no such thing as a perfect game.
Well, it's the same. I hear
Uh,
people complaining about it in Marvel Rivals right now.
yeah.
Because some people
Yeah.
are like, if some people don't like the insta locking thing, and some people insta lock specifically so they can get the proficiency up. And people don't like that in the quick play or their ranked matches.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a pain point. I don't know if you can get rid of all of those.
Well, I mean, you can't get rid of the whole maining thing, even though companies try. It never works.
Nobody wants to. Everybody likes finding the character. I like maining a character.
This is the funny thing. I've said this before. This is the problem with like hero shooters, in my opinion. It's the maining a character problem.
I don't think it's a maining the character. Honestly, I think it's a role issue.
What do you mean?
At least to a level. Ideally, everybody just wants to play characters they like, right? At the end of the day, they don't really fully care about the roles. It would be better if you weren't hard locked into hardcore roles and everybody just had different abilities and stuff, and you as a team worked together to make completely wild comps and not just like, well, do we have our 2 tanks, 2 DPS? That's really restrictive in what's locking people.
Yeah, but the problem is you're trying to get 6 random people to agree. Yeah. So there has to be a status quo to help organize it. Like League ran into this too when they added like their support system, like the role system. People complained that it made things less restrictive or more restricted because it's like you have to have a top, jungle, mid, bot, and support. That game is all like in ranked. That game is only solo queue. There's no team option. So of course,
is League, and I mean no offense, I just need to know for my own. Is League a healthy game in a healthy spot as we compare?
What do you mean?
Is it like I don't play League, right? So is it by the community considered a healthy game and one we should aspire to?
Depends on who you ask.
Because we've used it as like a ruling, like a guide rule, right? But maybe it might not.
The problem with League is there's a common thing in League called 1v9ing.
Oh, that sounds fun.
So 1v9ing what that basically means is when you play League of Legends, you are playing with 4 NPCs that you shouldn't care about versus 5 opponents.
Interesting.
So there's a video, I forget the name of the person who did this, where they basically get their girlfriend to, or I think it's their wife, to play like video games for the first time. They're not like an avid gamer. And he had her play multiplayer games to see what would happen. League of Legends was literally the only one where she was like, I don't feel like I'm part of a team in this game. Even though it's a team-based...
You mean in DBD now?
Uh-huh.
You're talking about DBD, you don't feel like you're in a team?
Yeah, well, I was talking about League, but yes, DBD as well.
Okay.
Yeah. No, League is like that one game where, like, if you try to get someone who plays other multiplayer games, they will come into League and feel like they are not part of a team.
Well, yeah, I mean, the little bit I've played a few matches, you're, like, on your own, it feels like, except for, like, one of the bottom lane, I think? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's an entire role in that game called support. Like, it's what it's called is support. And I will give League credit because unlike every other game with supports, there's only about 3 healers. The rest of them aren't healers.
Mm.
So you might be asking, what do they do then?
Well, I'm assuming buffs, speed increases, damage reduction.
There's 4 types of supports. Technically 5. There are enchanters that give buffs and shields and sometimes heals. Engage supports. Tank supports, those are 2 different things. And then there's assassin supports. There's only one of these. There is literally a support in that game whose entire goal, he is an assassin. Like, he is a support that kills the enemy super quickly. That is his entire goal.
Interesting.
And the reason he's a support is because part of his passive is if he kills the target and someone gets an assist, they get the gold for doing it. So he doesn't even he gets credit for the kill, but he doesn't get the benefit.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this is like a tangent on this. I mean, this is my problem with like Marvel, with roles in Marvel Rivals. I've said this before. It's one thing I think Invisible Woman was kind of refreshing because she feels like she only has healing out of obligation and not because she's actually a healer.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I like more mixed roles anyways. I think those are more interesting. That's why I think I like Mr. Fantastic so much right now.
I think Storm is a good example of this. I'm convinced if the only reason she's not classified as a strategist is because she doesn't have healing. I think otherwise she would have been a strategist.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, we saw this in Overwatch. Remember when Overwatch first launched and fucking, what's-her-face, Symmetra, was a support?
I never got to play Overwatch. Marvel's my first hero shooter.
Well, yeah, but in Overwatch, Symmetra was considered a support. She was classified in the support role.
And she moved out of it?
Yeah, she didn't have healing, so they took her out.
Interesting. But see, that's what I mean. Like, things in the game are organic and change.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But the question is, why isn't she a support? The role is called support, not healer. Everyone says this all the fucking time. And yet, every support has healing. Why?
I'm not well versed enough to know, but it sounds like they have a language issue.
I mean, it happens with the tank role too. It's like, what does tanking even mean?
Yeah, that's an interesting conundrum in many games.
Yeah, because in most games, like a PvE game, it's like, well, the tank aggroes and takes damage. Well, you can't really aggro in a PvP game. You can, but the characters that usually do it are really frustrating. There's a character in Liga does it. Everyone hates him.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
And this leads back to I'm bringing this back to Dead by Daylight. The problem with like something like Rivals with the support role, right, is like we were talking about how it's kind of restricted with the 2-2-2 thing. Because but my argument to that is, well, the reason it exists is to give people a general base for when they're playing with random people. That's the point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I was thinking like you need some restrictions and why like a drafting type system would be so useful here. Because it helps like kind of align and helps the balance.
Yeah, but the problem
that restriction ends up becoming good.
But I mean, the problem with that, and I'll bring up Rivals again, I can bring up other games for this situation too. Like, people are just banning things out of obligation, not because it's good or bad.
Yeah, I'm not talking about banning things though.
You said a drafting system.
Well, yeah. So you can't like get more than two, but you're not doing it out of spite. Like you're doing it because you're using it. It's the same as if somebody picked like Rocket Raccoon and you couldn't pick Rocket Raccoon, right? Like that's just going to happen in games.
Yeah, but what if someone doesn't like that I picked him first and just DCs?
Cool. They get a penalty for it.
And what if they don't care about the penalty?
Don't care if they don't care about the penalty. They just eventually don't play the game anymore. Nobody has to deal with it. Problem solved. If they don't want to play, they don't play.
Again,
works for every other game.
Yeah, but this is Dead by Daylight we're talking about.
Why are we treating Dead by Daylight differently than a regular game? I think that's a mistake.
I completely agree with you there, except for this is the only game I can think of where we're having a debate on whether DCing is a good idea, should be allowed or not.
Oh, there's no debate there. As far as I see it, there's no debate.
But
that's not a debate. There's no debate. DCing. You should have like 1 to 2, right? There's real world reasons, but DCing and self-sacrificing on hook is bannable in almost every game. DBD shouldn't be different. I don't think it should cater to a player base that is actively trying to not play the game. We're about to get new waves in, right? Stop catering to the bad ones that are actively not playing the game. I legit, I kid you not. We had an in-game chat the other day, and somebody said till the end game, and I was like, why did you like decide to not play? They're like, if that's how I want to play, that's how I'm going to play. Not playing is not choosing how to play. If somebody's not playing the game, they're not playing the game. Why are we? They're not part of the consideration. You only get to be part of the consideration if you're part of the game.
But
That's like me being like, well, my mom doesn't like, I'm trying to clowns, so we shouldn't have clown in the game. My mom doesn't play the game. Don't matter. If people are going to DC and not play unless they like it, they're not playing the game. They don't get consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Every other game bans over that stuff. PvP shouldn't be any different.
Yeah, but there's people on the other side of the debate who don't do this stuff.
There's not a single logical reason. Unless you're doing phobias, and that's a different issue. Phobias should have a filter, not just DC.
Right, but and I don't agree with it either. I don't think people should be DCing or killing themselves on hook either.
I don't mind if there's a argument. I've never once heard a logical argument for why chronic DCing or disconnecting is okay. I can't even fathom one.
Because there's nothing on the line?
Well, that's why people do it. That's not why it's okay. There is something on the line. There's your time, my time.
Yeah, but you could argue that you could make the argument that you're not necessarily wasting either time. Like, you're wasting their time by them being in a place or a situation.
No, they queued up for it. They signed up for it. That's like me signing up for an all-you-can-eat buffet and then not liking the food that was there.
Yeah, and then you can leave.
Yeah, but I still paid my price.
Yeah, but
I'm not affecting anybody else in that scenario, right?
Yeah, but
I still have to pay for coming in and sitting down at the table before I decide that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you queue down for a game, you're queuing for a random PvP game. You're not queuing. You're not signing something that's like, I want an experience perfectly tailored to me. That's not how PvP games work. You're not playing the game, you don't get consideration. Like anything else outside of that just doesn't make any logic. At least I've not seen it. Even that doesn't make logic. When you boil it down, there's no logical stance there. You waste everybody else's time. And that's fine. You can DC. Then you get the DC penalty. You keep doing it. Eventually, you just don't play the game because obviously you don't want to.
Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about the. I mean, I'm bringing up the 4%. I think most people agree the 4% shouldn't be a thing. I'm just killing yourself on hook, but.
Yeah, that's why I don't care about DCing fully, right? Because if you DC, like eventually you're gonna get a timeout that like you're not even playing. That's fine. The problem is people being able to. I don't think I can say the S word. S on hook. End on hook, that's all I'll say. Like you can end on hook, right? So you can work around it. That's the true problem. DCing's fine. If you want to keep DCing until you can't play anymore, cool with me. I don't give a shit. Obviously you needed a break anyways. No harm off me, no harm to you. That's probably the better thing mentally. If you're really DCing that much.
So
now if you're ending on hook,
I think
that shouldn't even be possible or be bannable.
I think that's where the thing comes in is like, at what point is it like, because like technically it is bannable, but it's also technically not.
Oh, is this the thing where are you trying to get to the thing where Scott John said it's not really like we can't really figure it out to like punish it?
Well, no,
I don't agree with that.
No. My point is like. My point is like I think the 4% should be gone. Right? It shouldn't even be an option unless you have a perk for it. But
yeah, I agree.
The thing is, so if we get rid of that, and then there's DCing, and then that's punishable, and then like people start doing other things, and then
what are other things?
Yeah,
like AFKing,
going around the map, dropping all the pallets.
Oh, that's ban. You know that's bannable right now, and they do ban over that.
Do they?
Yep. If you run around the match and you throw pallets, they banned. I've gotten 3 reports back about that. They do ban over that.
What if
that's griefing, and they do ban. If you AFK, technically that's bannable. They don't ban over that. But that one's easy because you can cross-reference multiple repeated reports with blood point usage. People tell me all the time, well, they can't like track. I'm like, yes, they can. You get birds and everything. And if you're doing like the passive AFKing, or like you sit on a gen, you're still not going to get blood points. So if you're getting multiple reports about AFKing and you're getting constantly like subs 8,000 blood points or 6,000 blood points, like it's pretty obvious you were AFKing. Same as like when they say somebody's using an exploit, they don't just like look at the report and take it. They look at the factors in it. They already do that.
What about just body blocking and sandbagging in general?
Body blocking, sandbagging. I think you can still get dinged for. I don't know the extent, but like if you team with the killer or something, that's bannable.
Yeah, I know.
Kaiser Dabard got banned for it.
Yeah, I know. Kaiser's the reason why I don't give Hatch anymore.
Interesting.
Did you not hear about that?
Now
Did you not hear about that?
I'll give Hatch. I've never gotten in trouble, but like I don't usually choose one survivor over the other or anything like that. Like if there's just one left, then I might.
Yep.
But it depends. And usually I let chat decide.
I could be misremembering, but I swear Kaiser told me one day that on their ban report for, I think it was like 2 days, it mentioned giving Survivor Hatch.
Interesting. I think it was that one because somebody hadn't done anything, so they paired up. It was a teaming issue at the end of the day, but I could be remembering it wrong too. So who knows?
Yeah.
But I do know teaming and all that. Throwing pallets. The only one I don't think they actively ban on right now is AFK. Now, if you body block, that's easy. Once you get crows, lose collision.
Mm-hmm.
Done. And people way smarter than me than to figure that out.
But looking at this from behavior's point of view, as a business, would it be smart to do this?
Yes. They've multiple games have shown that banning people will actually sell more accounts and then resell like characters and cosmetics. That's why a lot of fighting games don't actually mind perma banning accounts. Because people will rebuy the game, buy buy the skins again, and buy certain characters again. And often when people come back after a ban, they're a lot more careful and don't repeat the behavior. That's why they don't start with like an IP ban or something. Look at Davude. Davude got a ban. Davude rebought the skins, rebought the character, rebought the game. They made money off that ban. I could tell you there's a Twitch streamer that's was live earlier today. I've seen them banned twice for exploits. It's because I used to know them personally until they started exploiting and doing other things, right? They stopped for 2 months because they got an IP banned. They gave up. They got a new account. They're playing. They've bought that game at least 4 times. And they have a ton of cosmetics. Unless they're hacking, which I don't think they're doing. They did like locker exploits and stuff like that when that was like a broken thing. And
That's fine. People think I'm hacking because I have 100 hours, so...
yeah, the people haven't figured out crossplay are silly. But yeah, no, literally, like,
Give me a
lot of that stuff isn't that hard. Like, other games have this already all figured out. And this, like, DBD has a lot of solutions for it. Like, Crows is already in the game. In fact, if you AFK as killer, I think it auto disconnects you sometimes. So obviously the system detects all that. They have the tools, and banning doesn't make people leave for forever. Often result in more sales. And they do ban people. Like, what was that player that just got banned for doing the escape button, the F11?
Yeah.
Yeah. They started some rage, and then people laughed at him because, like, obviously it was their own fault. They got no ill will, and I guarantee you that person bought a new account. Guaranteed. I haven't even checked. I guarantee you they have a new account right now.
That happens so often in this community, I swear to God.
Right. So why are we banning somebody that was like testing out like a kind of funny little skill goof thing that maybe should have been like a 2-day ban? I don't know. Maybe unless they broke other bans, a lifetime ban or a 10-year ban seems extreme, but not people actively making the game unplayable. That seems silly to me.
I honestly couldn't tell you why.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm rarely. I love you, Bennett, and we've talked many times. I rarely ever take a stance that there's no logical argument to what I'm saying. But on this one stance, I'm like, I cannot fathom one. And I've talked about this endlessly since Knight's release. I started this problem when I played Knight. People hated Knight so much they DC'd. So I kept playing 4-man bot squads. And I was like, oh, if this continues, people are just going to start voting with their DCs on what killers they hate. And they're going to start either nerfing killers or doing something. And this is not okay. And I started this tirade all the way back during Knight's release, and here we are. I've been arguing about this forever. There's no logical reason to not punish it. Because even if they don't, like, right, they rage quit or kill themselves on hook because they're angry, where are they going? Into another match. Angry. That's not healthy. They just start rage queuing. And then they do it again. And again. And again. And that's why their DC timers are so large. Because they do it until then they have to kill themselves on hook.
Yeah, but if they keep rage queuing, what are the chances they spend more money on the game to buy a skin or something?
Oh, agreed. But now you're hitting the thing where it's affecting other players, right? The banning doesn't affect other players, so you're keeping your actual player base, I would say, healthy and happy. But if you let them rage queue, now your player base, and we're seeing it, like, matches are horrible. I have full streams where I can't play the game. Like I don't have a single game where somebody didn't quit. I stopped spending money on the game.
It's also funny because you say this. We play on the same servers at about the same times. I don't run into it that often.
It's gotten better. I'll admit, like in the last week or so, it's gotten a little bit better. I think because so many people are calling people out for it, so they don't want to, like, you know, have their name shown doing it and be part of the problem. But some people think it's perfectly okay.
I mean, again, like the argument, like I think a lot of people are saying is like I think the problem with the argument is the option is still there. That's the problem.
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying with that?
I think so.
So it's like people bring up the thing of like, oh well, I paid for the game, I can do what I want, because the option of just giving up on Hook is there. That is their argument.
Yeah, take it away.
Exactly, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's the easy fix. Like, if you don't want to do it, you got to do a ban. But the easiest option, get rid of it and just make them force into DCs as the only option, and then punish the DCs as they already do.
Like, yeah, and again, I think that's the problem. Is that because the 4%ing or the giving up on Hook is a possibility and an option they have. That's the only part of this argument I can.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
you're punishing people for giving for an action you're active. Okay, I understand that complaint. Okay, you know what? That's logical. I still don't think that.
I don't agree with it.
I don't think that necessarily defends the action, but it definitely defends punishing it. So yeah, you just have to get rid of the 4%.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd have to make it so you can't die early on second.
Right.
By not doing anything.
Like I'm gonna bring up,
do both those.
Again, it's a game we're both playing, and a lot of people are. In Marvel Rivals, if you have a Black Panther player that dives the backline and dies every single time, is that bannable?
Oh, one sec. Let me plug something in because my headset's about to die.
Uh-huh.
No, because you ban over skill or will, not skill.
What if he's doing it on purpose just so he can throw?
Well, now it's different, right?
How do you determine that?
1 second. Well, I imagine, again, it'd be similar, at least in DBD, right? Blood points. Blood points are almost a direct correlation to effort put in.
Mm-hmm.
And other games do similar stuff to this. If I'm not mistaken, I think Path of Exile has a system for this or something similar. Sorry, trying to get my mouse to work so I can actually.
My point with this is so if someone's giving up on Hook because the option is there and it's something they can do.
Yeah. You can't punish them because they went for it, right?
Yeah,
I get you there. Now, if it's repeated behavior and it's always when they're at like 4,000 or 5,000 blood points, I think now you've proved a pattern. And that's typically what you do in criminal justice, right? Like, because that comes into question all the time when it comes into what do we punish? Well, you can't punish skill issues, for like lack of a term, but you punish stuff. How do I explain this? If you're in a car accident,
mm-hmm.
often what decides if you're going to get like a criminal charge is if it was willful, like recklessness, or an accident, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was this intentional or not? That is often what's going on, and that's usually what they're trying to decide during criminal cases before they charge you. Was this intentional? And that's what they would need to figure out. And I think the blood points and pattern is what you use. Same thing as in criminal justice. You determine if there's a pattern. Oh, hey, during this game they got 6,000 blood points, and then like all of a sudden they like tried to die off hook and then immediately died on second. Like they didn't hit the struggle bar, nothing.
Mhm.
Happened in numerous games. And hey, look, those games were all at like 5 or 4 gens. Weird. And you'd also have to put in like player reports into account, right? Like don't just do it haphazardly. Also make the system only trigger once there's so many player reports about this person rage quitting. Because it's already like a reportable offense. Like they have the report right there.
It
And they already have a system to like look at games because they do that for exploits and other stuff, right? Like if you're teaming, you can report that. They look at reports and then they obviously can view the footage. So there's got to be something there. They've shown it already exists. I just don't know why they're not using it for rage quitting, because rage quitting is a reportable offense.
I'm just curious how common it actually is.
They had statistics when they were talking about Skull Merchant.
Mm-hmm.
So they even track it. They openly said they tracked it. So I don't know. I mean, it's got to be common. I think Scott Jund keeps track of it on streams now, and I think it's always at least 5 out of 10 games, if not higher. So 50%.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. I mean, maybe I'll start tracking it. It has gotten better.
I'm trying to compare that to other games, but I really can't offhand.
I mean, fighting games have a lot of disconnects, like rage quits, but it's at the end of the game, and the game doesn't end immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it'll still punish the player accordingly. The game's not over. I get the win. But that only works because it's a rank system. But without a rank system or some system, there's no punishment. That's half the problem. Half of it is like the system to identify it. The other system is like the reward system, which there's just not really a reward system.
Well, yeah, because
or a punishment system in DBD. It's just Fugazi. It's just nothing.
Well, again, like there's no punishment because there's no reward.
Exactly, and that's a key thing they need to fix. I think that's why people kind of hate the game. If I'm serious, like they've put all this time in, all this skill. They love it. People love this game. I love this game. I've sunk a lot of time in. What the fuck do I have to show for it? Like I don't consciously think about that all the time, but like literally, like if I was going to tell somebody, yeah, I spent 4,000 hours in Dead by Daylight. Okay, cool. Like, what does that mean?
Well, exactly.
Nothing really.
And I mean, like
I spent 4,000 hours in like Marvel Rivals. Oh shit. Okay, I'm like this rank 1 Wolverine that gets to do tourneys, and I have these results.
I mean, what if you're someone?
You see the difference?
Yeah, but what if you're someone like me who played like League of Legends back in the day? I have like 4,000 hours in League of Legends. Do you know how much I played ranked?
Well, and some people don't care, right? But a lot of people that are looking for something to care about, that's where it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for quitting, obviously that doesn't affect party, right? So again, I think you'd have to get rid of the 4%, no dying on second hook early, and just keep punishing DCs as you do, sure. But like the rage quitting and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
I mean that most of that's already solved. AFKing not so much. They need to tighten up on that for sure. But the rank system would fix a lot of that just by existing on that side of it.
Maybe. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not fully sold on it still.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it could work. It's just like I just. To me, I'm like asking, does it actually need it, or is there another solution?
People don't care about blood points, so currency isn't. Skill level isn't enough, right? Like people have like hit the insane skills of killers, but like where does it go? It needs something. Even if it's not expressly a rank system, the game needs something. Like I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, but what? And that's
the battle
thing.
pass isn't enough.
Well,
the rank system or something similar is the only thing I can think of.
I didn't even bring that up, by the way, on the battle pass. I actually think it lasting as long as it has, particularly this one, is part of the problem.
Oh yeah.
I know,
sure. But
I know. Some people might call me stupid for that, and like, oh, no one actually cares. No, people
tons
care.
of people care. Yeah, when I saw how long it lasted, I was pissed. And I don't even give a fuck about battle passes.
It's like I'm done with it.
I like getting the cosmetics.
I have been done with it for like a month and a half now. No,
Dude,
not even like 2 months.
I'm done with it, and I never selected a challenge.
I
I've never done a challenge on it, and I'm done with it.
I
Level
t-
200.
I took a month off,
Yeah, I almost took all of December because my computer broke. It's
and
crazy. I get
and
why they did it. I get it. Like they had a holiday. I get I understand. But holy crap, they can't do that again. This has been too long.
like I took like a month off, and I was able to finish it in like a week.
Yeah, this is
Like
bad.
I have praised behavior before on their battle pass and how it's one of the better ones in the business. And it is. It genuinely is. I think it takes long enough but also fast enough to where it doesn't feel like a grind but also feels rewarding. I've said
Yeah, but
this,
having oh my gosh, yeah.
but again, it's the fact that it's been the same battle pass for almost like 5 months now.
Yeah, almost half a year it feels like. At least it's at least a quarter of a year. It's too much. And I get like they had holidays and then they were on vacation and then like stuff going on. I get it. I 100% get it. I just don't think it's repeatable. Yeah, that definitely hurts. But I don't think a battle pass is enough to get people to care.
You'd be surprised.
But it isn't. Like it already isn't. Like right now, it's not.
Well, no, it's because everyone's done with it.
Well, this one, but it didn't help with the ones before. It's not like this issue just started existing. It's
No,
existed for a long
but
while.
you'll notice when the battle pass first drops, it's not as bad as it is. I can
Oh yeah,
almost
yeah. I'm not
promise
saying
it.
it doesn't help, but it's not enough to fix the problem.
Well, I mean, I think that's my point. Is like it gives something and a like something to do, a reason to keep playing, a reason to finish the match out, a reward that you can't just get anywhere else.
Kind of, but it only applies to like so many people. Like if you don't have any characters in the battle pass, like it really doesn't even affect you all that much.
Well, yeah, but some people like me just want to finish it to finish it.
Yeah, but it's the same as blood points, right? You can say like some people want blood points.
Because I mean, like for me, for example, I literally have nothing to gain from the battle passes ever again.
Yeah,
I only play Chucky. So like, what do I gain from getting the battle pass every time? And for
yeah,
me,
no fair.
it's a progression system. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, and that's fine because like I think you've already hinted that you probably wouldn't play ranked DBD, right?
No, I probably would play ranked TBD. I have no reason not to.
Yeah, and I would too. I'd play unranked for sure. Like I like having my meme games and doing like vault speed Billy, and goofing off. But I think that would help a lot of people that just don't give a shit about blood points or the battle pass anymore.
It's just it's such an odd like conundrum because like there's that old adage for video games. There's like four different types of players. It's like
Yeah.
collectors, explorers, and I forget the other two.
Actually, Mark Rosewater broke down gaming into similar quadrants, but in a different way, and it was really interesting.
Yeah, but it's like which side is DBD on, and which side do they want to appeal to more?
I think they can hit both.
And I think at the moments they're not really hitting either.
Yeah, they're not hitting either, and I think they could easily hit both. That's what sucks. Like they could have the cake and eat it too, almost. And they're kind of dancing around it with the game modes, and like those were fun at first, but like how many people are excited about 2v8 right now because it's RPD, right? Or Resident Evil, sorry. But like how many people fucking moaned and bitched? I hate 2v8. I fucking like I like Chaos Shuffle, but it's because it's a challenge.
I think Chaos Shuffle is getting more hate recently too.
Yeah, it's because people. Okay, this is my little soapbox. I don't understand hating. I've already talked about like getting mad at people for trying makes no sense. Because if you're playing for fun, you shouldn't care other people trying. Because you're playing for fun, shouldn't affect you. And if you're playing to win, you're on the same page. So it again shouldn't affect you. Chaos Shuffle is literally themed as, hey, we're gonna give you random perks. They don't just do it like, hey, here's random perks. Be silly. No, it's hey, can I win with these random perks I'm given? That's literally the whole idea. People are going to try to win with those perks. I don't understand why people get upset that people take it serious or not seriously, but like try to win. I think they should take off Eries and map offerings for sure. But like,
I
don't know. I think that's so silly.
My crazy thing with Chaos Shuffle, I still think add-ons and items should be random too.
The problem is you get like walking nurse.
I don't care. I think it would be funner.
It's fun subjective.
Right.
I get you.
But yeah, I think that would be part of the fun. I also do think there should be a random killer option.
I hate the idea of random killer because I don't want to be stuck as playing as like a hag or nurse and get motion sickness.
Option.
But yeah. No, I saw some people wanting it as like forced, and I was like, yeah, no.
No,
I'm good.
I no, I don't think it should be forced, but I do think like on the character selection screen, there should just be an option for random killer.
That's fair. I would say if you're going to do an add-on randomizer, I'd turn off some of them that like fully destroy the character.
I can agree with that.
Because like that would suck. Like if you got like walking nurse and you're like, well, especially as killer, you're like, well, I can't really DC. I can't. I just have to like suffer now.
Like
And
I mean,
as a killer, you're kind of stuck in a match often. If you can't progress it, they're just gonna like goof around and fuck with you, and you're just held captive. That seems like a nightmare.
you could also go through and make sure there's like certain add-on combinations that don't happen. Like
Yeah, for
Scratch
sure.
Mirror and Vanity Mirror Myers. Like,
Yeah, I'm not fully against it. I just think some of them would need some definite attention.
yeah, and I mean, you can do the same thing for Survivor items, right? I mean, there's some
Oh
add-ons
yeah.
for like toolboxes that wouldn't work together, right? Like, you wouldn't want a
Yep. Exactly.
syringe and a fucking like a sabotage one, for like a med
No, I
kit.
agree.
Um,
Yeah, the people taking that one and getting mad that people took it and like played quote unquote seriously or sweat makes no sense to me.
the,
That's always been annoying. But yeah,
the same
that
thing
it's gotten a
happened
lot of
with
hate recently.
same thing happened with Lights Out.
Well, yeah, but like Lights Out like isn't necessarily framed as a challenge as much to me, right? Like Lights Out does to me seem more like, hey, this is just goofy, silly. Like you can't even take it seriously if you tried. But like Chaos Shuffle almost seems directly advertised to me to be like, hey, random perks, figure out if you can make it work. At least that's how it comes across to me. And I'm like, well, okay.
I think some people
Well,
saw it more as like random perks, go have fun.
that makes no sense because you could just do that on your own anytime.
Yeah, but your opponents are doing the same. That's the thing with it.
Where's the fun in just random perks if you're not doing anything with them?
Well, that's exactly. But like that's I think how people were viewing it.
Yeah, but that makes then maybe that's a me issue. That makes no sense to me. That's why I always thought it was funny when people got mad about it. But
It's like, hey, here's a blindfold. I'm gonna hand you both an item, and I want you to hit each other with it. Whoever hits the other
you're at the
person the
same time
hardest.
saying, but you added an ending goal. But like going into Chaos Shuffle with no ending goal of trying to do well with those perks
Yeah,
makes no
yeah,
sense.
but I think the implication is that the perks, like, you should just be playing normal, quote unquote
What's
normal.
normal?
Exactly.
The normal should be play to win. That is normal. Anything outside of that is different, right? Which is fine if you want to play like I know you like fishing xenomorph. That is all fine.
But I think the problem is that people are talking about the like, and I can only really speak on the killer side of it, but it's like, why are people tunneling at 5 in Chaos Shuffle? Why are people slugging in Chaos Shuffle? Like actually slugging in Chaos Shuffle.
Slugging or bleeding out.
I want to say bleeding out, but also just slugging in general. Like it's
I
not
don't think
that it's not that
anything.
people are playing to win. It's like, why are people coming out the gate as hard as they are? And I think that's
That's
another
fair.
that's a bigger problem with the game as a whole. But I think Chaos Shuffle was more of a, okay, guys, you can chill the fuck out for a little bit. We didn't
See, but
bring the best builds this time. We couldn't.
at the end of the day, like even that doesn't bother me as a survivor though, because like that, and that's part of the problem. I think the community hasn't grown up to yet because it's still that party game, and we still have these like etiquettes. But like, if they're gonna tunnel, the whole goal is that person wastes the time and everybody just slams the fuck out of the gens.
Well, the problem
Sim
with
to camping, right?
yeah, but the problem with
And
Chaos
then
Shuffle is that a lot of the tools they have to do that aren't there.
yeah, but same with the killer doesn't have as many tools that they normally would have guaranteed either,
Yeah, but they
right?
can just
They're not gonna have the anti slowdown or anything typically.
yeah, but they can just tunnel you out base kit.
I think
And they can't just crank the gens because they don't necessarily have the perks for it.
you don't need perks to crank gens.
Well, no, I'm just saying as hard as they normally would.
Yeah. I think well, gen regression doesn't quite line up with gen progression, anyways. And anti tunnel, how many there are, I'm sure they would have some. I'd be really surprised. I mean, it would definitely happen. So, are you saying like? I guess in that stance, theoretically, perks are the only thing holding the game together. You think
Yeah.
If they had like a perkless mode, it wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before, right? We have a perkless mode. It's lights out.
Yeah.
And what happened to light and lights out?
Well, but there you have the issue if there's no tracking, so it incentivizes those plans anyways. And
Mm-hmm.
those modes. Well, I mean, I didn't play much of the recent lights out, so I can't tell you what happened there.
I think we kind of answered this earlier where we were talking about how a lot of the issues this game has are band-aid fixed with perks.
Yeah, that's very true.
And I feel like Chaos Shuffle and Lights Out kind of showed that to an immense degree.
Agreed. I'll agree
So
with you on that.
it's like, oh well, tunneling's an issue. Well, here's a bunch of anti-tunnel perks. Where's Chaos Shuffle? They probably don't have any. Oh, well, I'll just tunnel them then. Same with like on the survivor side. It's like, oh well, the killer probably doesn't have any regression, so why
By the
not
way,
just
uh-huh. Shoulder the Burden as a limited mechanic would have solved that tunneling issue right there alone, even without the other ones being base kit. That one alone. Just make that a mechanic base kit.
The killer doesn't have any regression, right? So, okay, well, let's just bring 4 brand new parts. What's it going to do? Stop us? You can't. You can tunnel one of us out, but we'll probably win.
Yeah, no. It seems like we're close. Like a lot of the solutions we've thought of, right? Like are very simple. Like we've had some out there ideas like full on reworks and overhauls, but like a lot of these ideas, a lot of them are really simple. It could easily fix a lot of the big pain points.
I mean, even 2v8, people took that mode seriously.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that one.
But my question is, like, if people want this fun party game mode, what would it be? What would it have to be to encourage it?
It's a PvP game. I don't think you could ever. I think you'd have to do something like My Little Oni, where it's so far removed from regular DBD
Marvel
and so
Rivals
off the wall.
just did it.
I didn't play I didn't get the chance to play. Did people not play competitively in it?
No.
I guess I can't really argue one way or the other since I wasn't there for it.
Like, I mean, yeah, people were trying to win, but that's not competitive. I think that's the problem with every conversation we've had with this. Is the definition of what competitive actually means.
Okay. That's a good point. I like that point.
And I honestly don't know how to argue against it, but it's not it's not just playing to win.
I would say playing to win is fine. Playing competitively is using the best strategy available.
See, I don't even think that's necessarily
the path of least resistance.
I don't even think that's necessarily playing competitive. I think playing competitive is a mindset.
What would that mindset be?
Literally, like, using every single advantage you have.
I think playing to win has that. Like, if you're playing to win, you should be doing that anyways. That should just be the natural state.
I play to win all the time, and I let people go.
Yeah, I do too. You can play to win and then give what's the word I'm looking for? Give respite. But like, I play to win every match, and I'll let somebody go. I'm like, okay, cool. Whatever.
Well, no, I mean, like, I play to win every match, right? But I also, again, I don't camp or tunnel that often. Sometimes I do.
Well, yeah, but you didn't need to. But when you get down to 2 gens, you do.
Well, not always.
No.
But even those matches, I'm still playing to win. My goal is to win at the end of it. It's just I'm not always trying to achieve that goal in the moment. You see the problem here? Mm-hmm. Our definitions are so skewed differently on what this term even means.
So I'm trying to think here.
If I load into a match of Marvel Rivals and I insta-lock Rocket, but the team needs something else, but I want to play Rocket and win with Rocket, am I playing competitively?
No.
But I want to win.
You're also not playing to win.
But I am playing to win.
Not really.
I want to play to win with Rocket.
You're playing for fun at that point.
Where is the line? My goal is still to win, just in the way I want to win.
Well, yeah, that's where I'd say playing for fun, right? Because you're not trying to play at any means. You're trying to play in a specific way. That's now playing for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Playing to win. I mean, you can limit to a character, but would be at whatever cost. I'd say anything where you're like adding subjective and personal goals on top of winning. Like, I want to win with Rocket, or I want to win without camping or slugging. Those are now playing for fun slightly.
So wouldn't Chaos Shuffle inherently be that? Because it's I want to win with these random perks.
Yep, exactly. And that's always been my stance. Is it's not a party mode. I've never thought of it. I think it's silly. It makes no sense.
Well,
I know a lot of people get really angry at it, and I'm like, what are you supposed to do? The whole theming of it is win
you just contradicted yourself though.
in that mode that is an additional, right? That's that mode specifically.
Yeah,
In Chaos Shuffle,
but the addition is
it's
being
not.
added to the mode itself.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah. So
because
in that mode, though, the only
so my confusion here is the problem that it's not self-inflicted?
yeah, if you're not playing to win, and the self infliction is different than if it's the mode entirely. Like if you're playing so like Chaos Shuffle, like you're randomly choosing your perks with a third party. In like regular play, that's self-inflicted. Now you're playing. You can still play to win, but you're playing in your own way, right? I'd say that leans more into playing for fun, which is fine, valid even,
Well,
and I do stuff like that.
I think that the issue here with that is that on the killer side, it's just you.
Well, yeah, and that's why if you don't like teams, don't play on a team game.
Right.
It's a team game. That's just part of it. You can't take that out of it.
Right, but that's my thing. Like, because with like the rocket example I was giving, right? It's like, oh, well,
You're not playing for the team. You're playing for yourself.
exactly. But what if it wasn't a team game?
Okay, and that's again where ranked, because if you keep playing for yourself, you're gonna not do well, right?
Well,
And that's fine. Stay at low rank.
But yeah, but I'm saying individually. Like what? Okay, it's a fighting game. It's a 1v1 game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing the worst character in the game.
Uh-huh.
I want to get to the highest rank with the worst character in the game.
Totally doable.
But, right, but am I playing competitively or for fun?
You're still playing competitively within the restraints.
But I'm doing it in the way...
That'd be like the difference between solo queue or not, right? You can play competitively with every character. But now, if you pick the worst character and you decide you only want to use like right jab, now that's self-imposed. I don't think character selection itself is necessarily self-imposed. You could almost look at character selection in a fighting game as mode selection. But it's setting up the framework for what you're playing in.
Right, but again, coming back to Dead by Daylight, like on the killer side in particular, in Chaos Shuffle, if you go into the match with the intent to like at what point is it you playing competitively and you only just playing to win? Where is the line?
I don't know if I would draw a full line between playing to win and playing competitively. I see them the same.
But you have been.
Well, I've been distinguishing between playing for fun and playing to win. Right? And you can play to win within a set binary or system that you set up. Like, I want to win in this scenario, but I'd lean that into playing more for fun. I guess there you'd play, okay, you can play to win, but if you have special circumstances you're self-imposing, that's no longer competitive.
Yeah, but the
I guess that'd be where...
the way you're setting this up is rather than it seeing like a binary, it seems like it's coming off as like 3 Venn diagrams. Again, like I brought this up earlier, where it's like you can only do 2, not all 3. It's either you're playing for fun and to win, you're playing to win and competitively, you're playing for fun and competitively. Like you can't.
Oh, I think you can easily overlap though.
All 3 of them?
Let me think. If I go in with perkless, add-onless Chucky, and I play to win, and I tunnel out at 5, am I playing for fun? I'm playing my way, right? Like I'm going with the challenge, self-imposed challenge of perkless, add-onless. I'd say that's for fun. I played to win and competitively. I hit all 3. I do think that's possible. Right. Now, it's not easy, and I don't think many players could hit all 3, or at least succeed at all 3.
But you're not. But the problem is you're not playing competitively.
Sure.
You just
I'm not
said
using.
you just said no perks, no add-ons.
Yeah, I still tunneled at 5, right?
Yeah, but you
The
purposely
no perks or add-ons, I would say, is the limiting fact, like the framework, like almost the game mode I put myself into.
I
So
think this is
let me think. I think I see what you're getting, but
yeah. You just self inflicted you you
a
just
paradox.
yeah you just self well not a paradox, you just added a self restriction on how you're playing.
What's
So
the restriction?
no perks, no add-ons.
Okay, okay. I thought you were saying something else. Okay. Um, yeah. So I added that, but I can still play competitively, right? Like at the end of the day, if you're playing comp, which I don't play comp, right? You could bring forward slowdown, but often you would do something else. That's not always the ideal because you can still get competitive advantage out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that still be? I'd say you're still playing competitively. So is it in the way that you're playing, maybe? Like the method
But the problem
is
with that,
competitive. You could play to win. I'm not saying there's a problem with any of them. I don't think playing competitively is a problem at all.
well, neither do I. I'm just saying the problem with the definition is that the problem with that would be intent, which is something you can't understand unless you ask.
Yeah, yeah. I that's why I don't think any. That's why it's always annoying when somebody comes into like a chat when you're like goofing off and having a time like you sweated. It's like, how could you possibly know my intention? Like you just assumed. I always go into every game assuming everybody's playing competitively and to win because
I,
that's just the norm.
but
Like you're playing a game, so the base is to win. Anything outside of that is just extra that I don't have privy information to.
but is that the norm?
It should be. If you're okay, the point of a game is to play to win the game. That's just a game, regardless of any game. That's the game.
Mm.
Now, if you're adding in like I want to get like 100 Chucky dashes in, or like this or that, that's unique and that's subject like stuff you've added in that the other players have no privy to unless you told them otherwise. But you can't go. That's like me playing a meme build and expecting others to play that way.
Mm.
I can't. I had to go in with the understanding that everybody is at least at the baseline, or most likely at the baseline of playing to win. Right? Like that's just the baseline of playing games. Anything outside of that, or expecting them to play nice or not gen rush me, is just expectations I've added on that I don't think I can actually put there without being at fault myself.
Right, but again, I feel like there's a line, right?
But a line between playing, as you said, to win and competitively.
Yes. And I'm trying to determine where that line is and how we even figure it out.
Hmm.
Because again, it's like, okay, Chaos Shuffle, like you're playing Chaos Shuffle and you hook somebody and somebody comes unhooks them. Like, yes, player etiquette aside, right? Let's just say in the basic definitions of how we're trying to determine this from playing to win versus playing competitively.
Yeah.
Why do you tunnel that person off hook? Is it because you're playing competitively or because you're playing to win?
I'm still not sure I consider them differently 100%.
I think they're different because I think you can play a game to with the intent to win without the intent to play competitively.
Okay, I'm following you. So we'd have to determine then what the difference and what the competitive intent even means.
Exactly. And the problem with Dead by Daylight in particular is that
Okay, I think so I would say playing to win includes playing within the established etiquette, at least in DBD, right? Playing competitively ignores it. That'd
okay,
be the difference there.
yeah, fair enough.
And DBD, I think that's the only way you can draw the line.
Yeah,
Outside of DBD, which is where I was trying to solve it, a little bit more difficult, but again, most games don't always have the etiquette. I think the etiquette is what makes DBD more toxic than it needs to be.
well, I mean, it depends. I mean, I've talked about sword fights in Halo before.
Yeah. And stuff like that's cute, but I also don't think like newbies understand that and then it gets misconstrued. That's why like some newbies think tunneling is like just killing
well,
people.
well, I mean, back in the day during the Halo stuff, like I remember we would kick people if they messed up a sword fight. It was,
That's funny.
yeah, yeah. They would
Yeah, I respect.
we would tell them why they were getting kicked, and then we'd kick them.
But see, at the end of the day, I actually think that causes more issues because when somebody doesn't follow that and they don't like abide by those rules, which there's not really any reason to, except at some point somebody decided. I mean, same as the real world, right? But
it was browsered.
yeah, that's what I mean. Now they're upset, but like they didn't sign anything. They're free to play however they want.
Yeah, it was a browser though. They willingly went into it. It wasn't matchmaking.
Oh, you're talking about Halo?
Yeah,
Oh, I was talking about DBD. Okay,
yeah.
I get you. Yeah.
Well, DVD's
No,
hard,
but in,
but I mean that brings up a question with a problem I think a lot of modern gaming has is I know everyone likes matchmaking, but it has some problems with it that browsers kind of solved. But browsers have
that's
their
fair.
own problems. Don't get me wrong. Some people would go fucking mad with power. Um, but like again, like to the game mode situation, it's like lights out again. Like so many people sweated during that. I mean, people were complaining about sweat fests during the Halloween event and the Christmas event. I mean, I've talked about this with a bunch of people. There's other reasons for that, mostly because why would you even bother with the event modes? Like you
yeah,
load.
yeah. Maybe I'm the wrong one because like I just always expect everybody to just. I don't like the term sweat because to me that just means they put an effort to win, or that was their intention was to win,
Again,
and that's just the baseline. Yeah,
I think there's a line.
and that line is the competitive if you're ignoring the established
Not
etiquette.
necessarily, but to a degree. I think I'm gonna be very rude when I say this. I think if you're going into something like Chaos Shuffle and you tunnel someone out at 5 gens, you're kind of being a dick.
I Chaos Shuffle. I mean, not that I'm doing that. I'm not sure I would say the same in Chaos Shuffle as all the other ones. As Chaos Shuffle's like,
Hmm.
as I understand it from my perspective, framed as like a challenge, where the other ones are
I,
framed
I
as like,
I think again. I think that this is where like I think you're. For me, when I think of Chaos Shuffle, I'm thinking, oh, look at all these dumb perks I might get use out of. Not, oh, how can I win with these perks? I think that's the differing ideals.
maybe because like that doesn't like that makes no sense to me. Because to me, the entire game mode is like, we're gonna give you random tools, see what you can do with it.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm thinking. But you're thinking of it, see how you can win with it. I'm seeing what can you do with it, and that's it. I'm not even thinking
So
about
that,
winning in that situation.
but that's like the base set, like baseline of a game is to win. Anything else outside of that is abnormal in expectation,
Hmm.
unless otherwise stated, right? Like unless the game's like Marvel Rivals was like, hey, it's like from what I understand, like
Splatoon.
yeah, Splatoon, right? Like the baseline and the expectation was changed, but in like Chaos Shuffle, it's
Well,
not. So the baseline is back to winning.
I mean, I think the other problem with it is just because I'm trying to think of like other games' winters events, like Halo Infinite's winter event. It was everyone had swords with no ammo and unlimited grenades.
Hmm.
That was the mode. It was a snowball fight.
Yeah,
So everyone probably went into that with the intention of winning,
yeah,
but they weren't
because
like,
like no expectation was changed, right?
but no one went into it with the competitive mindset. People weren't going in like giving call outs and like holding very specific positions and like learning like, oh, if I throw the grenade at this specific angle, it's gonna hit the person as soon as they spawn.
How long was it available?
About a month.
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I can't argue. I just in most games I see it almost always comes and evolves into that because people always try to like game the game. You know, they always find the efficient routes, and that innately becomes competitive in nature. Even if you try to get rid of it, it's just not possible.
What if
Game
you?
makers have always tried to find a way to stop people from finding the efficient routes
Mm-hmm.
and making things competitive, but that's just human nature.
Right,
It's fine to not always be that way. Don't
but
get me wrong. I'm not saying like you have to be that
but
way, but
but
eventually it always evolves that way. It
but
seems.
okay, with something like Chaos Shuffle though, it's like if people want this game mode to be like this fun, not as serious mode, what do you change about it to make it that?
If people want it to be that way, you
Like,
get rid of map offerings,
mhm.
add-ons. Um,
But
and if you truly want it to be fun, you had to get rid of you. You would have to force killer suggestion almost. Well, I don't know if that'd change it for everybody. Let me think.
because killer can still
No,
taunt.
if you want it to be fun, it can't be basic DBD.
No, it can't.
You'd have to do this Splatoon. That's
I
it. That's it. Like at the end of the day, I keep coming back to it. You just can't have it just be base DBD.
well, I
If you
think
want it to be like full on fun.
that's always the problem with every new mode in Dead by Daylight. I think
Well,
we
listen. Oh, go on.
I think now that we have a separate queue, I think we've all started to learn this more.
Yeah.
It's like the winter event, the Halloween event, 2v8 or not 2v8, actually 2v8 was different. Um, even the anniversary event. Like the problem was it was just DBD plus.
Yeah. And that's okay. I think we've gone in like circles, but I think we've hit the point where I think we fully understand. Yeah, and unless you change like the baseline of the game is to win, right? So unless you change that baseline, like that's
How
going to
you
be
win?
what people aim. Yeah, what win means.
Yeah.
Because people are always going to go for win, right? Unless you change that or you get rid of even winning at all, right? Or you give a common enemy. That's what some games even do, right? You add a third PVE system into it. Something. The people are going to go to the baseline of what the game's told them to do and set up.
I mean, again,
That's why I think the Splatoon in Marvels worked because it wasn't the base game. It was like a whole actual different game.
yeah, and it was
And it would have to be that.
it was really dumb, and like the way it worked, like kind of encouraged people to not play so seriously.
Yeah, so you'd have to make it like prop hunt or like a completely different game, not just DBD with extra steps because it's like, okay, well it's DBD, but there's just extra stuff, but I'm still playing DBD. So like you're gonna default to, okay, well I guess I'm gonna hook and tunnel. And like granted people are gonna play Mimi and like have fun. I fully expect that and I did too. But like that's not gonna be the expectation every time, right?
I mean, like I'm thinking like also like in Rainbow Six Siege, which I bring up a lot just because I played it a bunch. They had a game mode in that. They had a game mode in that called "Protect the Plant." I'm not kidding. This was a real game mode, where it was like an event mode, but it ended up basically just being glorified the main mode, like of the bomb, just in reverse.
Interesting.
And everyone hated it.
See, there's a game mode in Tekken called Tekken Ball, and it changes a little bit, but like you'll take you and your opponent, and you ever play like the game with like a balloon where you try to keep it in the air as long as possible? That's the game mode. You and an opponent try to keep the ball in the air as long as possible. So now the game mode's like not a 1v1 anymore. It's a teamwork thing. You'd have to do something like that. You can't have a PvP game be its base and be like, oh, just please make it be nice and cat.
Well,
Like that's not how games work.
I mean, again, with like I said with the Halo Infinite example, it's like they literally made it the snowball fight.
I see that one's hard because I wasn't there.
But it was just dumb fun. Like no one went into that game mode expecting to like game the system because there really wasn't any point. There really wasn't much of an easy way
In Halo, in all the other modes, it was ranked, right? Or there was something on the line, more or less.
No, there is a ranked mode in that game, but like otherwise, no, not really.
That's where people would go for that stuff. Then again, you're at the problem where like there's nothing on the line already in DBD, so nothing changes. Like if you do the game modes, that's the other problem. There's nothing else separating it, really.
Ask anyone who plays that game, and they'll tell you the rank doesn't really matter.
Don't know enough, so it's hard for me to argue that.
It's yeah, but and then you know, but my point with that, and going back to it a little bit, is that there's like this idea with like I've had this idea for like the winter event. It's like, why are there even generators?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, you have to like fully change it.
Why are there
I don't get why it's the game either.
Why are there even hooks? It's a separate. Go fucking nuts if you want it to be like a dumb fun party mode. Make it so like the killer has to hit like the survivor with 30 snowballs and it like puts them on a hook.
There's a asymmetrical game called Puppet Master, right? They did the same thing. They added a mode where all the killers fought each other.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was like a battle royale, and it was fun as fuck.
I think the closest Dead by Daylight
you would have to do shit like that. Like you can't just do because like okay, tell me Chaos Shuffle like. half the perks are like fucking pop goes the weasel and Noed. How do you make that fun? Like it's not. It's just DBD and it's a challenge.
Mm.
Like you're not gonna load in with Noed, no way out, pop and go. Oh yeah, I can like this is gonna be fun. Like there's no way to make that fun. Like that. Like if you're going into that mindset with Chaos Shuffle, like you set yourself up for failure, and it's not your fault. It's a little bit DBD's fault because they don't really set that understanding. You know.
Well,
But like,
I think Chaos Shuffle also did show a problem with killer perk design.
oh fuck yeah, yeah, because yeah,
Because
there's
like
numerous reasons.
there's like I think many people have started to realize this. There's not really like memey killer perks.
Well, that's my entire point. Like you have those on Survivor, but
yeah, there's like memey killer perks in the sense of they're bad, but there's like no like there's not like a bardic inspiration on killer.
That's been my whole point the entire time. But they don't really like. A big problem is that like we're playing two different games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And survivors often go, "Well, why are killers so sweaty?" It's like, what the fuck are they supposed to do? They can't meme and have fun, really. Like in little spots, yeah, but like the game's physically not designed for that for them.
Mm-hmm.
You can go in and do that yourself. That's fine. Like I never get mad when survivors meme, but you can't expect that from killers.
I mean, I'm gonna like this is a terrible analogy, but like to me, it's like the killer is supposed to be like the actor, and the survivors are supposed to be the audience.
That's how I would want it, but survivors are a little too powerful for that dynamic to fully work.
Well, no, it still works. It's just sometimes the audience throws shit at the actor.
I agree with that, but see now you have a. I like that mentality because that's kind of what I am, right? In my mentality, when I boot up DBD and I think of like a healthy DBD, survivors are coming in to play a horror game where they're trying to survive a scary killer, but often like it's just with balance aside, like
This doesn't
I think it's a
last.
long-winded way of me saying yeah, I agree.
I mean that feeling can't last.
No, it can't,
By
and eventually, like
definition.
yeah, it can. And
then,
at this point, like the game's old, I don't really expect that, but yeah, I think that's what it started as.
mm-hmm.
It's just definitely not there anymore. But I like your correlation of the actors and the audience. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I kind of stole that from Robbie, to be fair.
Fair enough.
Robbie had a video a very long time ago. I forget which killer it was specifically about, but how they were talking about how when they play Dead by Daylight, they're not necessarily playing to like win. They're playing for an experience and like a story to be told.
I love that idea, and I would, and that's fine, and I think you can. And there's definitely times I go for that, right? Like, and I'll even meme and I even act it out in stream. Like that's something I do. But a lot of survivors also don't play that way or facilitate that either, right? So you as a killer also can't go in always expecting that.
Right, but the thing is, so it's like, okay, so let's say I bring into the match like a dumb build, like not even a dumb build, but like I bring in Hex Blood Favor, let's say Pop Goes the Weasel, fucking I don't know, Rapid Brutality and Enduring. Okay, let's just four random perks, and I'm playing Hillbilly or something. I'm playing Hillbilly. The story being told is like every interaction that happens. That's the story.
Yeah.
And I talked about this earlier, where I feel like we should be playing the game for moments, not the outcome. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think we've passed that road though. I think DVDs. We were at that fork at one point, and it moved away. Like a lot of that goes out the window when you get like the competitiveness that's available on both sides now, right?
But why?
If you're playing, let me see. Because I don't think that's what's. Go on.
I think the problem here is we're coming at this from two different mindsets.
That's possible.
You're coming at this from an outcome-based mindset, I feel.
No, because I don't care if I win or lose. I go for a win. But remember, like, I've spent like months losing games just to get better at scampers and learn and go for cool plays and clips.
Right. Then again, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know.
Mm. But like the storytelling moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely moments like that, right? And I still share like and reminisce about good moments like that, but I don't think like that's possible every game.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
But
So like expecting that as like the norm, I don't think is possible if that's what we're going for.
I'm not saying expecting it as the norm, but I feel like that's how the game should be thought about, if that makes any sense.
I just don't think that's. I just don't think.
It's like
I don't think that'll work.
I don't go into work every day expecting it to be a good day, but I hope it is.
That's fair, and I think you can always hope for good moments, but I don't like. I appreciate when they happen, but like I never, and I'll seek them out sometimes. But they're like a rare treat when I get them. I don't really go into the game for them because like I don't think the survivors even really want that. A lot of the survivors just want to like have fun on their own terms. Because like now we're going into what fun is like and why you play the game on the subjective side, and that's going to be so wildly different for everybody
Mm-hmm.
that's where I think we all start getting into issues because we all want different things,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I don't usually try to take that into account. Right? Like I just play the game to win in my own like, and I'll go about that in my own way, whatever I please, and I'm not going to get upset if they try to play however they want. I just don't expect them to play my way or with my exception, right? Except for the baseline of play to win, because that's the most baseline way to play the game. But anything outside of that is wholly on me, and I don't expect from anybody else. Because we all see the game and want extra things out of it that are completely subjective and unique. And there's no way to like fully communicate those or find a standard for everybody outside of like play to win, and then everybody can try and achieve other things along the match as well.
Yeah, and I normally don't do this, but Ghost, I think we're gonna call it a night here.
Yeah, it's like I'm like 4 hours past my bedtime.
It's
You're
like
good.
I'm at my bedtime. But we lost the plot with Chucky a very long time ago. But I think we said everything we needed to say with it.
Yeah, I think if we went any further on it, we would just be reiterating we think it's okay. We explained why we think it's okay, why it's healthy. Yeah.
But it's just nice to still have you here and talking about this because again I think this is discussions I've wanted to have in your chat, but it's hard to type all this stuff fucking out all the time.
Oh yeah, you can't chat this, and maybe I'll return the favor. One of these that like here soon, I'll pull you on, and we'll chat on mine, and we'll nobody here. Yeah, nobody's pulled you on for a podcast. It's about time somebody treated you that way.
Kassir did. Kassir did.
That's right. That's right. I haven't got to watch that episode. Let's go. That's right. Kassir was here earlier too.
Yeah, Kassir raided. Thank you for the raid. By the way, Spirit, thank you for the raid as well. To the people on the YouTubes, I love you guys, by the way. I know this was a weird one and a long one, but
Not what I had in mind.
People enjoy that. But all Ghost stuff's going to be below. You guys should check that all out. I love y'all. Have a good one. And yeah, bye.
Have a good time zone.